Ranma Nibun no Ichi won the wedding. Warning. Lemon fanfic right square bracket. All characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc., etc. Left square bracket on the veranda at the Tendu Dojo. Right square bracket. John Masoto and Soun Tendu sat down at their regular game of shogi. Sound dressed in his regular dark GI, and Genma in human form, for a change. In his white outfit, Genma grinned at his old friend. Wasn't it good that we finally found a wedding date for those two? It's been 4 years since they met each other. At least we finally decided to have them married. Even if Nodoka suggested it. Right parenthesis double quote. Soon nodded in agreement. It has been too long. We can stand by no longer and wait until they decide. It was time a firm decision was made. But do you think we did the right thing? Double quote. Kasumi walked in with some tea, which she poured for both men. They are adults now, going to university, too. So I'm sure that everything will go wonderfully, she said cheerfully, especially when you tell them about their wedding! Double quote. Left square bracket. A week later. Right square bracket. Akane Tendu sat on her bed, looked out of the window, and sighed. Less than how could her father arrange a wedding ceremony for her! Greater than she gazed out, looking at the pond. Less than wasn't single quote. It enough that her father and Ranma's father had put her into an unwanted engagement? Greater than, but now she was going to marry Ranma. As she stared at the pond, her thoughts drifted. Less than Ranma. He was quite handsome, but he was such a jerk, at times. But didn't single quote. He always fight for her? Didn't he look at her, at times, in a special way? Didn't her heart beat, while watching him? If only he was nicer to her, all the time. Greater than. She stopped, and blinked, wondering how those thoughts had come into her head. Ranma was a jerk. He teased her unmercifully. But when he smiled at her, less than if only. Greater than. She stopped again, and stared outside, unseeing. Ranma Shodan stood in the dojo, angrily going through his kata. Less than how could I's father, and Akane's father, make them go the wedding ceremony! It was bad enough to have been forced into being engaged. Why couldn't his father have got him engaged to a beautiful, sexy feminine woman? Why that sexless Akane? Greater than. He stared at the wall, thinking of Akane. Less than. She single quote. So and my 9. With no sex appeal, and such a tomboy. Why can't she be even a little cute? But when she smiles at me, Akane, why don't you smile more often? You really are cute when you smile. Greater than. He frowned, realizing what he had been thinking. Less than. Akane? Cute? That'll be the day. But why do I feel strange when I am alone with her? And why did he stare at her body for so long? Back when I saw her in the bathroom? Greater than. He felt uncomfortable thinking like that about Akane. but he also was excited by the memory of her body. Ranma blushed deeply, and resumed his kata, trying not to think of her left square bracket. An outside view of the dojo revealed the carnage that had followed. Ranma and Soun each told their respective child about the wedding. Tori seemed to be Genma-shaped and Soun-shaped holes in the rooftop right square bracket. Nabiki walked in, and knelt down at the low table, looking at each of the people already eating. Ranma glared at his father, while sneaking looks at Akane. Akane glared at her father, then looked down at her food when Soun noticed Ranma looking at her. Genma and Soun sat in silence, quietly eating their food. They looked slightly the worse for wear, almost as if they had just been in a fight. Kasumi ate her food, and smiled cheerfully at everyone. So, when's the big day? Nabiki asked, wondering if there was any chance of getting a profit out of this. Ranma and Akane glared at her, while Soun and Genma pointed to a calendar. The 6th of February was circled. This was the one street. Nabiki shrugged. You two will just have to learn to get on together. Now! Left square bracket. That evening right square bracket. Kasumi and Nabiki sat in Akane's room, with rolls of white silk material. Nearby was a pattern, set to Akane's size. Sequins, lace and pearls sat in little boxes, to one side. Akane, you will just have to make two. Nabiki frowned at her, and after I got all this stuff for you, you can't just turn around and say no. Even thought it was dirt cheap. Right parenthesis . Kasumi smiled at Akane. You'll have to stand still to try this on. And please take off your dress. We want you to look your best. She held up a length of silk, half sewn into a sleeve. Akane sighed, and slowly took off her dress, standing in her bra and panties, letting Kasumi start fitting the silk. Ranma sat in his room, looking outside the window. Next to him sat a black tuxedo, a white shirt, and various other articles of clothing. He frowned, thinking something. Suddenly, Ryuga burst into the room. Anime. How dare you? He yelled, looking ready to kill Ranma, which was nothing unusual. Ranma looked over to the door, a little surprised by the interruption. Kunio jumped in, mowing down Ryuga. How dare you take such actions against me, beloved Akane? You who are most reviled by women! It's not my doing. Ranma jumped up and yelled at the two intruders. The two men took no notice of Ranma's words. Kunio jumped at Ranma, his book at the ready. Strike! 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 But before Kunio reached Ranma, Ryuga grabbed him, and threw him back. How dare you step on me? He yelled out as Kunio and Ryuga thought. Ranma rolled his eyes, and leaned back. Unfortunately, Ranma's movement brought their attention back to the one they were here to fight. They flew at Ranma, attacking him from both sides. Left square bracket. A little later right square bracket. Ranma lay twitching on the floor, near his tuxedo. Pick on me. Will they I'll get them back for that Back in Akane's room, the sisters packed up the material. Nabiki and Kasumi said goodnight and left, leaving Akane alone. Sitting on the bed, the window smashed open. Kodakai, Shampoo and Yukaitu swung into the room! No. You cannot at him. We won't allow it. Each of them cried together. I don't want to marry that jerk. Akane jumped off the bed, preparing herself for a fight. Then Kuyu and Ryuga burst in, via the door. Akane, will you really marry him? The girls stopped, and looked at Kuyu and Ryuga, then at Akane. Will you? Akane looked at the floor. Our parents set this up, not us. Akane got cut off his hat as I bounced through the room, happily knocking out Kuyu and Ryuga as he jumped towards the girls. Akane-chan, you can marry Ranma if you will. Still let me hug you. He cried. Then he clawed Kodakai, who bapped him over the head with the handle of her ribbon. I jumped from girl to girl, fondling them, until the girls ran away. I followed on, grabbing for their panties. Soon the room was cleared of everyone except Akane. She closed her window and door, and sat on her bed, thinking. Left square bracket February 4, evening right square bracket. Akane sat at her desk, and stared at a book. Someone knocked at the door, and she jumped, looking up. Hi? The door opened, and Ranma looked into the room. Akane? Can we talk? He stopped. Akane blinked at him, and slowly nodded. He entered the room, and closed the door behind him. He sat on her bed, and looked at the floor. Akane, do you want to marry me? He asked softly, blushing deeply. Ranma ? He continued to stare at the floor, not daring to look into her face. I want. She stopped, and also looked at the floor. It doesn't matter, does it? We will be married, anyway. She trailed off, and bit her lower lip. Ranma sighed, got up, and walked slowly over to the door, opening it. Wait, Ranma. Akane said softly. Ranma turned to look at her. She stared at him, unable to speak. Less than I can't say anything. Do I want him? I don't know. Greater than then she turned away, her eyes closed. Ranma silently slipped out, and walked to his room. Less than why did I even bother? I knew that I'd never get an answer. I don't even know myself. Greater than that night, both of them fell asleep trying to sort out their feelings for the other. Left square bracket February 5, morning right square bracket at breakfast. Ranma and Akane sneaked secretive glances at each other. Soun and Genma looked better, but they sat at the far end of the low table, away from Ranma and Akane. Kasumi smilingly served the meal. Nabiki sat down, watching Ranma and Akane. Left square bracket February 5. Evening right square bracket. Akane stood up in her silk wedding dress. Nabiki and Kasumi looked at her, smiling in admiration. Akane smiled to herself. Looking in the mirror, her short dark hair was covered by a veil. The front part of the veil was folded back, revealing her face. The longer back part of the veil reached the floor behind her. The bodice of the wedding dress tightly hugged her torso, showing off the feminine curves of her body to full advantage. A low-cut décolletage showed off her cleavage, and the thin waist of the dress showed off her small, well-formed body. The sleeves of her dress and the décolletage were edged with small pearls and shiny, white sequins. A lace pattern ran down the front of her bodice, accentuated by more small pearls and sequins. The skirt flowed down from the bodice to the floor, in long white cascade soft silk, while the back of the dress trailed down the floor behind her, giving her a long, silk train. The train was decorated with more lace, pearls and sequins. Akane looked in the mirror at herself, hardly recognizing the beautiful woman gazing back at her. Oh, sis, you look wonderful. Nabiki smiled. She grabbed her camera and took a photo. Akane looked questioningly at her, an eyebrow raised. It's just for posterity, sis. Nabiki grinned. Kasumi smiled. You will be a beautiful bride. She hugged her lovely sister. But we must have a talk, in private. Nabiki ? Nabiki nodded, and left the room, closing the door behind her. She grinned, wondering how Akane would take to Kasumi's list of wifely duties. More importantly, she wondered how Akane would react to Kasumi's little speech on their wedding night. I only hope Kasumi gets Akane out of that wedding dress first, before she wrecks it. She mused. She walked past Ranma's door, then stopped, and went back. She knocked on the door. Ranma, can I talk to you? ? High exclamation point. She opened the door, and walked in. Ranma was dressed in his tuxedo, looking rather female. Nabiki looked up and down on Ranma. Oh, it does suit you. Ranma exclamation point. Ranma sighed, and looked out the window at a small piglet, near the pond, then looked back at Nabiki. The room seemed to have been through a flood. Sorry, I had a little problem, but it's gone now. She shook her head, squeezing water out of her red pig tail. Nabiki nodded, and handed on a Ranma kettle, which happened to be sitting nearby. Ranma poured it on herself, and changed, growing larger all round, loosing his curvy body, his hair turning black. I don't suppose your father or mother ever talked to you about your wedding night? Nabiki asked. Ranma dropped the kettle, face folding, and blinked at her. Nabiki grinned. It looks like it is up to me to tell you, then. But first, how much money do you have on you? ? Left square bracket the wedding day. Morning right square bracket. Akane woke up, looking around nervously. She slowly got out of bed, and looked at her wedding dress. She sighed, and opened up her wardrobe, getting out some clothing for the morning. She put on her slippers, and wandered down to the bathroom. Ranma hadn't slept all night. He had spent most of the night worrying about their wedding. Maybe he was getting cold feet. But he thought he wanted to marry her. But he wasn't sure now. Although, he shrugged, there was nothing he could do to stop it, and got out of bed. He glared at his sleeping father, then sighed. He picked up some clothing, and opened the door, heading for the bathroom. Nabiki had said that Kasumi would have a bath ready. Akane put down her clothing, and slowly stripped out of her night-tie, standing there clad in only her panties. She stood looking in a mirror at herself, wondering if Ranma would like her body, as Kasumi had said he would. She blushed deeply, thinking of it. Less than how could he like me? He says I'm cute, and macho chick single quote exclamation point greater than. She looked at her young body in the mirror, comparing her curves to what she had seen on Ranma's naked body. Less than, but isn't my body just like that? Even though my breasts may be a little smaller, and even if my waist isn't as thin, but my body is so like his female form. Isn't it greater than? She wondered. Then she pulled off her panties, and picked up a bucket of cold water, moving into the bathroom. She sighed as she sat down on the stool, and poured the water over her naked form. Ranma entered the changing room, and stripped silently. In his usual way, he entered the bathroom itself, not bothering to see if anyone was there. He stopped and stared, seeing Akane, naked, sitting on the stool, droplets of water running down her body. Apparently she had not heard him enter the room. He watched her stand up, still not turning towards him, and walked to the bath. His mouth went dry, and he felt stirrings in his manhood. He knew he should go, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from her body. He watched her sink into the bath, until only the back of her head was visible. Then he started to back out of the room. Akane heard a noise behind her, and turned around to see Ranma trying to walk backwards out of the room. Her face grew red as she noticed that he was naked. Her eyes moved down to his Isoko, and her blush grew even deeper. She stared for a while, Ranma standing there, staring into her eyes, trapped like a rabbit caught in the headlights of an oncoming semi-trailer. Oh. Hate. He gulped, not being able to back up any further. Then her anger hit her. How dare he, at him. The Supi was here, trying to see her naked body. Ranma no Akane. She cried, and leapt out of the bath, flying towards him. Ranma stared at Akane as she leapt out of the pool. His mind telling him thoughts should run, his body keeping him there, watching her body. He stared at her bouncing breasts, then down to the triangle of dark hair at her sex. Then back up to her breasts. Then she was there. Asterisk cablum exclamation point asterisk. Ranma flew through the roof, flying up into the sky. Akane stood there, with her hand still in a fist, panting a little. Then it hit her. She had just bashed the man she would be marrying in a few hours. The man she would be act with tonight. She blushed deeply, and sighed. Less than how could he like me, if I do this to him? But wasn't he gazing at my body, and enjoying watching me? Greater than she left the bathroom, back to the change room, and got dressed. Then she picked up his clothing, and looked back at the bathroom, and the hole in the roof. Ranma, flying through the air, tried to fix his jaw, which seemed out of place. Luckily I'm going to land near Dr. Tofu's clinic. In fact, double quote exclamation point double quote. Ranma smashed down, right through the roof of the clinic, landing on the floor. Ranma sat up, and scowled. Uncute tomboy, he muttered. Then he looked up, and saw Dr. Tofu was standing over him. Double quote. Ranma, did you upset Akane again? The doctor asked. Well, I can help you with that job, but I'm not sure about the clothes. Double quote. Then Ranma remembered that he was naked. He blushed deeply, and muttered something about bathrooms and Akane. The macho chick. Dr. Tofu smiled a little, and handed Ranma a towel to wrap around himself. Then he sat Ranma on the patient's table, and started working on his jaw. By the time Akane reached the clinic, after finding out where she had pulled an acid, Dr. Tofu had finished with Ranma's jaw, setting it back in place. Ranma, you must learn to get on with your fiancé. After all, you're worried to be married in a few hours. Double quote. Akane blushed deeply, and knocked at the door. Double quote. Come in, Akane, called the doctor. Akane walked in, and sheepishly handed Ranma his clothes. Dr. Tofu smiled, and went out to the back room, leaving the two to try to work things out. Ranma took the clothing, and looked at Akane. Akane looked back. Double quote. Double quote. Then Ranma sighed, and stood up. I guess I shouldn't have walked in on you. Double quote. Akane looked up, her face showing signs of shock. Less than was that an apology? Exclamation point greater than. Double quote. Ranma, are you okay? Did I hit you too hard? Double quote. Double quote. Well, you will be my wife soon. And double quote. Akane blushed. I know. Maybe I shouldn't have hit you. Because double quote. They both trailed off into silence, not knowing what to do. Then Ranma dropped the towel, and slipped on his boxer shorts, blushing as he felt Akane's eyes on him. Then he put on the rest of his clothing, and walked to the door. Akane followed. They both walked back to the dojo in silence. Left square bracket. The wedding day. Late morning. Akane's room. Right square bracket. Akane walked up to her room with Kasumi, Nabiki and Nodoka. The women entered the room, and smiled at Akane. Double quote. Put this on, Nabiki said, opening a box she had brought along with her. Akane looked into the box. In the box was some wispy, red material. Not much material, either. Akane frowned, wondering what it was. Nabiki pulled out that sexy red teddy, and held it against Akane. The red material was totally see-through, and was tiny exclamation point double quote oh my, said Kasumi. Nodoka blushed a little, but she smiled. You should try it on, Akane. It will be good for your marriage. Double quote. Akane blushed deeply, but tried it on anyway. It fitted her body tightly, the material pressing against her figure. It looked rather like someone had lightly covered Akane's body with red paint. The outfit was low-cut at the decolletage, but held Akane's breasts together, giving her a lot of cleavage that wasn't normally there. It was high-cut around her hips, making her legs look longer. Her nipples, and the delta of hair at her sex was clearly visible. Akane blushed again, and sat down, trying to hide double quote that single quote as perfect, sis. Seduce him. Grinned Nabiki. Less than where asterisk this asterisk for Ranma. You've got to be joking. What sort of end do you take me for? Greater than she know. Both embarrassed and a little angry at her sister having suggested that she should wear such a thing. Double quote oh, Nabiki. I think she should save that for her honeymoon, rather than tonight. I think that my son is not ready for that, just yet, said Nodoka, smiling at the embarrassed Akane. Akane blushed, reminded of the fact that she would be Ranma's wife. Less than but do I want to be married to that Supi? He greater than double quote try on what I gave you last night. Kasumi smiled, and handed her the box. When Akane had changed, the three women nodded, and smiled. Perfect exclamation point double quote and also wear this, Nodoka said, and handed Akane a blue garter, edged with lacy. Double quote he has to take it off with his teeth. Nabiki winked. Akane stood, confused, but her anger had started to fade. She looked at herself in the mirror, and smiled a little. Then they helped her into her wedding dress, and got her ready for the ceremony. Left square bracket the wedding day. Late morning. Ranma's room right square bracket Ranma, his father and Soun stood together in the room, looking at Ranma, how is dressed in his tuxedo, looking rather dashing. Double quote why are we having a western wedding, Ichi? Asked Ranma, looking at himself in a mirror, flicking back his big hyphen tail. The panda held up a sign. Why not? You had a Japanese engagement. Double quote Soun nodded, and also, Nabiki arranged it all rather cheaply. A Japanese ceremony would have cost a fortune, she said. With 3 daughters, and you to freeloading house guests, it's all I can afford. Double quote Ranma rolled his eyes, and paced nervously. Look, I don't know if I want to go through with this. Double quote you will, son. The panda held up the sign. Genma started writing furiously. Or else you will. Double quote Ranma took no notice of the signs. I can't hear you, Ichi. You'll have total louder. He pulled a face at his father. Anyway, I can't do this. I'm going back to China, not hanging around here to marry a macho chick like her exclamation point. She single quote s totally sexless, uncute, a total klutz, a ditz. And she can't even cook. Suck on it, Oyaji. I'm not marrying her exclamation point double quote. Soon looked up at Ranma, not too shocked by Ranma's usual reaction to this donor. He stared at Ranma sternly. Ranma, you will marry my daughter, and you will carry on the Tendu family legacy double quote. The door burst open, and Nodoka stood there, her katana drawn. Genma dropped the signs, and his pens, and rolled on his back, playing with a beach ball in his paws. Soon jumped back, looking at Nodoka in shock. Ranma just stood there, his mouth hanging open. Double quote. You will marry her, my son, or else, with this weighty zashi, you will commit seppuku, and I will stand by and watch, threatened Nodoka, holding out a short sword, and her unsheathed katana, aimed at Ranma. And I asterisk so want to have grandchildren. Double quote. Genma held up a sign too soon. See what I mean? That's all she went on about exclamation point. I had to do something exclamation point double quote. Soon nodded, staring at the woman with the sword. I see what you mean. Double quote. He whispered back. Ranma stared at her, nodding dumbly. With such threat, how could he not marry Akane? He closed his eyes, and gulped. Then his thoughts went back to Akane. Less than but you are cute when you smile. Greater than he thought of her smiling face. Then the way she reacted when they were together, alone. How gentle she could be. When she isn't being a klutz, that is. His thoughts turned to the wedding ceremony that would be held in a little while. Less than I will marry Akane, greater than he said to himself. But was it just his mother's threat? Or did he want to marry Akane? Question mark left square bracket. The wedding day, midday. Right square bracket. Ranma stood in the dojo, which looked like a church hall, rather than a training hall. He nervously stood in front of a minister, next to his father who was in human form, wearing a tuxedo. Nodoka, the matron of honor, stood up the back of the hall, katana in hand, dressed in a light pink silk dress. Nabiki sat on one of the rows of seats, and watched the goings-on. Nodoka disappeared out the back, after making sure that everything was ready, and walked to Akane's room. Kasumi, Akane's bridesmaid, stood with Akane, trying to soothe her out of her last-minute jitters. Kasumi was dressed in a light pink dress, matching Nodoka's outfit, looking unusually pretty. Akane looked nervously at Nodoka. Is everything ready? I don't know if he can do this. She shivered, thinking back on their life together. Had teased her, called her names, said she was uncute, and too much like a man. Less than I don't want to marry that exclamation point greater than she thought suddenly. Nodoka and Kasumi looked at each other. Cold feet. They nodded, then they yelled at her, Akane, please come down with us. Double quote. You at least go downstairs, and see what your father has done for you. Double quote, father will be so disappointed if you don't come. Double quote, and I have a feeling that my son will be disappointed. To double quote, they slowly led her out of the room and down the stairs. Akane, still thinking Kagura thoughts about Ranma. Soon met his daughter, just outside of the hall, looking rather proud and handsome in his tuxedo. He took her hand, and Nodoka and Kasumi fell in behind Akane, picking up her train. From inside, the bridal march started to play. Akane and her entourage started to move forward, into the dojo. Left square bracket, the wedding, right square bracket. Akane walked slowly into the dojo. She looked nervously to see who was there. Dr. Tofu sat on one of the chairs, near Nabiki. As he saw Kasumi, his glasses steamed up, and he looked almost as nervous as the bride and groom. Then Akane looked at Nabiki, who was holding a tape player which played the bridal march. Kapozai stood at the other side of the room, staring at Akane, looking like he would burst into tears any minute. Either that, or go on a raid. Mikado and Azusa sat there, watching her. She wondered what they were doing here. She seemed to recall something about Mikado turning up to every wedding just to kiss the bride. At a few other seats, she saw some of her and Ranma's school friends. Akane blushed deeply, but her veil hid her face from them. It had been a shock when she had heard that her university friends had been told everything before she and Ranma had been informed. Then she looked again, wondering why she felt like something was missing from the people gathered in the room. She stared, upset. Why did her father want her to marry that jerk? Ranma ? Less than all he does all day is try to upset me and fight. How could I go through with wrathing him, in bed with me? No, I don't want this. I hate men! Greater than then she looked at Ranma. He had turned to face her. She caught her breath, gazing at him. Less than how handsome he looks in that tuxedo. He is smiling at me. Greater than she almost faltered as she slowly walked forwards, but her father held onto her arm, walking with her. Less than Ranma. Even though you are a jerk, I do care for you. Greater than she thought. Her smile was hidden under the veil. Ranma gazed at Akane, staring at her feminine beauty. Beauty he never realized she had. He felt his mouth turn into a nervous smile. Under that veil, her eyes were shining. Less than Akane, greater than he thought. Less than I care about you. Greater than both were stunned to realize that they did want to be married. To realize that they wanted to be together. That they cared about each other. Then, Akane found that she was standing next to Ranma. Soon let go of his daughter's arm, and stood back. Akane and Ranma gazed at each other. They hardly took notice of what the minister said, and just stared at each other. Then the minister asked Ranma to answer a question. Will you take Akane Tendu to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold, in sickness and health, as long as you both shall live, ? Ranma's mouth had gone dry. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. He tried again. Akane looked at Ranma, her jaw tightening, anger building up. Less than if he doesn't want to marry me. Why not just say it? Jerk. Her body started trembling. How cold I had even thought that I cared for such a man! Greater than she stared at him, almost daring him to say no. Genma dapped Ranma on the back, and Ranma's voice came back. ID-do. Akane jumped, his words burning through her anger. Less than Ranma. Do you really mean that? Greater than ? And will you? Akane tend to take Ranma Soun to be your lawfully wedded husband? To love, honor and cherish, as long as you both shall live? ? ID-do. She whispered. Her head nodded imperceptibly. They looked into each other's eyes, searching. As they stared at each other, their hearts beating faster in their chests, not daring to believe that they both had said yes. They found their love for the other. They gazed at each other for a long time, lost in each other's eyes. Then they were woken by the words, "Rings be presented?" ? Both almost panicked. Less than rings? Rings? What rings? Oh, no! Greater than. But then Genma stood forward, and handed a ring to Ranma, and a ring to Akane. The minister took their hands, and folded Ranma's hand over Akane's. Ranma took the ring Thad was holding, and slipped it on Akane's ring finger. It was a beautiful ring, small and delicate, with 3 layers of gold. In fact, Akane recognized it as the wedding ring belonging to her mother. Then it was her turn to put the ring on Ranma's finger. She slipped the ring onto his ring finger, and looked at the wide band of gold. Then she looked up, and stared into Ranma's eyes. Is there anyone among us who has reason why these two should not be wed? ? The silence lasted for an eternity. I not pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Ranma's hands trembled as he reached for Akane's veil, and slowly lifted it up. Her face was revealed, her eyes met his. Slowly they moved their heads together, until their lips brushed. A shock ran through both oft-hair bodies. Then their lips pressed together in a gentle kiss. They broke the kiss as they heard people start to cry. Tears ran down Soun's face. Nodoka cried, smiling sweetly at the newlyweds while she and Kasumi threw confetti on the couple. Azusa ran about, trying to catch the confetti, naming each individual piece. Half of the girls were in tears. Genma watched it on proudly, and Mikado stood by, sighing with joy at the ceremony. Ranma and Akane both looked back into each other's eyes. Boom! The door opened forcefully. The sliding door almost wrenched off its tracks! Ryuga, Kunu, Shampoo, Yukai and Kodakai jumped into the room. No exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, double quote, they cried, each taking up a fighting posture. Nabiki looked up at the group. It's too late now. Oh. Did I put the wrong time on your invitations? Question mark, double quote. Some people moved a large, low table into the room, and put sitting mats down around it. Then others came in and put food down on the table. Ranma and Akane's friends moved over to the table and started to eat, talking among themselves. Ranma, Akane, and the group of now deflated latecomers stood silently in the center of the dojo. Moose appeared, carrying a tray of drinks. He handed cups out to everyone, forcing cups of sake into the hands of those who didn't take it, muttering something about an old ghoul. Ranma and Akane looked at the sad group, and started to feel bad. Double quote, they just stood there, staring at the sad group, and each other. Then Ryuga took a sip of the drink, his mouth too dry to speak. He looked up in surprise at the drink, and stared at Yukai. Ranma and Akane blinked, then watched as one after the other took a sip of the drink. Kunyu drank, then sank down into a seat, looking at the floor. Champa sipped, and gave the cup back to Moose, who walked past to collect her cup. She started to stare at him. Yukai took a sip, then looked back at Ryuga. Kodakai sipped, then grabbed onto the passing Mikado, and gave him her cup. Double quote, take this back for me. I don't like it. But she looked at him strangely. He looked at the drink, and eyebrow raised. Only for a kiss? Will I do such a service? He wasn't very surprised, or didn't act very surprised, when Kodakai threw her arms around his neck, and kissed him passionately, and deeply. He tasted from her lips, kissing her back, staring into her eyes. Nabiki walked up to Kunyu, and tapped him on the shoulder. I'll let you buy some pics of Akane in sexy lingerie, if you've got enough yen on you. He looked up at her, and suddenly gasped, oh, beauty such as I had never seen! Exclamation point, please, fair maid, will you be mine? Question mark, exclamation point, double quote. Cologne appeared. You will all forget what happened! Exclamation point. You have all drunk from the sake. I put a potion of forgetfulness in the sake. Ranma will be shampoo's groom! Exclamation point, double quote. Nabiki looked over at Cologne. Was it in a bottle like this? She asked, holding up a silver bottle. Cologne looked at the bottle. Yes, double quote, well, that's alright, then. I poured that down the sink. It didn't smell nice. No, that's a lie. I'm sure I put some of it in the water for a pheromone at your shop. Nabiki started thinking back, mumbling, and in the okonomiyaki mixture at Yukai's shop. I think that I even found Ryuga, and gave him some. Oh, yes, and some of it went in Kunyu-chan's meal. Maybe even Kodakai took some, too. Thank goodness for hired help. I would never have gotten it all done in time. It seems like it has worn off after only a day. She trailed off. Cologne blinked, and Nabiki pulled out another bottle, but I put some off-buys in instead. Kodakai seemed to have a lot lying about her room, so he was interested to see how it would work. She was going to use it on Ranma, but she seemed to have forgotten about the potion. But I only put it in those cups that Moose was carrying. HMM. It seems to have worked rather well. Double quote. Everyone looked at the little group of warriors, who had so recently been so sad and full of anger. Ryugi and Yukai were in each other's arms, kissing passionately. Kunio had knelt next to Nabiki, gazing up into her eyes. Shampoo had jumped into Moose's arms, and was kissing him over and over, whispering to him in Chinese. Moose looked rather happy. Kodakai had tied Mikado up with her gymnastic ribbon, and had laid him down on the floor, and was straddling him, kissing him deeply. Mikado kissed back, all of his charm and his attention focused on her. Akane and Ranma's school friends, Genma and Akane, shrugged, and went back to eating. Nodoka blushed a little, then turned to Kasumi and Soun, to talk and cry about the wedding. Dr. Tofu wandered over, and picked up a cup, and tasted a little. He took off his glasses and polished them while contemplating the potion in the sake. When he put his glasses back on, Kasumi smiled at him, and waved him over to her. He looked at her and smiled. The potion seemed to have cured his almost violent reaction to seeing his beloved Kasumi! Ranma and Akane stood in the middle of the dojo. Both looked shy and afraid. They glanced at each other, then both turned their gaze away, looking down at the floor. Left square bracket wedding day. Evening. Right square bracket. All of Akane and Ranma's friends left the dojo, waving goodbye to the newlyweds. Kappa's sneaked off on his nightly panty-gathering rounds. Kawaii shook her head, and watched Shampoo and Moose, then left. I'm sure I'll find an antidote for that love potion, she muttered as she went. Soon, Nodoka, Kasumi and Dr. Tofu waved goodbye to Ranma and Akane, leaving them alone in the dojo. Be good to her, my son, Nodoka called, with a bright smile, thinking of her own wedding night. Genma waved. See you in 1 week! Double quote. Try not to wreck the place before we get back, cried Nabiki. She knew, just as the others did, that the couple would still fight as they usually did. But, just for a little while, she hoped that they would be peaceful and happy together. Less than maybe making love will calm their horrible tempers a little. Greater than. She smiled to herself, and knew that they were on the way to becoming a laughing couple. Kunio followed Nabiki, eyeing her dreamily. Shall I carry you, beautiful maiden? How could a woman of your beauty taint yourself by walking on the soiled floor? Double quote. Drive. Tofu walked with Kasumi. For a change, he acted like the good doctor he was, rather than the nervous wreck he became whenever Kasumi was about. Ryugi and Yukai walked together, hand in hand, gazing into each other's eyes, full of a love that, until a few hours ago, was focused on others. Shampoo and Moose walked together, enthused, as always, gazing at Shampoo. But this time, Shampoo's love was for enthused. Kodakai leapt along, laughing insanely, her ribbon tied around Mikado Kama, pulling him along as he skated after her, on his rollerblades. Azusa chased them, crying, "Michelle! Give me back Michelle!" At ribbon at Kawaii! Nabiki HM'd to herself, while she watched the couples, and took out one-off spare bottles of love potion, thinking of a healthy profit margin. See Mom Kunu baby. Let's go. She wandered after them, Kunu following. Left square bracket the wedding night, right square bracket. Ranma and Akane looked at each other, both blushing deeply, recalling the day's events, and talks given to them about this night. Ranma reached out and gently took Akane's hand. She looked startled, but her hand closed around these. I suppose we should go upstairs. Ranma looked nervously at his knife. I suppose. She bit her lower lip, and looked back at her new husband, just as nervous. Slowly they moved upstairs, and stopped at the top of the stairs. Which room? Asked Ranma, looking between Akane's room and the ghost room, where he slept. A new M-mine ? Ranma nodded, and they slowly walked into the room. Akane shut the door behind her. They stared at each other, standing still, both waiting for the offer to do something. Ranma ? Akane ? They both talked at the same time, then laughed nervously. Ranma stepped up to Akane, and gently squeezed her hand. Akane ? I suppose we should do something. If you want to. Akane nodded quietly. Aye. We should. They stood together, looking at each other, waiting. Then they found themselves moving closer together, their lips almost touching. They stopped and stared into each other's eyes. Then their lips touched. Ranma's arm slipped around Akane's waist, holding her gently against him. Akane put her arms around his neck. They kissed tenderly, their lips together in a real kiss. Then the kiss ended, and they gazed into each other's eyes, both conscious of the other's body pressing against their own. With no need for words, Ranma slowly removed Akane's veil, and put it to his side. His arms reached behind her, slowly unzipping her dress. She shivered against him, and he stopped to hold her close. Their lips touched again, sending pleasant shivers through their bodies. Ranma's hand continued to unzip Akane's wedding dress. They pulled apart, and blushed, smiling shyly at each other. Ranma reached out, and tugged a little at Akane's wedding dress. It slipped off her skin and fell to the floor. She stepped out of it. Ranma stared. Akane was clad in sexy lingerie, given to her by Kasumi last night. Her soft creamy skin was covered only by small pieces of material. A white strapless lace bra, some matching high-cut lace panties, a lace suspender belt, white stockings and a blue garter. His eyes moved up and down her body, down from her large dark eyes, down to her creamy neck, her shoulders, the smooth skin of her arms. His eyes drawn to her small rounded breasts, covered only by the thin, lacy bra. Her nipples, dark patches under the white fabric. His gaze lingered longingly off her breasts, then moved downwards, over her flat stomach, her small waist, down to her white, lace panties. As his eyes ran over her panties, he noticed the dark patch of her sex. He gulped audibly. Then his eye swept down her long, sexy, smooth legs, before traveling up her body, back to gaze into her eyes. "Hey Akane, you are beautiful." She blushed deeply both at his gaze and at the compliment. Akane moved closer to Ranma and quietly removed his tuxedo, bow tie and cummerbund. Ranma, recovering some form of movement, and helped Akane down to his shirt, slipping it off. He reached to unfasten his pants, then paused, embarrassed, feeling how much Akane had excited him. Is there something wrong? Akane asked, still blushing. Her eyes gazing at his bare, muscled chest, his washboard stomach, down to his pants, then up to his eyes. And no. He slid off his pants, and stood in front of her, wearing only his boxer shorts. Akane gently took his hand again, and moved to sit down on the bed, pulling Ranma down next to her. They sat close together, and kissed again, and again, each kiss becoming longer, and more passionate. Ranma held Akane close, his hand running up and down her smooth back. As it touched her bra, he unfastened it, fumbling a little. Her bra fell down, between them. Ranma looked down, gasping softly. He moved a hand from behind her to gently touch her naked breasts. But he hesitated, and looking up into her eyes. Akane, still blushing, nodded her head gently. Ranma's hand touched one of her breasts, caressing it softly. Her eyes closed, and she gasped softly. Ranma bent his head down to kiss her neck, her shoulders, then to kiss her other breast. He took her nipple in his mouth, and suckled gently. Akane gasped again, and leant back, laying her head back on her pillow. She gasped softly, her heart pounding faster in her chest, her pulse rapid. Ranma's single quotes breathing grew increasingly ragged and deep. A soft moan escaped his lips. His tongue swirled over her hardening nipple. Ranma had hardly believed Nabiki when she was saying these things about Akane, and how Shou should react. He started to wonder how Nabiki knew such things, when he felt Akane's hands at his head, holding him to her breasts, her back arching, pushing her breasts up for his touch. He gently pinched at her nipple with his fingers, while lightly pulling at her other with his teeth. Akane gasped again, and pushed up. Another moan escaped Ranma's lips. This time it was stifled by Akane's soft, warm body. Akane pushed up against Ranma, pleasure running through her body, felt something hot and hard pressing into her inner thigh. She lifted up her body, and pressed into him, her body heating. She enjoyed the feeling of him laying on top of her. Then she felt a tingling sensation between her legs, at her sex. She collapsed back down on the bed, her hands lifted upon Ma's head. "Ranma!" she gasped. "Oh, Ranma!" and pulled him up for a deep, passionate kiss. Her hands ran down his back, then started tugging at his boxer shorts, trying to pull them from his masculine body. Ranma felt her hands tugging at his last remaining piece of clothing. He helped her, pulling them off his body, throwing them aside. He laid on top of her naked, hot and very excited by her closeness and her half-naked body. He then sat back up, pulling Akane up with him. He reached down, and started trying to remove Akane's panties. Ranma. Take off my garter first, she whispered. As he moved to pull it off her thigh, she shook her head. "With your teeth." Ranma's eyes widened, but he bent over her leg, and took hold of the garter with his teeth, tugging it down. He felt even more excited by how close his head was to her sex. But he managed to pull the garter down to her knees, then slipped it off with his hand. He gently kissed her thighs, then reached up to remove her panties again. He felt her hands helping him, removing her suspender belt. She moved away from him, taking off her stockings. He looked down at her, then quickly reached forward, and slipped off her panties. Laying back down on the bed, Akane looked up at him, her eyes running over his naked, well-defined body. Her eyes running down to his manhood. Hot, hard and erect before her. Her eyes opened wide as she stared. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached forward. She stopped just before touching him. Ranma moaned softly in anticipation of her touch. Then he saw her hesitate, looking almost afraid to touch his manhood. He gently took her hand in his and gently pressed her hand to his Hadasoko. She curled her fingers around him, then slowly moved her hand up and down his length. He groaned in pleasure. Hey northeast his hips starting to rock. His hands still on hers, showing her his rhythm. Akane moved her hand up and down his length to his rhythm, feeling his hardness in her hands. She concentrated on him. Suddenly she moaned in pure pleasure as his other hand pressed against her clitoris, moving to the same rhythm, stroking in gentle circles. Her hips rocked, moving in response to the pleasure. Soon, Ranma pulled himself away from her touch, knowing he could not take much more of her touch before he went over the edge. "Akane," he gasped, "let me touch you." He knelt back down between her legs, and gazed into her face. Then his eyes traveled down, between her legs. His fingers started to search her, slowly parting her petals. His eyes gazed at her sex, finding her pink and moist. His eyes moved to her opening. He slid a finger down through, feeling her hot and wet Akane gasped. Her eyes closed, excited by his every touch. Pleasure running through her body. Oh, Ranma, she gasped. The tingling at her sex got stronger and stronger. The pleasure got greater and greater. She opened her eyes, and looked at him as he concentrated on giving her pleasure. She reached for him, pulling him back down against her, her lips kissing us deeply. She felt his lips respond to her kiss. Then she felt his hard manhood at her sex Ranma single quote as hips rocked against Akane's. Both of them rocked in time to a hidden rhythm. Their hips met, pulled back, meeting again. But each time he pushed forwards, he fumbled, missing her entrance. He reached down between her thighs, and gently parted her legs. Then he moaned again. Ash felt her take hold of him. She guided him to her entrance. Then rocked together, and he drove deep within her, feeling a little resistance then a little trickle of fluid, and then the pure pleasure of her tightness surrounding his manhood as he thrust deep within her Akane cried out, tears in her eyes as she felt the pain of him breaking into her virgin body. Then she felt pleasure, 1,000 times greater as had rushed all the way inside her. Then he stopped, his hips against hers She looked up into his eyes double quote are you okay? Did I hurt you? He asked quietly, concern for her in his voice. His breathing fast, his breath hot against her cheek double quote no keep going. It's alright. Motto. She gasped back her body crying out for him. Then his hips moved, pulling back. She felt his arms around her, holding her close. Her arms held onto him tightly reveling in her tightness and wetness. He pushed back into her, thrusting deeply. Each thrust driving deeper into her wonderful body. He heard her moan in total ecstasy, just as she heard him groaning in pleasure. Rocked together against each other, the rhythm speeding up, their bodies melding into one. Both clung onto each other in the throes of passion. And a newly discovered love Ranma pushed his hips harder against Akane's, thrusting deep into her, his manhood pushing through her tightness, penetrating her deeply. Akane pushed back, her hips pushing up harder each time, impaling herself on his hardness pulling back, only to have him thrust inside her again as she pushed her hips upwards, against his They rocked against each other, their hips grinding pumping their bodies damp with perspiration, both groaning in pure ecstasy at the pleasure they gave each other Then they both reached their peak. Akane's body shuddered beneath Ranma's, his body trembled a little on hers. She grabbed hold of him, her fingers digging into his back, her legs wrapped around his hips, holding him tightly. A sudden gush of her honey covered his manhood, just as his hot wet seed seemed to explode inside her. Their cries echoed through the house, their pleasure and love expressed in the combined cry. Ranma exclamation point double quote Akane. Ranma collapsed against Akane's soft, warm body, his manhood deep inside her. They held each other with tenderness and gentleness. Akane started to cry, tears of joy running down her face. Somehow, Ranma understood, and held her tenderly while she cried. Then he kissed away her tears, his lips tasting the salt from her tears. Then he rested, his head pillowed on her breasts. She gently stroked his hair. I love you. They whisper, together. Then they smiled lovingly at each other, both blushing, and snuggled together in the warmth of each other's bodies, and in the warmth of their love. After a while, Akane turned to Ranma, starting to blush again. Ranma question mark . He smiles, looking into her eyes. Hi, my wife. He blushed as he called her his wife. Ranma. I want to give you pleasure. In your female form, too, my husband. I have always been curious. She gulped and stared back into his eyes. Ranma colored deeply. If you want. Akane smiled, and took his hand. Ranma pulled himself out of Akane's body, moaning softly, missing being inside her. They both sat up, and got out of bed. She stood up, and led him downstairs to the bathroom. She filled a bucket of water, feeling his eyes gazing at her naked body. She blushed, and walked over to him, kissed him deeply, and poured the cold water over Ranma. Ranma's body grew smaller, more curved, his hair turned red. Ranma stood back, in front of Akane, shivering. Akane put her arms around her, pressing her naked body to Ranma's cold body, heating her up on Ranma's side softly, feeling the warm curves of Akane's naked body press against her. Less than Akane. I am a man inside. I still want you. Greater than Ranma kissed Akane deeply and passionately. Then she picked her up, and carried her back to Akane's bedroom. Ranma laid Akane down on the bed, then lay down next to her. A kettle of hot water was set down by the bed. Akane gazed into the eyes of her husband, then out on Ranma's naked body. Akane pressed soft lips to Ranma's neck, kissing tenderly. She kissed a trail of hot kiss across Ranma's shoulders, then moved down to kiss her breasts. Copying what Ranma had done to her, Akane kissed to one off on Ranma's nipples, then took it in her mouth, sucking and licking it, feeling it go hard in her mouth. She used one hand to massage Ranma's other breast, her fingers gently playing with Ranma's other nipple. Akane smiled to herself as she heard Ranma moan in pleasure. Ranma, surprised by the way his female body could make him feel, moaned loudly, pushing herself up to Akane's lips and touch. Ranma's body shivered a little, this time not because of the cold. A warm tingling sensation was building up down at her sex. Her feelings were similar to the feelings Funny's male body gave him, but this was different. But good. He groaned again, hearing his voice groaning in a soft female sound. Akane let go of Ranma's breast, and worked that hand slowly down Ranma's side, feeling the curve of her female body. Her mouth moved to Ranma's other breast, and suckled at the other nipple. Her hand reached Ranma's hip, and moved slowly inward. She felt Ranma shiver as her hand brushed against the belt of red hair at Ranma's sex. Then she moved her hand down, moving toward Ranma's inner thighs. Ranma moaned again. She pushed her hips up to Akane, wanting her hand to touch that tingling sensation. But Akane's hand only ran up and down tearing her thighs. Frustrated, but enjoying every touch, Ranma gently pressed her hands on Akane's head, pushing her down to her sex. Akane. Done single quote TTs. She groaned. Akane looked up at Ranma, and smiled. She moved down, between Ranma's legs, and parted them a little further. She gazed between Ranma's parted legs, and gently ran her hand up and down Ranma's inner thighs again. Then she slid her hand right up her husband's inner thigh. Gently she ran a finger over Ranma's clitoris. She smiled again, hearing Ranma gasp and cry out in pleasure. Then she began circling her finger around Ranma's clitoris, moving at a slow pace. Ranma started rocking her hips in pleasure. Ranma moaned and rocked her hips. Akane. This is so good. Double quote. Akane then slowly moved her other hand to Ranma's entrance. She gently parted Ranma's petals, feeling the warmth and wetness there. Akane smiled, and gently pushed her finger a little way into Ranma's opening. Ranma's body shook a little, and Ranma groaned. Akane continued to gently search inside Ranma. She pushed her finger in a little more, and felt Ranma's tightness and wetness surrounding her finger. Ranma single quote's eyes opened wide as he felt Akane's fingers slide inside her entrance. He gasped, more female sounds issuing from his mouth. His hips rocked, and he felt himself flaunt her inside him. He groaned and gasped, his breathing hot and fast. Akane felt Ranma's hips rock against her hand, and she took her finger from on Ranma's clitoris, then let down, and pressed her mouth there, instead. Her tongue licked feverishly at Ranma's clitoris. Hearing Ranma moan, she licked harder, sucking gently every so often. As Ranma's hips rocked, Akane felt her finger being driven deeper within Ranma. But Shayla stopped at Ranma's barrier. She pulled her finger back out, and then pushed back in, a little way, with the fingers. Akane lifted up her head. Ranma. This will hurt, a bit. She whispered, double quote, but I can't give you real pleasure until this is gone. Double quote. Ranma nodded slowly, just wanting his wife to give him more pleasure. Her hips still rocking. Akane pressed her mouth back down over Ranma's clitoris, and licked again. Her hand felt Ranma's rocking rhythm, and matched it, pushing in a little for each time. Then, with a sudden sharp movement, Akane thrust her two fingers forward as Ranma's hips met her hand, and she broke through Ranma's virginal opening, her fingers still traveling deeper within Ranma's tight opening. Ranma cried out, a little from the shock and the pain. but Akane's fingers pulled back, then drove deep inside her again, and she moaned in pleasure, the pain forgotten. Her hips rocked faster and faster, Akane's tongue and fingers matching Ranma's rhythm. Ranma groaned and rocked, and moved faster and faster, reaching her climax. Her body shuddered, and Ranma grabbed handfuls of the bedclothes, and cried out Akane's name. Akane heard Ranma cry out her name, felt her body shudder, then felt a warm gush of sticky liquid stream out between her fingers. Akane lapped up some of Ranma's honey as it flowed. Then when the flow stopped, Akane removed her finger, and raised her head, watching the pleasure on Ranma's face. Akane slid up her body, and kissed her tenderly, wrapping her arms around her. Ranma smiled at her, her eyes filling with tears. They rested. Soon they kissed again, and held each other tightly. Ranma smiled. Akane, my love. Double quote. Akane smiled back, and blushed, then reached over, and handed the kettle to Ranma, who poured hot water over herself, and changed back into a man. He put the kettle down again, and held Akane gently in his arms. They snuggled together in the warmth. A little while later, they started making love again, changing positions each time, trying to find the best way to give each other pleasure. Their cries rang out through the night. At dawn, they lay quietly in each other's arms, starting to fall asleep. Their bodies were drained, but both of them were fulfilled, and filled with joy and new love. Drowsily, Akane thought of the teddy Nabiki had given her. She smiled, thinking of what Ranma's reaction to that outfit would be like. Ranma just gazed at Akane, sighing with pleasure as his eyes ran over her beautiful form. "You are beautiful," he murmured in her ear. Soon, they fell asleep as husband and wife. Akane and Ranma showed on Ranma Nibun no Ichi the wedding. Epilogue right square bracket underscore left square bracket 70h. Late morning right square bracket. Akane moved a little, starting to wake up. She snuggled, her body pressing against something warm. She opened her eyes, and blinked, seeing Ranma sleeping beside her. She sat bolt upright, staring at him. He was naked. And he was mockery. Anger started to fill her. Less than that lousy hand. What did he do to me? He must have greater than memories of her wedding, and last night flooded her mind. She relaxed, and lay back down, resting her head on her husband's shoulder, her hand on his chest. She smiled, watching him sleep. Ranma woke slowly, his head filled with dreams of Akane. He imminent, his arms wrapping around Akane's soft body. Slowly something filtered down into his brain. Less than what am I holding? ? Greater than. He opened his eyes, and shook his head to clear his mind. Then he saw Akane, in his arms, looking up into his face, smiling. His body froze on him, and he stared at her. He saw her moving her face close to his, and felt her soft lips on his. He sighed a soft, happy sigh, recalling their wedding, recalling last night. His body relaxed, and him held her close, kissing her back, deeply. Left square bracket 70h. Late afternoon right square bracket. Down at the low table, Akane and Ranma sat, eating some of the cooking fat Kasumi had left them. They sat smiling, snuggling against each other, resting after the last few hours of lovemaking. Akane then stood up. "Wait there," she said, and walked to the kitchen. Ranma watched her enter the kitchen, smiling after her. Suddenly he started to sweat. "Less than Akane in the kitchen, and no one in the house but me. She's not going to cook, is she?" ? Greater than he started to panic, jumping up, and following her into the kitchen. Akane had a kettle in her hand, and was filling it full of cold water. She turned around, and saw Ranma at the door, looking very nervous. Before she could say anything, he asked, "Can I help you see cook?" ? Akane frowned at him, anger growing inside. Less than I was going to try my best to make him a cup of tea, and he just comes in here, and tells me that I can't cook. We both know that he's a better cook than me. He's just here to rub iron, the jerk! ! Greater than I can cook fine by myself," she yelled, her face red with anger. Ranma opened his big mouth without thinking, as per normal. "Cook? I'd die if I ate more of that slop you call cooking! ! Ranma Nodoka! Suddenly, Ranma realized that he didn't want to hurt Akane like this anymore. He wanted to have her in his arms, not be at the receiving end of any of her punches. He stood there, in front of her, his head down. "Sorry, Akane. I don't mean that. Just before Akane punched Ranma out of the kitchen, the apology sunk in coma through her anger. She slowed down, and stopped in front of Ranma, who stood there, waiting for her to hit him. "Ranma?" she asked. Ranma opened his eyes, and reached out, putting his hand on her shoulder. "Akane," he said, looking deeply into her eyes, "I don't think before I say things, and I am insensitive. I know that makes me seem like a jerk. Booty just opened my mouth, and these words come out. I'm sorry. But I give you me word that I will try to be a good husband to you. I love you, Akane." Akane felt dizzy, listening to his speech. She stared into his eyes, hardly believing that Ranma would be saying such things to her. "Ranma. Thank you. I guess I must not be all that easy to live with. I get upset too easily, and react too violently. And I know that I am not a good cook. But I want to do things for you. I want to be a good wife. Hobbies because I love you." They both stared into each other's eyes, then moved into a tender hug. "You know," said Ranma thoughtfully, "you're not cute." Akane blinked, and started to pull away from him, getting angry. "You Ray not cute, you're beautiful, Mrs. Sodom." He smiled down at her, as her anger faded, and her deep feelings of love took its place. They kissed gently, holding on to each other, then walked back upstairs to the bedroom. To be continued. Read University for the next part in my Ranma Nibun series! Well, this is my first ever attempt at a fanfic, and it's only a third draft, so be gentle, please. Circumflex accent. But it would be helpful if you gave me your opinion, and any constructive criticism. Especially some help on how to fix up the wedding. It seems a little contrived. Northeast ? Right j. Mata ! Hug ! Kunoi Iagani Makunoi I left /ani /half right Edani Mushlam at Ranma Makakan at Spirit Makaroli at real life at / www.mu.az.mu/tilde Casey Ranma Nibun no Ichi to University. Warning. Lemon fanfic exclamation point right square bracket. All characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc., etc. Asterisk note: this fanfic is the second fanfic in my Ranma Nibun no Ichi series, and is to be read after the wedding. ____ left square bracket Tendu Dojo, Akane and Ranma's room right square bracket ___ Ranma yelled at Akane. Akane, jumping out of bed in anger, glared at Ranma, picking up the nearest object she could lay her hands on her lamp. Ranma Nodoka. She yelled back, and started to throw the lamp at him. Ranma watched, getting ready to dodge the lamp, sticking out his tongue with her. He frowned as he saw her eyes close, and a look of pain cross her face. Akane. Akane had closed her eyes, feeling a wash of pain run through her body. She hadn't been feeling too well when she had woken up this morning. Fighting with Ranma must have aggravated her sore stomach. Less than the cop. Didn't he see that he wasn't well? Why does he do this? Inconsiderate, insensitive and exclamation point greater than anger filled her, blocking out the pain. She threw the lamp at him, then sank back down on the bed. Ranma reeled as the lamp hit him in the face. He looked at her dizzily. About to make an angry retort, he noticed her sitting on the bed, looking ill. He beat back his anger, and slowly approached her. Akane? I'm sorry. He placed a hand on her shoulder and sat down next to her, half expecting her to punch him. I know you have felt a little sick, but are you okay? She leaned against him, her eyes closed, and waited until the pain receded. Then she nodded to him, but continued to rest against him. I'm fine. I guess that all that yelling and fighting made me feel worse. Maybe you should see Dr. Tofu? It's single quote. That's alright, Ranma. I'm fine. She sat up straight, and then stuck her tongue out at him. No thanks to you, a cop. She smiled at him, her anger gone. Ranma leaned over, and gently kissed her, slipping his arms around her slim body, pulling her close. He smiled to himself as she kissed back. Less than I love making up after our fights. Maybe I only fight with her these days just for this ? Greater than. He lay back down on the bed, holding her tenderly in his arms, feeling her soft, warm body pressing against him. Akane softly, kissing him back, deeply. As he lay back down on the bed, she pressed down against him, feeling his muscled body beneath her. Her sickness forgotten. She ran her hands up and down his arms, then his sides, running her hands down to his hips. She slipped her fingers into the band of his boxer shorts, pulling them down. Ranma, already getting excited from the closeness of Akane, felt her hands at his hips, removing his shorts. He ran his hands up and down her almost naked body. As he felt his boxer shorts pulled down to his knees, he kicked them off, into a corner of the room. He started working on Akane's clothing. Akane kissed him deeper, her kiss becoming more passionate, feeling his lips respond with the same passion. His hands removed her bra, then her panties. She rolled off him, laying next to him, her back against his chest, and she finished pulling off her panties, then threw them next to Ranma's discarded boxer shorts. Ranma pressed his body against hers, his hand moving around her thin waist, then up to her breasts. Cupping one gently in his hand, he gently pinched her nipple, feeling it harden in response to his touch. Akane sighed a soft, happy sigh, but pulled back a little from his hands. Her breasts felt a little sore as he touched her. Then she pushed her hips forwards, feeling Ranma's stiff, extended manhood against her rear. She pushed her hips up, running up Ranma's washboard stomach, waiting until Sissoko was under her. Then she pushed down again. She moaned softly as she felt it at her sex. Ranma groaned at her movements, his hips starting to rock slowly against her. The tip of his manhood brushed across her entrance, then her clitoris as he rocked slowly. He smiled, hearing her gasp in pleasure, feeling her hips start to slowly rock to the slow, easy rhythm of his hips. As they continued to rock, both moaning in the pleasure that they gave each other, Ranma started to feel Akane moisten as his manhood brushed against her hips, as his hand caressed her breast and nipple. Soon, he knew she was as ready as he was. As he rocked back, he shifted position slightly. Then when they rocked back against each other, his manhood slipped inside airtight, wet opening. Akane groaned in ecstasy as she felt Ranma enter her. Her moaning mixed with his as he felt her tightness grip him. They moved slowly, gently. Tenderly making love, Ranma's arm encircling her gently, his hand flowing across her breasts. After a wonderful eternity of slow love-making, Ranma grunted, trying to keep himself from exploding at the maddeningly slow pace. The pace that always drove him crazy as he tried to keep control of himself. He slid his hand down Akane's body, from her breasts, down to her sex. His fingers touched her clitoris, and he started working on her, building up her pleasure. He wanted to make her come for him, many times, before he went over the edge. Akane gasped and groaned, her hips rocking at the slow, easy pace, enjoying every sensation. The eternally slow build-up. His gentle touch on her body. As his fingers touched her sex, she moaned out his name. Not moving any faster, only his fingertips working on her clitoris. He built up the pleasure inside her, until it was so intense that she grabbed onto the bedclothes, nearing her climax. Double quote. Akane, come for me. Ranma managed to whisper in her ear, over and over, my love, come for me. Double quote. Suddenly she was there. Emotions of intense pleasure flowed through her body. Double quote. Ranma. She cried as a gush of wetness surged over his manhood. Exclamation point motto. Again. Ranma exclamation point. Double quote. Ranma felt her shudder against his body, almost losing control of himself. He struggled with the immense excitement, finally bringing himself under control again. Not having interrupted their rhythm, Ranma continued to manipulate Akane's clitoris, bringing her to climax again. Akane cried out again, her warm wetness flowing freely over Ranma's hardness as he rocked in and out of her. She cried out again and again, climaxing many times, each lost in the pleasure of the moment. Exclamation point. Double quote. Then Ranma could not contain himself anymore. Feeling her honey flood over him yet again, he erupted inside her, his seed flowing through her body. Double quote. Exclamation point. Double quote. Akane and Ranma slowed their rocking hips to a stop. Both of their body spent. They rested in the warm afterglow of their lovemaking. Akane snuggled back against him, and he held her gently, his hand moving up towards softly against her stomach. They lay that way for quite a while, basking in each other's love, their bodies warm. Then Ranma gently kissed the back off her neck, breathing in the scent in her hair. Akane sighed contentedly. Double quote. I love you. Akane whispered to her husband, listening to his regular breathing. Double quote. Oh, Akane, I love you, too. He tenderly kissed his wife's neck again. Reluctantly, They disengaged, Ranma pulling out of Akane's body. She turned it around, and pressed against him, kissing him gently. He kissed back, then they sighed happily, smiling at each other. They both sat up, still snuggling to each other, and slowly got out of bed. They snuck down to the bathroom, and both splashed the other in cold water, washing the sweat from their bodies. Akane gently kissed the now female Ranma, then they both got into the hot bath, relaxing again. Ranma couldn't just held Akane in his arms, and they both relaxed. Akane rested her head against Ranma's manly chest. Left square bracket morning. The Tendu Dojo right square bracket. Finally they had to leave the warm bath. They dried each other, and pressed. They held each other's hands as they walked to where Kasumi was serving breakfast to the rest of the family. Janma sat guzzling the breakfast, taking no notice of the couple. Soon looked down, faintly embarrassed. Nabiki read a magazine, having finished her meal. Kasumi smiled at them. We heard you fighting then making up. It's so good that you two are getting along well together. At this, Soon started to sweat, pretending not to have heard. Janma just kept on eating. Nabiki put down her magazine. Can't you two keep it down? Though ? People in this house were trying to sleep. Less than you . Do you have thought that they may have slowed down a little in the last 12 months? But no. Oh, well. I guess it's better having them making love, rather than fighting. At least they are quieter this way! Greater than Nabiki thought, then grinned to herself. Ranma and Akane blushed deeply, and knelt down at the low table quietly, not looking at their family. A newly married couple, of only a few months, they were finding living at the dojo starting to get difficult. They didn't want to cause everyone trouble like this, but when they needed to be with each other, they couldn't help it. If only their needs would come at night time, when everyone was fast asleep. But there was nothing they could do. They ate their breakfast in silence, then quickly left the house, going to university. Kissing deeply, they left for separate classes. Left square bracket university. Lunchtime right square bracket. When they met at lunchtime, Ranma, Akane and their friends started talking about the new halls of residence that has just been built. One of the girls smiled. Oh, you two should get a room there. That way you will have a chance for a real honeymoon! Yeah. A week is hardly anything, Ranma. One of Ranma's friends elbowed him, winking. The couple blushed, then looked at each other. Maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. They both smiled a little. Okay, let's go and see what this place has to offer, said Ranma. Akane stood up, and some of their friends followed her, as did Ranma. They wandered from the cafeteria to the admin buildings. A while later, everyone was following the hall master about the new building. When the tour had concluded, Ranma and Akane were arguing about where they wanted a room. The cop. That one's no good. The window is on the wrong side, and the sun will wake us up in the morning! And you think that the room you want is any better? It's too cramped! It's cozy, not cramped. Don't you know anything? Fa. Only it's like you would want to stay in a room like that. Do you want me to die from lack of oxygen? Question mark exclamation point double quote what did you call me? A cop question mark exclamation point question mark double quote dits. You dits exclamation point double quote and exclamation point double quote sexless exclamation point double quote. Their friends sat back to watch the fight. Oh, how can we all win? She always does, said one girl to another. But maybe Ranma won't get hit this time question mark double quote said the guy. The hall master looked down in shock, his eyes wide double quote soupy exclamation point double quote air said the hall master macho exclamation point double quote jerk exclamation point double quote. The hall master walked up to Akane, who was pulling her fist back, ready to punch Ranma, and caught her hand. Now, there is a rule in this hall, no fighting. He pointed to a sign, having regained his composure. Ranma and Akane blinked, then looked at the sign double quote and anyway, what you are fighting over is totally senseless. Neither of those rooms are for couples. There are only a few of them. Are you sure you want to see them question mark double quote looking sheepish? Ranma and Akane both nodded. The hall master nodded back and led the group down another hallway. He opened one of the doors, and led them inside. This room is for couples. He looked at his list. All the others seem to have been booked. There are quite a few couples on this campus, it seems. So, if you want the room, you had better tell me now, before it's too late. Double quote Akane and Ranma looked about the rooms. There was a large, empty room, with a cupboard built into the wall on one side. A large window on another wall, giving a view of the university's small garden, and a door leading to another room. A low, Japanese table sat on the floor, a few sitting mats surrounded. There was a high table with 2 seats in the place of a desk. The open door led to the small bathroom. Inside the cupboard, they found a double futon, and more than enough space to put 2 sets of clothing. It was a rather plain room, but both Akane and Ranma seemed to like it. Double quote sorry, but there are no kitchen conveniences here. You will get breakfast and dinner provided for you at the dining hall, but it looks like you will have to find your own lunch. I don't know why the builders forgot to build that kitchen. So, would you like the room, even without a kitchen question mark double quote immediately? Ranma nodded. High exclamation point double quote Akane looked annoyed, but held her tongue, and nodded. To double quote I am your hall master, Yoshi. This is the cost. A year. He handed them a piece of paper. Ranma looked at the paper Yoshi handed them, and showed Akane. It's not too expensive. I think that we can afford it. Double quote Akane nodded. High double quote the hall master nodded, and wrote something down. Okay, thank you. I will put your rent in with your university fees. Well, make yourself at home. Is your place now? Oh, I just remembered. There are new communal kitchens, just built. Use them if you feel the need. He smiled. Just don't fight in the hallways. Yoshi left the couple and their friends in the room. Well, that was quick, commented one of Ranma's friends. Oh, I've got to go to class now, but I'll help you set up after classes if I want, said the girl. The others nodded and joined in, also offering their help, then slipped off to class. Soon, the room was empty, except for Ranma and Akane. They looked at each other. Oh, we have to tell our fathers, Akane suddenly exclaimed. Ranma nodded. I wonder how your dad'll take it. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo. Late afternoon right square bracket. Soon was crying and overreacting to his daughter leaving him. Genma sat back, nodding. He held up a sign. At least it means not listening to you to fighting. Kasumi sat comforting her father. It's okay, Hokusen. They will be back often, you'll see. Nabiki nodded in agreement with Genma, and you two won't have to worry about waking us up in the middle of the night anymore! Ranma and Akane blushed again. There was a blur of a small figure bouncing into the room, and the blur jumped at Akane, grabbing onto her torso. Akane, used to this, slammed the figure in the head, sending it smashing into the floor. The figure looked up. Why won't you let an old man hug you? You're leaving Goose, and I won't see you anymore. Kappa's eyes stared up into Akane's eyes, trying to look cute and innocent. And failing. Ranma stood on Kappa's eyes head. Leave my wife alone, Kanda. We are going, and you won't get your greedy paws on her there! Kappa's eye made a sudden movement, and sent Ranma flying into one of Kasumi's vases, sending flowers and water flying everywhere. Ranma's body changed, getting smaller, growing curves, his hair turning red. A sopping wet on Ranma glared at Kappa's eyes. Roy, what's the big idea? She was cut off in mid-sentence by Kappa glomping onto her breasts. Ranma-chan, keep an old man happy. Stay here. It's too difficult to break into that university's rooms. How will I this time? It was Kappa who was broken off his honor. Ranma's fist sent him sailing through the roof, and out of sight. There was a knock at the door, and Kasumi went to answer it. Oh, it's your university friends, she called out as she welcomed the guests. The group walked into the room. Hi, Akane. Ranko. Akane, what do you want done? And where is that layabout, Ranma? He's never here when you need him! Akane and Honor Ranma led them upstairs. Ranma, he's out right now. Soon, they and their friends were carrying out all of Ranma and Akane's things. Once everything was piled into the car, Akane excused herself. I'll say goodbye to everyone, then I'll meet you at my room. I'll wait for Ranma. They nodded, and got into the car. Oh, I'd have to stay behind, because I've got things to do," explained Donna Ranma, moving to stand with Akane. They loved and watched their friends drive off. They went back up to Akane's room and stood there, looking about. The room looked lonely, without any personal possessions in there. Akane turned to her husband and squeezed her hand. "Well, it looks like we really are moving out." For a while double quote on Ranma nodded, and hugged her wife, her lips gently kissing Akane single quote s They broke off the kiss, and Akane looked about once again, sighing. "I've been living in this room all my life." Then she smiled at Ranma, "Booty and glad to move out with you double quote." Ranma blushed, smiling happily. Then Akane looked about once more, and frowned. "Ranma, I never had much time to think about it. But I haven't seen P-chan since before we were married. I am worried about him. What if he comes back, and can't find me?" I double quote. Ranma started to sweat a little. Less than Ryuga single quote has gone off with Ukan, thanks to tag love potion of Nabiki's, so of course P-chan won't be around. What on the earth can I say to Akane? I can't tell her that Ryuga is P-chan. It's the warrior's code. And if she finds out, she'll kill not only him, but me, to Kama for not telling her. Like it's my fault. That stupid Ryuga. Of all the dumb things he could have done. At least I get to sleep in her bed now, and he doesn't. Pity about that love potion. Oh. Otherwise this would have been the perfect revenge. Greater than Ranma looked into Akane's worried face, then poured a conveniently located kettle of hot water over herself, turning herself back into a man. "Don't worry. I'm sure that if he comes here Kasumi will look after him." Double quote. Akane nodded, and then they both moved out of the room to say goodbye to their family. After they had promised come be back but not ** often, as Genma's sign had said, Ranma and Akane were finally allowed to leave. They started to walk to the university, watching the sunset. Left square bracket halls of residence. Ranma and Akane's room right square bracket. When they entered their room at the halls, they found that everything had been prepared for them. The food had been taken out, their clothes had been put away in the cupboard, and the rest of their things had been set up in more or less the proper places. Even their toiletries had been put away in the bathroom. Ranma and Akane looked around, surprised. On the table, there was a bottle of champagne, 2 champagne glasses, and a box of chocolates. There was a note on the table. Akane picked it up and read it. "To the newlyweds, we have set up your room, and you don't have to worry about a thing. Here is some champagne and a box of chocolates for you to celebrate your first night at the halls." She looked at Ranma and smiled. "It's from the guys, and Yoshi-san." She put the note back down. Ranma looked back at her, and smiled. He walked over, and opened the box of chocolates, and beckoned her over. Akane moved to stand close to Ranma, and he lifted the chocolate up to her mouth. He placed at her open mouth. Petite, my love. She bit down into the piece of rich milk chocolate, just as Ranma's lips moved to kiss hers, taking the second half of chocolate into his mouth as they kissed. Akane's tongue swirled around her mouth, into his dop, tasting the sweet chocolate in their mouths, and the even sweeter taste of his kisses. His tongue met hers, and started to dance around her mouth, sighing happily. They kissed until they ran out of breath, breaking off the kiss. They smiled into each other's eyes. Then Ranma put the box back down, and poured out 2 glasses of champagne. He motioned over to the futon, and Akane sat down, taking a glass from him. They sipped at the champagne, gazing into each other's eyes, after they had finished the bottle between them. The two were in a relaxed and light mood. Slowly they leaned into each other, kissing again and again. Ranma held her in his arms, and kissed her over and over, his hands running laughingly up and down her body. He reached for the hip of her dress, sliding it down. Then he slowly pulled the dress from her body, enjoying the sight of her lingerie-clad body. Akane smiled at him, watching him look at her body. She sat up on her knees, and crawled up to him, pulling off his Chinese top. Then his black pants. Her hands stroked his well-defined chest lovingly, enjoying the feeling of his strong arms around her. She felt her bra catch as he tried to undo it, so she turned around, her back to him. There, try now, my love. Ranma smiled, undoing her bra, pulling it from her body. His hands ran up and down her back, and he kissed her shoulders and neck lovingly. He ran his hands down her back, to her panties. He pulled them down. She leaned forwards on her hands and knees, letting him pull them down to her knees. She maneuvered a little, and he pulled her panties completely off. She moaned as she felt his hand running up her inner thigh to touch her exposed sex. His fingers searched her, gently parting her petals. She heard him moan with his own needs at seeing her. She smiled, and pushed her hips back against him. Ranma as excitement grew, watching his wife like this. She was so beautiful, so willing. I want you, Akane. He quickly stripped himself off his boxer shorts, then moved up to her. He pressed his hands against her inner thighs, and she moved to spread her legs, letting him kneel behind her. Akane looked back, and watched him. Yes, he wanted her, and she wanted him. She gasped happily as she felt his manhood press a little way into her opening. She felt him take hold of her hips, and then she saw him gazing into her eyes. Akane, he moaned softly, you get me so hard. And your worry so wet, already. Ranma. I want you so very much. I need you. You make me fizzy. She rocked back and forwards, slowly, pushing herself a little way down on his manhood each time. Then she felt his hips rocking with her, his memory delving deeper within her at each stroke. Both of them were gasping with pleasure. their breathing fast, their hearts racing. They moved together to their rhythm, their hips rocking faster and faster. Ranma, from his position behind her, pumping into her tight, wet opening. Akane pushing back against him, swaying forwards as he pushed deeper inside her. Only her hips, pushing back, and her strong arms kept her from being pushed to the futon by Ranma's wonderfully powerful and deep penetrations. They rocked together, their movements getting harder and faster, their bodies starting to sweat with exertion. Only their moans and their deep, ragged breathing filled the room with sound. Ranma pumped into his wife harder and faster, moaning with exquisite pleasure as she surrounded his Ahsoka with her tightness. He held onto her hips, pulling her to him as he thrust forwards. He heard her moan and groan with pleasure, exciting him further. He pushed harder and harder into her, going deeper than he ever had before, driving her head down onto the pillow. Head pulled back out, pushing himself hard into her again, groaning as he felt himself deep in her. Akane. He gasped. Akane, her head buried in the pillow, pushed her hips back up to meet his although it was rather difficult in her current position. Her naked body gleamed with sweat. She groaned and moaned with pleasure, feeling him enter her deeply. Feeling him enter her deeply again and again. Her pleasure grew stronger and stronger, until she was at the edge. Ranma groaned, and pushed inside her again. Then he exploded, his seed spreading deep within her, aka any exclamation point. At the same moment, Akane cried out, "Or anime," and her hot juices surged off her his manhood. They stayed in place for a time. Ranma buried deep within her. Akane, her head on the pillow, pushed back against his hips. Then Ranma pulled out with reluctance, and collapsed on the bed beside her. Akane moved, and slid down beside him, her head on his chest. They lay together, without speaking, holding each other close. Akane then reached up, and they kissed tenderly, before she lowered her head on his chest again. They fell asleep in exhausted, but deliciously pleasurable sleep, laying in each other's arms. Left square bracket halls of residence, Ranma and Akane's room. Morning right square bracket. Akane woke up, refreshed after the night's sleep. But she wasn't feeling so well. If anything, she was worse than last morning. And she had a headache. Less than it was probably all that champagne that I drank last night greater than she thought. She looked at Ranma, and watched him sleep. Then she sighed, and slipped out of his arms, moving to the bathroom. A wave of nausea hit her as she reached the bathroom door. Less than oh, no. I think I'm going to be sick. Greater than Ranma woke a little while later, moving to snuggle up to his wife, who wasn't there. He sat up, his head aching a little. Less than I shouldn't have drank so much. Greater than he looked about, and saw the bathroom door was closed. He walked over, and knocked, Akan-chan question mark double quote you and double quote he frowned and opened the door. Akan was sitting down on the stool, pouring water over herself, waiting for the bath to fill. Her face was white, and she looked sick. He walked over to her, and gazed into her eyes. Akan? Are you alright? You looking well double quotes she smiled a little. Too much champagne, I think double quote he nodded, and turned off the bath water as the large Japanese bath filled up. Then he took the wooden bucket of cold water from his wife, and poured it out for himself. He shivered with cold, turning into a well-formed, red-headed body. Ranma took Akan in her arms, and helped her to the bath. This should help you, my love. Just relax double quote. They both stepped into the hot water, and sat down. Ranma-kun held his wife gently to his body, and kissed her gently on the lips. He frowned as he understood something strange, almost at the edge of his senses. Akan-chan? Have they been sick question mark double quotes she sighed, and nodded. I guess the water didn't wash all the taste away double quote see single quote moaned. Let's see Dr. Tofu double quote I single quote I'll be fine, really double quote but you haven't been well for a few days. He picked her up, and stepped out of the bath, then gently dried and dressed her, then himself. She wasn't in a mood to protest. Less than Akan must be unwell, or else she'd be yelling at me that she was okay. I hope everything is alright greater than Akan let Ranma carry her out of their room, down the hall, and outside she stopped him, and got down. I can walk, Ranma. There's no need to carry me. But she leaned against him lightly as she walked left square bracket drive Tofu's clinic right square bracket Akan and Ranma entered Dr. Tofu's clinic. Dr. Tofu, seeing them walk in waved them into the examination room. He looked at Akan, and smiled, showing her a seat. Sit down. Akan double quote she nodded, and sat down, looking up at the doctor. Then she looked at Ranma double quote maybe we shouldn't have come. I am feeling better now double quote Ranma shook his head at his wife. You always say you get better, but you aerial wise sick later exclamation point double quote lot single quote as wrong. Akan? Asked Dr. Tofu double quote I single quote am just not feeling too well these days. When I get up double quote HMMMMMM. Dr. Tofu looked over Akan, taking her temperature, checking her pulse. Akan, when did you first start getting sick question mark double quote he started to gently poke and prod certain spots on her body double quote oh, about a week ago double quote HMMMM. Has anything strange been happening to you? Besides the sickness question mark any change in your cycles? Any change in the way you feel question mark double quote A2. Akan blushed. I am late in having my period. If that's what you mean double quote she also doesn't want to eat her own cooking. either. But then no one else he did to begin with. He pulled a face at her, then winked. Akane pulled a face back. A cop. Turning to Dr. Tofu, she said, I did have a little too much to drink last night. Double quote. The doctor finished with Akane's sabo and rechecked her pulse. He half closed his eyes, sensing her ki and kai levels in his mind. Less than, if I'm not mistaken. Akane's I'd better make sure before telling fees as to greater than Dr. Tofu nodded. I'll just have to take a blood sample and see what the exact cause of your problem is. There is nothing else wrong? Double quote. Akane shook her head. No, just a little nausea. Oh. And my breasts are a little tender. Double quote. The doctor nodded. He took a blood sample, then smiled reassuringly at Akane, double quote. Come back tomorrow morning. I should have the results by then. Oh, and you should pick up some fresh ginger on your way home. Slice it into thin strips and steep it in water, like tea. Have a few cups during the day. Akane. This will keep your sickness at bay. Double quote. Akane nodded. Thank you, doctor. And walked to the door. Dr. Tofu walked over to Ranma. Quietly he said, be more gentle with Akane, when you are together. Over-exercise and emotional strain is aggravating the sickness. Double quote. I will be more gentle. I will. Stop if you want. Ranma looked into the doctor's eyes, blinking, his face flushed with embarrassment. The doctor smiled. There is no need to go that far, Ranma. Just be careful. Double quote. Ranma nodded, then quickly walked out to Akane. Double quote. What did he want? She asked, curiously, looking at his blushing, red face. Double quote. Just that we should be more gentle while you are sick. Double quote. Akane nodded, and gently kissed him. Less than yes, he will now be doing whatever heck on to look after me. It's not like I need it. Greater than. She smiled, looking at her husband, who looked back, concern on his face. Taking his hand, she walked with him back to the university. Left square bracket halls of residence. Ranma and Akane's room. Midday right square bracket. Akane sat on the futon, with Ranma hovering over her. She rolled her eyes, double quote. I single quote. I'm fine, Ranma. You shouldn't skip your afternoon's class for me when I'm feeling okay. Asterisk. You are so stubborn! Double quote. Look, I'm not leaving you by yourself, you dits. What if you hurt yourself, or get sick again? What could such a clumsy tomboy do to help herself? What if you are too sick to call for a doctor? What will I do, then? If I go, Don single quote. He expects me to come back and look after you a few hours! Double quote. A cop. Go to class. I told you. I'm fine. Akane threw back the covers, and stood up. Go! Double quote. Great. and all my worrying over you isn't even needed. He glared at her, but his eyes were full of tenderness and worry as he looked into hers. Then he said softly, "Akane, I just want you to be alright, double quotes." She smiled tenderly at him. "I know, Ranma. Just don't fuss over me so much." She walked over and kissed him. "I'm fine. Go to class, double quote." He nodded and left the room, smiling back at her before he closed the door. Left square bracket halls of residence, Ranma and Akane's room. Evening right square bracket. Ranma opened the door, coming back from his late class, and saw Akane sitting on the futon, waiting for him. On the table were two bento boxes of food, ready for eating. Ranma had the food. "Less than it better not be her cooking, or I'm out to here. She's sick, so I can't get poisoned, too. If only she would learn how to cook, soon. HMMMMMMMM. At least this doesn't look like Akane single quotes cooking greater than." Akane smiled at Ranma as he walked in. Then she saw him eyeing the food suspiciously. Less than backup. Why can't he at least act like he likes my food? He may eat it, but that doesn't change matters. Rumph. Well, maybe he'll like it this time. I tried my hardest, and I had a little help with Kasumi about I single quote. "I'm sure my cooking will be okay." Greater than double quote Tadaima. Ranma shut the door, and walked over to Akane, and kissed her as he stood to welcome him home. Double quote Okirina's eyes. Akane held him close, kissing him back tenderly. Double quote How are you feeling? He looked deep into her eyes. "I've been worried about you. Double quote Akane nodded, and smiled. "I'm fine, Ranma-kun. Why don't we sit and have dinner?" She watched him nod hesitantly, and she frowned a little. They both walked to the table, and sat down. Less than better get this over and done with, I guess. It may not be Akane's cooking after all. It looks more or less normal. Greater than. Ranma picked up the chopsticks and looked at the food. Less than HMMM. Maybe the rice will be okay. Greater than. He leaned off her, and took hold of some rice in the chopsticks, and lifted the food up to his mouth. Akane looked on, her eyes shining as she watched him, vulnerable. It seemed like an eternity, watching him place the rice in his mouth. Less than. Ranma. I made this meal especially for you. Oh, please like it. Greater than. The rice entered Ranma's mouth. He chewed slowly, his body ready for an assault on his taste buds. He chewed some more, then finally swallowed fierce. Ranma blinked with surprise, and picked up some more rice, putting it in his mouth again. He chewed slowly, still waiting for the sudden attack. When it did not come, he swallowed again. Less than. What? Is this Akane's cooking? It tastes almost normal. Maybe a little gluggy, but still. Greater than. He looked up into Akane's bright, hopeful eyes. Akane? Did you cook this? It tastes. Double quote. Ranma searched for the right word, delicious. Well, maybe a little white lie won't hurt. He smiled. Akane single quote his eyes opened wide, looking at him with astonishment. Less than did he really mean that. Oh, Ranma. If this is true greater than she took up her own chopsticks and started to eat her rice. Less than it may not be as good as Kasumi's cooking but this is okay greater than she looked into Ranma's eyes, tears forming in her eyes double quote thank you, Ranma. I did this for you. But I did get a little help I went home for a while, and Kasumi supervised my cooking double quote less than So that was it exclamation point greater than the smallest trace of an O exclamation point hyphen now hyphen I hyphen understand. Looked crossed Ranma's face, but Akane did not see it. As soon as the look had come it went again, and he smiled at her, reaching across the low table to take her hand. Akane smiled back across at her husband, feeling his hand on her own. Then finished the rest of their meal in silence, just gazing at each other. They went to bed together, after the meal. And Ranma took her in his arms and they made slow, gentle love. Then they fell asleep, holding each other tenderly. Left square bracket drive to Fu's clinic. Morning right square bracket Akane sat on the patient's table, and Ranma stood near her, looking nervous waiting for the doctor to come in the room with the results of the blood test. At least you aren't feeling very bad this morning. Maybe you are getting better double quote I hope so. But it's probably just the tea that Dr. Tofu had me drink double quote Dr. Tofu walked in and smiled cheerily at the couple. Less than HMM. I hope Akane doesn't hit Ranma too hard when I tell them what's wrong. I don't really want another patient this morning exclamation point greater than, well, it seems like I have some news on your condition, Akane, but it is not conclusive at this stage. You don't have to worry about the illness, as it is pretty normal for women in your current state. The nausea will go in a few more weeks double quote Ranma looked at the doctor blankly. Less than women in Akane's current state? What on earth is he going on about? Why doesn't he just say what's wrong question mark greater than Akane single quote his eyes opened wide, and she stared at the doctor. Less than he doesn't mean question mark greater than Dr. Tofu took a deep breath, and placed a hand on Akane's shoulder. Akane, you have pregnant double quote Akane and Ranma both face faulted. Ranma, not being restrained by drive Tofu single quote Sean, fell to the floor, and started to twitch. Akane recovered first, and anger welled up inside her. Less than pregnant. But I'm not ready. Ranma Nodoka. This is all your fault exclamation point greater than she jumped up, away from the doctor, and roughly picked Ranma up by the scruff of his neck. She shook him violently. A cop. How could you? With a kick, she sent him flying through the roof of the clinic, and out into the morning air. Dr. Tofu sighed a little, and watched Ranma making a new hole in the roof of his clinic. Well, From Ranma's current trajectory, it looks like he can inform your family. Double quote. Akane sank back down on the table, still in shock. Dr. Tofu sat next to her, and she buried her face in his shoulder, and started to cry against him. He waited until she had run out of tears. Akane, don't be too hard on Ranma. It's single quote as only natural, after all, for a married couple to have children. You should go and talk to Kasumi or Nodoka. Double quote. Akane nodded, gulping a little, and stood up. H-high. Double quote. The doctor stood up. I'll walk you to the dojo. Akane. Double quote. The doctor started to explain to Akane about how certain herbs would help her with the delivery as they left the clinic. And Akane, rest well, but try to keep fit. That will help you with an easy delivery. He smiled as she nodded, still rather confused. They walked together to the Tendu Dojo. Double quote. Also, there is a special massage technique that I can teach you, and Ranma will help. Double quote. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo. Morning right square bracket double quote. Oh, welcome Ranma-kun. Kasumi smiled at him as he landed in the pool. Ranma climbed out, soaking wet. Double quote. I see that Akane-chan found out about her condition. Northeast question mark double quote. Ranma blinked in surprise. Less than how on earth did Kasumi know that question mark exclamation point question mark greater than she looked at Kasumi, who was hanging out some washing. Kasumi smiled brightly. Isn't it wonderful? You are going to be a father exclamation point. When I saw Akane yesterday, I thought she had changed. Then I talked to Drive Tofu, and that confirmed it. Dr. Tofu is such a sweet man, isn't he? He used to act in such amusing ways, you know. She started humming, and continued to hang out the washing. On a Ranma act and shot. Less than if she knows, maybe everyone else does. To exclamation point greater than. She shook her head, and walked into the house. Nabiki was sitting at the table, looking through a magazine. She looked up as Ranma walked in. Oh, hi Ranma exclamation point double quote. Kunio walked in the room, and stared at Ranma. Oh Sage Noana. How I long for you exclamation point double quote. Ranma jumped as Kunio threw his arms around her. Let me go you stupid Hana. She grabbed him by the shoulders, and threw him outside into the pond. Double quote. Nabiki, didn't Kunio-senpai fall in love with you? Ranma walked outside to Kunio, who was still trying to get out of the pond. Nabiki nodded absently. Yeah, but it seems like it only cancelled out his love for Akane. She looked up at Kunio, watching him try to get out of the pond, and smiled, her eyes showing a little glint of tenderness. Double quote. Hoy, what do you see in that buffoon, anyway? Ranma picked up a nearby kettle, and poured the hot water on herself, changing back into a guy. Nabiki smiled at Ranma. Firstly, he's pretty cute. And because he's such a buffoon, it's rather easy to extract the wealth of the Kunio family out of him. Pity his sister keeps getting in the way. I'll be fixing that, though. Oh, yeah, Congratulations. I heard you are going to be a father soon! ! Ranma act again. Why did everyone know this before we did? ? Nabiki grinned. I have my sources. Lucky for you, Kunio-chan doesn't know yet. Well, I'd give you some advice, but I am a little short this week. I don't suppose you've got any money on you? ? Advice on asterisk what asterisk ? How to land Lock-han. Of course! ! Ranma sighed. I think I'll work this one out for myself. There goes some money. I'll just have to get Kunio to take me out, to make me feel better. Kunio walked in, and glared at Ranma. Whither the pig-tailed girl? ? Nabiki stood up, and slid an arm around Kunio. Hey! Let's go out somewhere, Kunio. I'm hungry, and I haven't been to the shops with you in ages! ! Yes, my beautiful maiden. I shall have my revenge on this cowardly girl for time. Be prepared to face my wrath, enslaver of women. With that comment, Nabiki and Kunio left. Serves that buffoon right. I hope Nabiki takes him for every yen he's got. Ranma-kun walked into the dojo. Son. Welcome. We heard all about it. Have a drink in celebration of your impending fatherhood! ! Nodoka was kneeling down, pouring a drink of sake for Soun, and it looked as if Genma, in his panda form, was lapping up sake from his Mr. Panda bowl! All three of them looked like they'd just started to celebrate. How did everyone find out before me? Ranma shook his head, and went to sit down next to his mother. I hope you have a girl. Wouldn't that be wonderful? A granddaughter. Smiled Nodoka. But if it's a boy, that would be just as good! ! I've already had 3 girls. I think a grandson would be wonderful. Soun drank his sake, and looked at his son-in-law, offering him a cup. Genma held up a sign. Why not have many children? A large family to carry on the Tendo and Shodo martial arts legacies! ! Nodoka nodded, and motioned Ranma to take the proffered cup. Ranma had no choice but to join them. He blushed deeply, listening to them talk about children. Less than it's nothing to celebrate. If it was, why did Akane hit me? ? Like it was my fault. It was her fault, too. Only a macho girl would blow something like that. A greater than while Ranma was engrossed in thoughts, Akane and Dr. Tofu entered the room. Akane glared at Ranma's back, and the celebrating parents. No one took much notice of Akane's glare as they sat her and the doctor at the table, giving them cups of sake. Kasumi wandered in, having finished hanging out the washing, and sat next to Nodoka and Dr. Tofu, also starting to celebrate. Ranma turned around, and stared into Akane's glaring face. Don't look at me like that. It's not like it's all my fault, is it? he whispered fiercely to our males. You all just try to dodge responsibility. As if you even care. It's not asterisk you asterisk who hashtag the child. Is it question mark exclamation point double quote who said I wasn't going to take responsibility question mark exclamation point double quote you single quote ray male. So you are just going to go on as normal and leave me to deal with it all. Jerk exclamation point double quote Kokune. Only a Baka would want to stay with you and help you now. Ha exclamation point I must have been a Baka to have marry you. I'm sorry that I want to take responsibility and help you. I'm your husband, you dits. Of course I want to look after you, you stupid tomboy. Ranma stopped and started in surprise. Less than I really do want to stay with her and look after her and become a father. Greater than Akane looked at Ranma with surprise. You want to be there for me? She gazed into her husband's face. Less than if he does want to stay and look after I think that I wouldn't mind being a mother. Greater than Ranma took a deep breath and nodded. Akane flushed a little, then smiled into Ranma's face. Seeing her smile, Ranma smiled back. He took hold of her hand and squeezed it gently. I want to be a father. We may still be young, but with our families, I'm sure we can cope. He felt Akane lean forward and kissed him gently. He put his other arm around her and kissed at her back. The rest of the people celebrating smiled to each other and nodded, as if he knew how this would turn out. They continued the celebration, and soon Akane and Ranma joined in Ranma Nibun no Ichi University epilogue right square bracket underscore left square bracket tendu ka. A little later right square bracket Kasumi leaned over to Akane as most of the revelry died down. Well, remember that new kitchen opened at your halls? I think now would be a perfect time for you to learn to cook. Your child will soon be born and you will need to be able to make food for the little one. A look that almost resembled panic spread over Ranma's face. Luckily Akane didn't see it. Nodoka nodded. I'm sure that Kasumi and I will help you learn. But you will have to bring your own ingredients, deciding on what you want to make before you cook. Akane nodded a little. Kasumi smiled. You should take the ingredients list as a shopping list. Ranma frowned. Less than she well just buy all these extra ingredients and kill the food again. But she is getting better, I must admit. Greater than Akane HMM softly. What if the ingredients are too dull? We don't really have money for all the stuff I'd like to put in the meals. Nodoka nodded. That's true, but we will help you prepare foods with just the basics. After all, that's how all great cooks start. They learn the basics. Akane brightened up and nodded. I'll have to start right away! Exclamation point, double quote. Ranma decided to stop this talk of Akane cooking, hoping that everyone would forget, which wasn't very likely since Akane had always wanted to use the new kitchen since they were built. Thanks. I'm sure Akane will appreciate it, and I'm sure I will, too. But we really should get going. Double quote. Nodoka smiled and nodded, both her and Kasumi giving a happy smile to the soon-to-be parents. Left square bracket halls of residence, Ranma and Akane's room. Afternoon right square bracket at the celebration in honor of the approaching parenthood of the Sodoms, Ranma and Akane's friends were all in the room, drinking sake, and generally having a good time. Their friends were congratulating the couple, drinking and eating. The party had been both as a housewarming and as a congratulatory party. The only people who were not right into the party mood were Ranma and Akane. For her part, Akane was still feeling a little queasy from the morning, but she was able to sit and talk with her friends. Ranma was still worried about his wife, and kept an eye on her, rather than immersing himself in the party. At least at the dojo there were the others to help if Akane became worse. Here, there was only him. But he didn't mind. Before long, their friends drifted away, and the couple were left alone. Double quote. Akane, maybe you should rest for a while, Ranma said, not really sure how he should act, now that he knew that his wife was pregnant. Akane smiled, and opened the cupboard, taking out the food. She sat on it, and pulled Ranma close to her. She felt his arms around her, and she snuggled into his warmth. It had been a shock finding out that she was pregnant. She had thought that her sickness may have been caused by pregnancy, but she had believed that she was wrong. Less than well, at least now we both know, and we can learn to deal with it. 20 may be a little on the young side to have children, but it's too late to think about that now! Exclamation point. Greater than looking into his eyes, she felt his love for her. She pressed her body up against him, and to herself, feeling his body's reaction to her. Less than even though I am to be a mother, I can still excite him. I wonder how much he can stand, trying not to make love to me. I know that he thinks that making love to me now may hurt me, but he's a male. What would he know? So let's see how far I can go before he gives into his needs. Greater than Ranma felt Akane's warm body pressing against him, and he shifted a little, feeling how much she excited him. Less than no, I can't. Not now. She's going to be mother. Oh, how I want her. But greater than he looked back into her eyes, and tried to forget how much his body was reacting to hers. Then he felt Akane's hands working at his pants, pulling them down. Then his boxer shorts. He opened his eyes wide and shut. Less than she not going to. Is she? Question mark. Greater than he felt her cool hands taking hold of his manhood. Less than she his Greater than Akane backed out of Ranma's arms, and smiled at him, pushing him gently onto Hai's back. She slid down his body, until her face stopped at his Isoko. She gazed at his Makori manhood, watching as her hand moved slowly up and down Hai's length, watching Ranma's body shudder with pleasure, listening to the moans escaping his lips. Then she moved her head down, taking him in her mouth. Her hand and lips moved together, bobbing up and down on his hard, hot manhood. She gazed up into his face, watching his enjoyment. Ranma leaned his head back into the pillow, closed his eyes, and moaned in pleasure. You are so good at this. Akane-chan. Double quote. His hips rocked in time with her movements. Shivers ran through his body. The only thing more wonderful than this was making love to her. But this was incredible. He shivered, enjoying the sensations as his pleasure started to build. Akane ran her tongue up and down his length, enjoying giving him pleasure. Her hand, tongue and lips worked together, swiftly bringing Ranma up to his climax. She watched his face, and felt his movements, knowing that he would come soon. She felt his hands on her head, his hands trembling as they ran through her hair. Less than soon. Greater than she thought. Then he was there, and pulled her mouth and hand away. Ranma moaned, feeling the needed stimulus taken away. He tried to push the back into her mouth, but she moved away. Akane. Please I need you. He groaned, his hips rocking, needing her to finish this. If she doesn't. Akane. Don't tease. The wait seemed almost like an eternity to Ranma. Akane judged the timing, then took him in her mouth again in a sudden, smooth movement. Her hand and mouth moved back to the same rhythm, but slowly. She heard his gasp, then his moans. Less than Ranma, you are not going to get away as easily, my love. After all that's happened today, I'm going to get even. Greater than. Her eyes glittered mischievously. Then she stopped again, Ranma having nearly climaxed again. Ranma rocked his hips, frustrated, his manhood suddenly deprived of Akane's warm, moist mouth, and her touch. Akane. Please. Akane. He called. Each time she stopped, Ranma needed to be built up again. But she stopped just before he came. That was even worse. He almost reached out to take hold of himself, and finish the job for Akane. He was so close. But he groaned, and managed to restrain himself. Then he was engulfed by her warm mouth. Akane felt him erupt in her mouth, surprised by the suddenness of his climax. Less than next time, I'll evacuate longer. Greater than. She smiled to herself. Less than. But he couldn't have kept teasing you like this for much longer. Anyway. Greater than. She closed her eyes, and swallowed his seed as it pumped into her mouth. Ranma cried out, and felt himself coming, just as surprised by the suddenness as Akane had been. The pleasure washed through his body. Then he collapsed back on the futon, a smile on his face. All that teasing had made his pleasure greater. After a while, he felt Akane's mouth move from Isisoko, and her body slide up his. Then her lips kissed him lovingly. He kissed her back, and slid his arms around her. Her hands still gently held his manhood. After a while, Akane watched Ranma's strength come back to him. With her free hand, she gently stroked his cheek. Then she sat up. Taking her hand from Isisoko, Akane moved down, and slipped Ranma's pants and boxer shorts from his legs. Then she undid his top, and slipped it off as Ranma sat up. She stood up, and slowly stripped in front of him, teasing him with glimpses of smooth, bare skin. Her arms, her legs, her stomach, her breasts, her back, her rounded rear, her hips. Then she dropped her clothing, standing before him totally naked. She watched him staring at her body. Her eyes ran down to his manhood, and she smiled. He was Makori again. This time, they would make love. Ranma sat on the futon, staring at Akane's beautiful naked body. Shivering, he stood up, and walked over to her. He took her in his arms, his need for her growing. Less than Akane. I need you. But I will be gentle. Greater than. He took her up in his arms, and moved to the wall, leaning her back against it. He maneuvered her until her arms were around his neck, and her legs around high ships. Pressing her against the wall, he slid his arms down to her hips, and held her, pushing her hips up, his own hips moving back. Then he pulled her down, his hips rocking forwards. Then he was inside her. He moaned, and felt her a wonderful tightness surrounding his manhood. Less than this time, she can't tease me! Greater than Akane moaned, the pleasure of Ranma's manhood inside here shooting through her body. Without any thoughts of teasing him, she tried to help him by mopping her hips with him. Enjoying every sensation, she grasped into his back. She could feel that he was entering with gentleness, taking great care not to hurt her, nor to be too rough. They rocked together, Ranma using his strength to hold his wife as he moved in and out of her. She using her weight to push down on him. They moaned with pleasure, their movements speeding up as their pleasure increased. Faster and faster they moved. Then Ranma lifted her up by the hips, almost lifting her off of his erect Isoko, then pulled her down again. With long, smooth strokes they reached their climax together. Ranma shuddered, grunting. His seat exploded into Akane's body as he pushed deep inside her. Akane! He cried. Akane gripped him tightly, almost painfully, and pushed down. Then she cried out with pleasure as she orgasmed, her wetness flowing, drenching Ranma Isisoko in her juices. Ranma! They stood there together, their breathing still fast and deep, their hearts beating, racing. Then Ranma carried her across to the futon with his last remaining strength. Then he sank down on the futon. Laying down, his manhood still buried within her, Ranma held Akane's hot, damp body down against his own. Holding her in a tender embrace, he kissed her, then relaxed, his eyes closing. Akane smiled, her own eyes closing, and rested her head against his chest. "I love you," they whispered to each other, enjoying the warm embrace, the tenderness, the closeness. Before long, they drifted into deep sleep, both dreaming of the other, and of their future child. To be continued. Well, here is another part of the fanfic. It's the second one written. Duty don't know if I should write another one to go in the middle. If you've got any ideas/thoughts on the matter, let me know. Circumflex accent _circumflex accent HMMM. I'm also thinking about writing side stories for Kunyu/Nabiki, Kasumi/Tofyu, Mikado/Kodakai, Ryuga/Yukayu, and Muthu/Shampoo. Maybe I'll even write one where Nodoka finds out that Ranma is really Ranko, and that Genma turns into the panda. But that could just fit into one of the other stories. Left parenthesis if you want me to write more. And the next one if I get time to write it. Because I'm back at uni, maybe a lot of begging will get me to write the next chapter. Will have Kunyu, Ryuga and all the others, finding out Akane's condition. Green *. Well, this is the second draft, so if you've got any comments, criticisms and corrections, please email me back with them. I haven't even finished the first fanfic before this one is ready to be edited. I must be bored! Right parenthesis. Well, I hope you enjoyed reading them, and I'll wait for your replies! Mada! Kunoikai Agani Makunoikai left parenthesis hyphen ani /Safa right parenthesis Agani Mushlam at Ranma Akane at Spirit Makaroli not real life at / www.ekra.mu.oz.eu /tilde /Casey hyphen Ranma Nibun no Ichi 3 friends and lovers warning. Lemon fanfic! Right square bracket note. This side story fits in the Ranma Nibun no Ichi continuum between university and forget-me-not. All characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc., etc. Left square bracket Niruma, near the Tendu Dojo. Late afternoon right square bracket Ryuga sighed and sat down on the low wall behind him. Less than Shimada. I'm Lostagan. How can I find my way back to Yukaihu Sanzoku no Miyaki now? Where am I? Greater than he looked around him, not recognizing anything around him. He took out a diamond ring, and looked at it. Less than Yukaihu. I am so far from you. How will I give this to you, and ask for your hand in marriage? I love you, my darling Yukaihu! Greater than suddenly a cart drove by, and splashed him with rainwater as it skidded through a puddle. It looked like some of Ranma and Akane's university friends driving a lot of luggage and furniture about. Ryuga didn't have the time to yell before he changed. When Ryuga looked about, everything was much larger than it had been. His body was smaller, and he walked on 4 legs. His clothes, all apart from his bandana, and his hiking bag were on the pavement around him. Less than Kuso! How I hate Ranma for what he has done to me! Greater than Ryuga tried to cry this out to the heavens. Bi. He squealed. Ryuga wandered about for an hour or so. He sat down on his haunches, and looked about, still lost. Then he saw he was sitting near his clothes, and has been going around the block, all this time. The black piglet stood up, and glared around. Less than I need to be with you, San! Greater than he heard someone walking in his direction. He looked up, only to see a very beautiful Chinese girl walking towards him. She flicked back her long, light purple hair and smiled down at him. Ni hao, Ryuga. You won't find Yukayu. Northeast? He nodded his head. She bent down and picked up his belongings. Ryuga follows shampoo. Shampoo led Ryuga down to Yukayu's restaurant. It just happened that shampoo go to Yukayu's to meet Moose. Maybe we get water for you before he batch and try to cook piglet for dinner again? Ryuga squealed at the mention of the two words piglet and dinner. The Chinese girl giggled down at him, Juden, and continued to show him the way to the okonomiyaki left square bracket Nirima, outside the okonomiyaki. Evening right square bracket acre. I watched Shampoo and P-chan enter the okonomiyaki. She had only just returned from a trip with her grandfather to the family shrine. She would have gone to Akane and Ranma's wedding, but her grandfather had caught a cold, and she stayed to look after him. Less than, but at least I can ask Ryuga-sama about you eating! Greater than she was looking forward to meeting him again, and had even baked a special piglet-shaped cake for him. As she walked up to the door, a hand on her shoulder stopped her. The hand belonged to a pretty girl. Left square bracket Yukayu okonomiyaki. Evening right square bracket. Yukayu looked up from the counter to see Shampoo and Ryuga, still in his big form, enter the restaurant. Irasai. Oh, Ryuga, we'll have to get some hot water for you! Yukayu had learned of Ryuga's curse about a month before. It was strange, but no more strange than Ranma's curse. Less than at least Ryuga stays male. Greater than she thought. Leading Ryuga out into the back kitchen, Yukayu poured a kettle of hot water for the piglet. The piglet grew, and changed, until Ryuga was standing in front of her, absolutely naked! Ryuga jumped back from her, and tried to hide himself. Hack. Unto. Can you get my clothes? This was not the first time something like that had happened. Yukayu giggled a little, and looked at her blushing beloved. Less than nice. He looks so cute only wearing that bandana. If only he wasn't so shy. Maybe it's just me who's getting bolder. Greater than she nodded, and turned to walk out the door. Only Shampoo was in there, waiting for him to turn up. She grinned to herself, and walked outside. She took down the signs, and closed up for the night. Shampoo, look out for him, Goose. The shop's closed, but I'm sure he'll come in anyway. Shampoo nodded, and smiled. Not worry. Shampoo always looked for him, Goose! Yukayu went back into the kitchen. Ryuga looked up, still covering himself, and saw her without his clothes. Yukayu-san. Where are my clothes? Oh, Ryuga-kun, Gomen. I forgot them. But instead of walking back out to get them, she advanced on Ryuga. Ryuga walked backwards, but bumped into Hateable, and stopped. His eyes opened wide, and he stared at her as she kept on advancing on him. Yukayu stopped just in front of him, and ran a hand through her long, brown hair. Then she slowly started to strip her clothing falling on the floor next to them. Less than tonight I am finally going to have you. My Ryuga ... greater than left square bracket Yukaihu single quote Sokonomiyakiya. Evening right square bracket Mu stood at the entrance to Yukaihu's Okonomiyakiya, and looked inside. It was shut, but he saw Shampoo. He waved to her, and she saw him, then came down to the door to greet him. As she jumped into his arms, he took off his glasses, and kissed her deeply. Shampoo, my love, he whispered in Mandarin ... double quote Moose, my groom-to-be. Shampoo smiled at the one who had been chasing her so long, and hugged him tightly. They both spoke in soft Mandarin, happy to be together ... double quote lot single quote that noise inside the restaurant. Moose frowned, trying to placate the sounds. He looked at Shampoo, after putting his glasses back on, as she jiggled ... double quote oh, it's Ryuga and Yukaihu. She has finally caught him. Now is it Shampoo's turn to catch Moose ? Double quote Moose grinned at Shampoo, or is it my turn to catch you? He kissed her deeply, and swung her around, then walked towards the naked hand and ... left square bracket Yukaihu single quote Sokonomiyakiya. Evening right square bracket Ryuga stared, bug-eyed. Yukaihu. He looked at her body as it was slowly revealed, underneath her clothing. His breathing deepened and became more ragged. He felt himself starting to get excited. Less than no. How can I think such things about my love? I cannot do this ! Greater than then he felt her hands move and gauze his arms. He heard her gasp, and watched her staring at his manhood. Yukaihu stared, transfixed. Less than Ryuga. Can excite you ... Greater than she reached down with her hand, and took hold of his Isoko. Slowly she ran her hand up and down his length. She smiled as she heard him groan in pleasure at her touch ... Then he felt the blood rush to his head, and the world started to go black. Yukaihu stared as Ryuga started to faint, his nose bleeding profusely. Oh, no! Not this night, Ryuga-kun. She grabbed the kettle and splashed the warm water in his face, waking him up. She dumped the kettle, then reached down and took his manhood back in her hands, stroking ... Ryuga groaned, almost lost in the new feelings that crowded his mind as his love took hold of him. He felt his knees going weak, but he continued to stand, enjoying the feelings, the blackout sensations fading into the background. Less than no. How can I let this happen? Our love is to be pure! Greater than his body shuddered as her hand moved up and down his length. Then he felt her take hold of his shoulder with her other hand, and gently moved him down to the floor, laying him on her clothing. Yukaihu continued to move her hand at a slow, steady pace, and watched in fascination as Ryuga's hips started to rock at the same pace. Then she lowered her head, and took him in her mouth. Ryuga groaned louder, almost crying out, as he felt Yukaihu's warm, wet mouth encircle him. Never before had he felt something so exquisite. His hips rocked, and he opened her eyes to look at her. Then, before he realized what he was doing, he reached out and took hold of her by the hips, swinging her around, on top of him, until he was staring up into her sex. Yukaihu, surprised by the sudden movement, stopped her rhythm. But she still had her hand and mouth on his Makori manhood. Her body shuddered and she moaned as she felt Ryuga's fingers probing her sex. She moaned again as his finger brushed against her clitoris. Then his finger slid to her opening, and she gasped as he pushed in, a little way. Then his fingers were gone. Ryuga pulled Yukaihu's hips down a little more, letting her move into a better position. Then he started kissing her sex, his tongue probing much as his finger had done. Hearing her gasping and moaning, he soon learned what to do. His tongue licked her clitoris, swirling around in circles. Then he settled a little before circling again. He ran his tongue down, every so often, to her entrance, and lapped up the wetness he found there. Then he licked back up to play with her clitoris. Yukai moaned lowly, her hips rocking as she felt his mouth at work on her. Less than damn he's good. How on earth does he know what to do so well? Question mark greater than she let out another moan. Our Ryuga less than instinct. Question mark greater than her mind wandered. Then she remembered him. She regained enough control to start her hand and mouth stroking up and down his Isoko, giving him as much pleasure as he gave air. Ryuga laid on the ground, Yukai on top of him, both giving each other pure pleasure. Finally Ryuga could control himself no more, and he gasped, for she'd fallen back from Yukai's sex. He reached out, and grabbed hold of edible leg one each side of him. His hot seed spewed into her mouth as he came, violently. The table legs cracked like twigs with the pressure he applied during his orgasm. UKYOU exclamation point double quote. Yukai felt him coming in her mouth. His hips rocked forward powerfully, until the strong flood of his seed entered her mouth. She swallowed as he came, until he finished. Then she closed her eyes, moaning softly. She began to rock her hips again, needing him to bring her to orgasm. She took her mouth away from his manhood, and gently pressed her cheek down against it, instead. Then she shivered, gasping quietly, as she felt Ryuga start to pleasure her again. Less than I cannot rest now exclamation point greater than Ryuga thought, forcing his drained body into action. He worked feverishly, his tongue lapping at her sweet sex, tasting her. Then he sucked at her clitoris, bringing his teeth to gently bite at it. She moaned, her hips rocking faster. Then he brought up his finger to rub her clitoris while he used his tongue to lick at the moist warmth at her sex. Slowly, he inserted his tongue inside her, then pulled it back, and licked again, moving inside her a little with each lick. Slowly he brought her up to climax. Yukai's single quote's body stiffened, and she shuddered with the pleasure that ran through her body. She gave a low animal-like moan, her body nearing climax. She continued to rock, enjoying everything that Ryuga did to her. The pleasure grew more and more intense, and kept building. Then she was there, and went over the edge. A shudder went through her whole body, and she threw her head back. Her wetness flowed. Ryuga exclamation point double quote. Ryuga lapped up her honey, his lips held against Yukai's opening. Reveling in her taste, he hardly noticed as more of her warm wetness escaped his lips and ran down his face. Finally, he licked her gently, one last time, and sighed happily. She moved, and turned around, her face against his chest. He reached up and wiped his mouth and face with his arm. Then he wrapped an arm around her, and held her close. I love you, Yukai. He whispered. She laid on top of his firm body, and relaxed, feeling him relax under her. Double quote. I love you, too, my Ryuga-kun. They both lay in a wonderful after-glow, both of them enjoying each other's warmth and each other's love. As they rested, both of them drifted off to sleep. Left square bracket by the river, evening right square bracket the pretty asterisk Kunoi side, skipping small, smooth stones over the water. A confused and upset Akurai beside her. So Yukayu-chan loves that Ryuga-Yaru, and there's nothing I can do about it. I can't even continue my waitressing there. I can't stand seeing him near her. Oh, why did Yukayu fall in love with him? It's not fair! Double quote Akarai, on the verge of tears, sniffled. But why are you involved? Why should you care what happens to your boss? I love my Ryuga-sama but you question mark double quote Konatsu sighed. I thought they owned you. The ninja girl slowly undid her top, opening it wide to reveal a man's chest underneath. Somehow he began to look more like a man than a girl to Akarai. I'm a guy, but I'm still the best kunoi guy around. But I can't help loving Yukayu, however much I want to be a girl. She's so right for me. Such a wonderful woman. And she even acts like a woman. Konatsu sighed again, staring at the water. He half turned at a small zug from Akarai. Less than she single quote s quite a pretty girl. I wonder how she'd look in malaclothing. Greater than he sighed again and hugged Akarai, trying to comfort her. It's been a couple of months since I found out. I guess I'm used to it, though there's still pain. If Yukayu loves someone else, I want her to be happy with him. Double quote Akarai nodded a little, holding on to the strange girl guy, holding on to anything that may ease the pain of her beloved falling for someone else. I thought that I'd marry Ryuga-sama, that we'd be happy together, forever. That I'd be his wife and look after him. That we could raise pigs together. It's single quote s not fair Konatsu-san. She sobbed, pressing her face into his chest, crying. She hardly felt his hands stroking her long hair, though she couldn't help but be happy that someone was holding her, even if the happiness was hidden deep inside. After she had used up all her tears, she sat weakly in his arms, not wanting to move. Konatsu just held her, his heart crying out to the poor, heartbroken girl in his arms. Long after her tears had dried, he continued to cradle her gently against him. Left parenthesis asterisk Kunoi Kai is a female ninja right parenthesis left square bracket shampoo single quote s room. Evening right square bracket. Having sneaked into the house, Moose carried shampoo to her room, and shut the door behind him. My beloved bride-to-be, the old ghoul is out for a weekend. Let us take the time we have together, and use it to full advantage. Double quote Shampoo smiled back happily, and nodded. It wasn't often that she could spend time alone with Moose. Bob was always around, trying to keep them apart. She still wanted Shampoo to marry Ranma, even though Ranma had already been with Akane. Bob always hung around muttering about magic love potions. Less than thumbs. I love Moose. My love potion would make her love Ranma again! Greater than Shampoo leaned forwards and put her arms around him, kissing him passionately. Moose softly, feeling her warm body against him. Moose put her down on the bed, still kissing her deeply. His hands ran up and down her arm slowly and tenderly. Oh, Shampoo, I love you! Double quote She ran her hands through Moose's hair, slowly pulling him down to her lips firmly pressed to his in a deep kiss. Eventually, she broke the kiss, smirking a little up at Moose. Will you then show me that you are a man, Aaron? She slid a hand down his back, then slowly around to his chest. Her hand traveled downwards, over his stomach, coming to rest on his belt. Not waiting for a reply, she deftly undid it with a flick of her wrist. Moose smiled, and sitting up, he took off his robe, discarding it on the floor beside Shampoo's bed. The robe fell to the floor with the fine asterisk as all his hidden items went with the robe. He winced a little, hoping that nothing was broken. He heard Shampoo giggle and turned his attentions back to her. She was laying back, and already had her Chinese dress undone at the shoulder. Her purple hair was spilling over the pillow, framing her pretty face. She looked almost like a goddess to Moose, his wonderful dream woman. She slipped an arm out of the dress, then started to wriggle out of it. Will Moose help me? Or will I have to start by myself? She asked. You have to show me how good you are, Moose, not just stay up there all night. With a little prodding, she got Moose to help her out of her dress. All we could do was stare in a sort of happy shock at Shampoo's smooth skin as her dress was peeled from her body. Shampoo's single quote sleek body from all of her training had given her a wonderful shape. Moose was spellbound by her body. He could do little but watch as Shampoo slipped off her panties, leaving his eyes to trail, naturally, down to her six, covered in a soft downy purple haze. She reached up with a hand and tugged at his pants. Moose, you're drooling. Double quote Moose snapped out of it. Less than I have to make Shampoo happy. How could I be so selfish like this? Although her body, greater than a shiver went through him as he gazed at her again. But he kept control and undressed himself, just a little shy under Shampoo's gaze. As his trousers hit the floor, another asterisk echoed through the room. But this time Moose ignored it, rocking out of his boxer shorts. Shampoo flicked a look at his clothing and the mess of objects spilling out off them. Her eyes lit upon some lengths of silk. Moose turned back to gaze at Shampoo, his glasses somehow not steaming up at the sight of her luscious form. Then he noticed her gaze. Double quote Prove your manhood, Moose. Beat me by making love to me till I can't take you anymore. Have your way with me. Tie me up and take me, Aaron. She lay back on the bed, moving into a spread eagle position, her eyes moving back up to Li's face. Then you can take your place, rightfully, as my husband. Double quote Are you sure that this is what you want, my love? He asked, seeing steadfast iron and need in her eyes. As she nodded, her reached down, taking the silk lengths. He gently tied her hands to the bed, careful so as not to hurt her. Then he bent down and kissed her reverently. I will do my best for you, Shampoo, he whispered, sitting up, between her legs. She pulled at the silk, testing her bonds. She smiled, not being able to pull them off. She then relaxed, waiting for Moose's touch. Moose took off his glasses, discarding them on the side table. Then he moved his hands to her shoulders, wanting to know her by touch. He slid his hands up her arms, then trailed them back down, slowly, enjoying touching her silky smooth skin. He moved down a little, running the palms of his hands over the rise of her breasts. He cupped them, squeezing lightly. Shampoo's soft moan, almost beneath her breath, reached his ears. Her nipples hardening beneath his hands. Gently, he ran one hand down to her stomach, his mouth retracting his palm. Shampoo groaned a little louder, pulling at the bonds, wanting to hold Moose's head as he suckled her. She arched her back, pushing herself to Moose. Oh, Moose. Moose. Double quote as she called out his name. He was spurred onwards, his hand continuing to slide down. His fingertips moved slowly over the soft, purple hair, working in between her legs. He was a little surprised to find her already wet. Smiling to himself as she let out another, louder moan. He parted her pink petals, dipping one finger into her opening. Moaning, Shampoo wiggled on the bed, loving how Moose pleased her. She flicked her legs up, wrapping them around Moose's waist, trying to pull him down against her. But instead, Moose sat up, his hands moving to caress the underside of her thighs. Then she felt him parting her legs, pulling them up, and over to rest on his shoulders. Slowly, Muse moved down till Shampoo's back was flat on the bed, her knees hooked over his shoulders. Then he lay down on her soft form, kissing her lips. With a sudden thrust of his hips, he pushed hard into her sweet, damp opening. The sensation of her velvety tightness surrounded him and almost made him lose control. But he continued pushing up inside her, straight through her barrier, pushing into her till he could go no more. Shampoo exclamation point double quote Shampoo cries out as a wave of pain washed through her. She yanked at these old ties, her fingers almost claw-like, trying to scratch something. But she was unable to move. Then she was dimly aware of the pleasure of having Zeus inside her as he pulled back, thrusting into her again. He pushed into her again and again, almost overcome with each thrust. Buffy's mind focused on her, letting her have everything, like it had always been. All of the past pain and longing kept him in control. He was used to had nothing but need. No release. He continued thrusting into her, his lips kissing hers again, kissing her with all of his passion. Shampoo was helpless under him, only able to respond to his thrusting, his kisses. She moaned into his mouth as they kissed, the pleasure spreading like a fire through her body, filling her mind. She writhed in helpless pleasure, loving every moment of this passionate time together with her love. Zeus continued to move against her, his hands stroking her hips and thighs as they made love. With each thrust his need and passion grew stronger, his body hot and damp. He moaned as Shampoo's inner muscles worked around his manhood, each time he neared his climax, but he wouldn't let go. He kept on pushing into her wonderfully wet womanhood, feeling her honey flowing out of her, never wanting to stop making love to his dream. Shampoo moaned, writhing, her breath coming in little mews of pleasure. She panted, rocking her hips, her legs squeezing his shoulders, trying to make him push her over the edge as each thrust drew her closer to her orgasm. She wanted this so much. Wanted Muse to have her, to make her come over and over. She cried out, filled with need. Muse continued moving, moaning out her name as she moved under him. He loved how she felt, how she moved, everything about her. Never stopping, he continued to plunge his manhood deep into her body. They made love until Shampoo could stand it no more. Her body quivered, pleasure running through her. Her muscles flexing wildly around Lucy's length. She orgasmed, crying out, her whole body shaking. As Shampoo came, Muse couldn't help but be drawn with her. And he climaxed powerfully, his seed shooting deep inside her. He trembled as the pure pleasure flowed through him, leaving him drained, but still not wanting to stop till he had beaten Shampoo like she had wanted him to. Then he felt Shampoo go weak beneath him and collapse. He smiled to himself. "I am your rightful husband," he whispered. Then he collapsed against her and fuzzily. Shampoo smiled a little, looking at her sleeping lover. "Muse, now you have beaten me." She closed her eyes, and wriggled her hands out of these old ties. She slipped her arms around him, and she, too, drifted off to sleep. Left square bracket Yukai single quote Sokonomiyakiya. Morning right square bracket Ryugu woke up, and stretched. He stopped, and looked at Yukai's sleeping form, resting against him. Then at the tables with broken legs on either side of him. Less than Masaka. That wasn't a dream? Greater than he lay, staring at her for a while. Then a look of sheer terror crossed his face. Less than oh, what have I done to my beloved Yukayu? I have tainted her purity. Yukayu-san. I am sorry! Greater than tears started to roll down his face. Yukayu, awakened by Ryuga's movements, sat up and looked at him. She was startled to see him crying. Ryuga-kun, what's wrong? She reached up and gently wiped away his tears, but more tears followed to take their place. I have hurt you, tainted you. How can I live now? Tainted me. Hurt me. Ryuga-kun, what are you talking about? She kissed Eddie's lips tenderly, and stroked his cheeks. He looked up to the roof, then closed his eyes, his face turned away from her, feeling wretched. Ryuga-kun, if it is about last night, then there is no need to feel sad. I have wanted to be with you for so long, and we only gave each other the pleasure we both wanted. Ryuga-kun, I loved last night. I love you. He looked at her, sadness on his face. He sat up, and gently took her in his arms. Yukayu, I only did that in a moment of weakness. Please forgive me. A moment of weakness? Didn't you want to please me? Yes. I mean, no. I mean, Yukayu, I didn't want it to be like that. I wanted to have you as my wife, first. He stood up, and helped her up, and walked to the door. Out in the restaurant, he found his clothes and belongings, and went through them. Yukayu watched him, surprised. Less than he wants to marry me. Oh, Ryuga, you are sweet. Greater than she followed him, and looked at him as he went through his clothes, looking for something. Then he turned to her, holding something. A ring. My beloved Yukayu. You may hate me because of my curse, and you may hate me doubly so for last night, but I love you. You don't have to answer yet. But will you marry me? Her face brightened, and she threw her arms around him. Oh, yes. Ryuga! Yes. I want to marry you. She kissed him hard, and held him tightly. Ryuga, very surprised, almost fell back as she hugged him. He finally moved enough to put his arms around her and hold her close. As the shot wore off. Font out ? High. They both kissed, and held each other close. When they drew apart, Ryuga placed the engagement ring on Yukayu's finger. Yukayu gazed up into Ryuga's face, smiling. And for the first time in her life, she was rewarded by seeing a smile spread across his face. Less than Ryuga, I will be here for you, always, to make you smile. Greater than they gazed happily at each other, both lost in one another's eyes. Then they helped each other dress, and opened the okonomiyaki for another day off business. Left square bracket the Ryu residence, Morning right square bracket Konatsu sat tiredly in a chair by Akarai's bed. He'd been up all night looking after the distraught girl. She was finally sleeping a dreamless sleep, unlike most of the night when she had been constantly waking from nightmares. He gave a sigh and relaxed, leaning back and closing his eyes. Before long, he drifted into a weary sleep, images of Yukayu and Akarai filling his dreams. When Akarai awoke, she started seeing a strange girl in the chair next to her. Less than who single quote as she. Maybe Ryuga-sama sent her to look after me till he comes to visit. Rio. Ryuga-sama greater than her mind filled with the returning memories of Ryuga, being in love with Yukayu, filling her heart with pain. Ryuga-sama, double quotes, she whispered to herself, sobbing silently. After a while, Konatsu awoke, only to find that he was in Akarai's bed and Shayla sitting in the chair next to him, holding out a breakfast tray to him. Double quote, thanks for looking after me, she said softly. Konatsu smiled a shy, feminine smile. Thank you, Akarai-san. He took the tray from her, and started to eat, watching her. Less than she single quote as so nice and sweet. How cold Ryuga-yatsu leave her for Yukayu. Such a pure, innocent girl. Greater than Akarai watched him eating, silently. She took the tray when he had finished, accepting the compliments for her cooking with a soft smile. Then she turned it back to him. Konatsu-san, I have been thinking. I need to get away for a while, to forget about Ryuga-sama. I can't disturb his love for Yukayu, because I want him to have happiness. You have been so kind, looking after him. Would you come with me? I don't think I could stand a journey with only Kitsune City for company. Please come with me? Double quote. Konatsu blinked, a little stunned by her boldness. Are you sure? After all, you don't really know me. Double quote. Akarai nodded. I am sure. I don't want to be alone. Double quote. Konatsu nodded a little, reaching up to brush back his long, dark hair. And Kitsune City is your big, northeast? She nodded again. So he will help look after you, too? Well, I can't refuse your offer, Akarai-san. I can't trust even a great sumo pig to look after you properly. So, I will come with you to protect you. He smiled a little at her. Akarai smiled back, her smile still showing her heartache. But she pulled out two already packed cases. Here, everything's set. Shall we go now? With a haste, a giant white pig appeared, running into the room through the nearest wall. She attached the cases to him, then hopped up on the pig's back. Konatsu had no choice but to jump out of bed and join her on Kitsune City's back. Well, where to? He asked. Double quote. Anywhere, as long as it's not Nirima. Akarai sighed softly, urging the giant pig to leave the house, and off for unknown destinations. And here's another fanfic finally written. You'll have to watch out for me next one to see if anything happens between Konatsu and Akarai. And the next fanfic will star the Kunyu siblings, Nabiki and Mikado, with Tofu-sensei and Kasumi's first date. http://www.acro.mu.www.acro.mu.www.kunoi left parenthesis -ani /sapphire right parenthesis -ani muslim at Ranma Akane at spirit macaroli not real if Ranma Nibun no Ichi for Nabiki vs Nodoka. Blackmail. Warning. Lemon thick right square bracket note. This side story fits in the Ranma Nibun no Ichi continuum between University and Forget-Me-Not. All characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyright of Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc., etc. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo. Late morning right square bracket Nabiki was sitting at the table, looking through a magazine. She looked up as Ranma walked in. Oh, hi Ranma. Ranma was looking decisively sick and sopping wet. Less than maybe I should warn him that Kunyu's here. Oops. Too late! Exclamation point greater than Kunyu walked in the room and stared at Ranma-chan. Oh Sage Noana. How we long for you! Exclamation point double quote Ranma-chan jumped as Kunyu threw his arms around her. Let me go you stupid Handa. She grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him outside into the pond. Kunyu splashed down in the pond and flopped about madly, trying to stop himself from drowning. Less than oh, my pig-tailed goddess. I would even die for you, if you so wished. But, no. I must live to be with you. And to be with my dear, beloved Nabiki! Exclamation point greater than double quote Nabiki, didn't Kunyu-senpai fall in love with you? Ranma-chan pointed outside to Kunyu, who was still trying to get out of the pond. Nabiki nodded absently. Yeah. But it seems like it only cancelled out his love for Akane. She looked up at Kunyu, watching him try to get out of the pond, and smiled, her eyes showing a little glint of tenderness. Less than oh, my poor Tatewaki. Really, you shouldn't bother with Ranma. But I'll hide dire humiliation from you and protect you. Greater than double quote boys. What do you see in that buffoon, anyway? Ranma-chan picked up a nearby kettle and poured the hot water on herself, changing into a dark-haired man. Nabiki smiled at Ranma. Firstly, he's pretty cute, and because he's such a buffoon, it's rather easy to extract the wealth of the Kunyu family out of him. Pity his sister keeps getting in the way. I'll be fixing that, though. Oh, yeah, congratulations. I heard you're going to be a father soon! Exclamation point double quote Ranma act. Why did everyone know this before we did? Question mark double quote Nabiki grinned. I had my sources. Well, I'd give you some advice, but I am a little short this week. I don't suppose you've got any money on you? Question mark double quote advice on asterisk what asterisk question mark double quote how to land Lockhan. Of course! Exclamation point double quote Ranma sighed. I think I'll work this one out for myself. Double quote. There goes some money. I'll just have to get Kunyu to take me out, to make me feel better. From the corner of her eye, she watched Kunyu clamber out of the pond. Kunyu walked in, dripping wet, and glared at Ranma, with the big-tailed girl ? Nabiki shook her head to herself. Less than Kunyu, love, you need to be explained a lot of things. I'm amazed you haven't picked it up in 4 years. Ranma only changed in front of you a couple of 100 times. Well, I won't be feeling to shatter your illusions about your big-tailed goddess. Greater than she stood up and slid an arm around the wet Kunyu. Hey, let's go out somewhere, Takai. I'm hungry, and I haven't been to the shops with you in ages! Double quote. Yes, my beautiful maiden. I shall have my revenge on that cowardly girl enough time. Be prepared to face my wrath, enslaver of women. Kunyu pointed dramatically at Ranma-kun, and glared at him. Then he turned away, and walked Nabiki out of the house, leaving Ranma standing there. Left square bracket Kunyu residence, Kunyu's room. Afternoon right square bracket. Nabiki looked about, and stared. She had seen his room many times before, but it never ceased to amaze her. There were a few old pictures of Akane still on the walls, but the majority of the room was covered with large poster-sized framed photos and paintings of Ranma-chan and herself. The photos of Ranma, and the few of Akane, looked like the photos she had sold Kunyu a long time ago. She wondered where on earth Tatewaki had gotten hold of pictures of asterisk or asterisk. Less than maybe some of them were from the university and high school yearbooks. Greater than she shrugged, and looked at Kunyu. Kunyu was gazing into her eyes. Was the meal satisfactory? My goddess? Double quote. Nabiki nodded and smiled, and the shopping was good, too. She looked over at the bags of goods she had bought. She smiled as her eyes ran over the new camera, sitting on one of the bags. Less than just what I need to keep Tatewaki's sister out of my hair. And that home photography processing unit will come in handy! Greater than then he threw his arms around her, holding her body close to his. Oh, how in you, my princess. He moved his lips down to kiss her, but his face was stopped by her hand holding his face. Nabiki looked at him. You know the rule, Tatewaki. What have you got for me? Double quote. He let go of her, and walked to his wardrobe. He opened it, and took out a large diamond. The beauty of this sparkling diamond cannot compare to a body such as yours. With a flourish, he handed it to her. Nabiki looked at it, inwardly calculating its worth. Nice. That seems about right. She looked up and smiled at him. I think that you can propose to me now. As long as these gifts keep coming. Double quote. Kunyu took her in his arms again, and cried tears of joy. Oh, my beloved! Will you consent to becoming betrothed to Tatewaki Kunyu? Double quote. Hi. She smiled. Less than oh, cakewalkie. I know that I am happy. Despite all these gifts that I ask you to give me, I love you. I never expected to fall in love, especially with you. But I don't mind greater than she put her arms around his neck and pressed against him he pressed his lips to hers, kissing her passionately. Feeling her kiss him back, he tightened his grip, crushing her to his form. Then he picked her up, and kissed her again and again, all over her face and neck. Nabiki started in surprise as he picked her up. Then she relaxed and closed her eyes, feeling his kisses raining down on her. Nice. Shelling her head back, enjoying his kisses. Then he stopped kissing her, and she looked up into his face. Let us partake of lascivious actions in the bathtub of my residence. Kunu gazed down into Nabiki's face, smiling. Cakewalkie-kun. She grinned up at him. Less than I'll do just about anything now, since he gives me all of those gifts. And I am his Yanasif exclamation point greater than. She nodded, and rested her head on his shoulder, letting him carry her to the bathroom. Left square bracket Kunu residence, bathroom. Afternoon right square bracket. Kunu stripped himself of his regular blue outfit, and stood there, proud and necked before his new Yanasuk. He watched her as she removed her T-shirt gasping softly as her well-formed breasts appeared beneath the material. He stared at the smooth, creamy skin of her breasts. Then at her dark pine nipples, already hard. Then she slipped off her jeans, exposing her long smooth legs. Then she took off her panties. He could do nothing but stare at the small belt of dark hair covering her sex. Nabiki grinned to herself as Kunu watched her. Less than This is fun. Greater than. Then she looked at his naked form. Less than and he is very well developed. This will be more fun than I expected. Greater than. She dropped her clothes in a pile, then opened the door to the bath itself, leading the way in. Making sure that Kunu had a good view of her rear exclamation point. Kunu followed Nabiki, staring at her. Less than oh, never before have I seen such a beautiful flower of womanhood. I, Cakewalkie Kunu, will do all in my power to give her the pleasure she deserves exclamation point greater than. He watched her pick up the wooden bucket filled with cold water, and pour it over herself. Her skin glistened with droplets of water, running down her body. Then she threw some cold water at him, making him blink. Nabiki stepped into the bath and sat down, the water reaching her neck. Shesmilled, watching Kunu follow her into the steaming water. She slid up next to him, and put an arm around his waist. She felt herself being drawn into his arms, and a hand being run over her breasts. She moaned softly, and pressed against him. She worked her other hand to his knee, then slowly upwards. She trailed her fingers across his inner thighs, working towards his manhood. Kunu shivered from Nabiki's touch, although the water was warm. He continued to gently stroke her breasts, tweaking softly at her nipples. He felt her shiver, and heard a soft moan escape her lips. Then his hands slowly worked downwards, to her stomach. He stroked downwards, slowly working towards her sex. Nabiki closed her eyes, enjoying Kunu's touch. She pushed her hips forward a little as his hand neared her sex. Then she felt her fingers reach his manhood, and at the same time, she groaned in pleasure. Kunu had reached her sex, stroking his finger across her clitoris. Her fingers encircled the Sissoko, and started to move up and down in a slow, steady motion. She listened to him moaning, enjoying pleasuring him. Soon, they had both found the best way to pleasure the other. They pressed against each other, their hands working at the other's nether regions, both moaning in exquisite pleasure. Kunu could not stand the pleasure of Nabiki's touch any longer. Feeling her hand running up and down his length, his hips rocking to her rhythm, he stood up, his body shaking, and thrust his hips to her face. His knees almost failed him as he felt her mouth take hold of him. Then he cried out, leaning his head back, Nabiki. Then his seed flowed from him, into her mouth. His pleasure intense, he thrust his hips a few more times. Then his was overcome, but the pleasure stayed with him. He sunk back down in the bath, and placed his hands against Nabiki's hips. Nabiki, very surprised, took him in her mouth, and felt his seed erupt in her mouth. She swallowed as he came. Then she felt his hands at her hips. As she pulled up her hips, she was forced to lay back in the water, floating. Then she felt his lips at her sex, exposed to him as he lifted her hips a little way out of the water. The play of his tongue and mouth over her clitoris and at her entrance soon brought her to the edge. She cried out, "Tadwaki," and her body shook, her hands flailing about in the water. Only Kunu's hand, now on her back, kept her from sinking. A surge of her wetness flowed into Kunu's mouth as he felt him lapping at her sex. Kunu pulled her onto his lap, and sat there, holding her tenderly. Nabiki rested her head on his shoulder. They relaxed in the warm water. Soun had to get out of the bath. They snuck upstairs, after gathering their clothing, back to Kunu's room. Left square bracket Kunu residence, Kunu's room. Evening right square bracket Kunu and Nabiki slipped into Kunu's room. They gently kissed each other, holding each other tenderly. Kunu took out his food and pulled Nabiki under the covers with him. He put his arms around her beautiful naked form, and sighed happily. Exhausted, Kunu fell asleep, dreaming of his beloved Nabiki, the woman held in his arms. Nabiki lay against Kunu, and closed her eyes, waiting for him to sleep. When she was sure he wouldn't wake up, she sneaked out of his arms, and got out of the futon. Looking down at his sleeping, naked form, she smiled tenderly. Then she silently picked up her camera and left Kunu's room. Traveling down the hallway, she heard noise in Kodakai's room. Less than yes, this is right. I at Kodakai now exclamation point greater than left square bracket Kunyu residence, Kodakai's room. Evening right square bracket Kodakai stood looking down at Mikado. He was tied down to her bed by 3 ribbons. Less than good comma greater than thought Kodakai. Less than he is asterisk mine asterisk exclamation point greater than she laughed out loud, and took out a black rose. She stroked the petals down Mikado's cheeks, and gazed into his eyes. Less than yes, this is the man for me. He is brave and strong, and so handsome. Yes, just as handsome as Ranma-sama, maybe more so enough to beat any of us to the white lilies men she throws at me. And this one is mine greater than she laughed, her laughter ringing out through the Kunyu household Mikado gazed back up into her eyes, entranced by her mesmerizing eyes. Softly, feeling the petals of her rose brush against his cheeks. Less than such a woman. I would even give up my fens for her. She is such a precious flower. I must be here to love and protect her. Always exclamation point greater than Kodakai dropped the rose next to Mikado, and looked up and down his body. Mikado was wearing only one of his skin-tight skating pants. His bare chest and arms had been lightly oiled by Kodakai. In the light, his body gleamed. Kodakai smiled, and straddled his hips, pressing her body down against him to kiss him. Mikado's single quote's lips met Kodakai's, and he closed his eyes, enjoying the kiss. He parted his lips, and felt the flick of her tongue inside his mouth. His own tongue darted forwards to swirl in her mouth. They held the kiss until she broke away. Sitting up, she ran her hands up and down his chest and stomach, enjoying the feeling of his oiled skin. Mikado sighed happily as her hands ran across his skin. He loved her, under slightly twisted attentions. Even her merciless teasing of his body, as lay there, unable to do a thing, excited him. She was an exciting woman. He felt her hands travel down further, to the band of his pants. Then he opened his eyes to watch her rip them off. Less than I go through more clothes, 'tis why. But at least she is worth the cost. Which is very little, since she brings me the replacements. Anyway exclamation point greater than he smiled and closed his eyes. She started to work on his underwear. Kodakai gazed down at the now naked Mikado, smiling broadly. She took up the rose again, and ran it down from his lips to his chest, to his stomach, to his erect manhood. She ran the rose petals up and down his length, listening to him moan. Then she moved the rose up his body, and laid it on his chest. She looked in his eyes as she took hold of his manhood, and started to stroke. Mikado moaned, pushing up his hips at her touch. Then he pulled back as her hand slowly moved up his Isoko, pushing up again as her hand moved down. He moved into a slow rocking motion. Her hand, still covered in the oils from his chest, slid wonderfully along him. His face shone with pleasure. Kodakai sighed softly, watching him. It was always fun to tease him in his way. To feel him in her hand as he climaxed, his seed washing over her hand. She looked down at the pleasure on his face. Less than I think I'll give him different pleasure, this time. Greater than. She reluctantly let go of his Isoko, and got off the bed. As her touch stopped, Mikado groaned inwardly, needing her hand back, stroking him. He opened his eyes, and gazed at her. Then he gasped as she slipped out of her leotard. Her naked body was a glorious sight to behold. His eyes ran from her face, down her neck to her firm, rounded breasts. Her nipples were already hard, and their pinkness stood out from her white skin. Moving his eyes downward, over her flat stomach, he gazed at her small patch of dark hair, covering her sex. His body gave an involuntary shudder of pleasure. Then his eyes slid back up to her face. Looking at Mikado, Kodakai shivered a little. His eyes ran down her body, and she stood there, letting him examine her. Then he was gazing into her eyes again, his eyes overflowing with love and passion. Then she moved back over to him, and straddled his hips again. She moaned softly as she felt her sex brush against his Makori manhood. Mikado shuddered, moaning quietly, as he felt her hot, wet sex pressing lightly against his Isoko. His hips pushed upwards, but her felt her pulled back. Less than. She teasing me again. I have to do something. I can't stand this much more. My love, I must have you! ! Greater than. He pulled forward his arms, his muscles tensing. The ribbons strained against his strong pull. Then he snapped, and he was free. Kodakai cried out in surprise as she felt Mikado's arms closing around her. She struggled. Then she melted against his as he drew her into a passionatus. His arms around her were caressing her skin gently, and she closed her eyes, enjoying the pleasure of his touch. Enjoying the sensuous feeling of her soft skin against his oiled body. She moaned softly as she felt his manhood brushing against her clitoris. Mikado broke the kiss, and started kissing her neck. He nibbled gently at her ear, his hips still rocking and his body pressed firmly against hers. He felt her body respond to him, flowing along with his movements. My beloved Kodakai, will you make love to me? He breathed softly, his fingers brushing gently against her back. Yes, my Mikado-sama, she gasped, suddenly needing him inside her. She moved at Positaion slightly, and reached down to take hold of his oiled manhood. Then she pushed down, hard. She cried out as he was thrust inside her, feeling pain as he broke through her virgin barrier. But she enjoyed the pain and the wonderful feelings of pleasure that followed. Mikado cried out at the suddenness of her thrusting movements. Cried out at the incredible feelings of entering her tightness. He heard her cry out in pain, and stopped moving, wondering if he has heard her. He looked up into her face, but her eyes were closed. John T stop. Mikado. Mikado. She continued to rock her hips against his, her movements speeding up, pushing harder. Then she felt him continuing his rocking motion, matching hers. His arms tightened around her, and she felt his lips kissing hers again and again. Mikado kissed his beloved over and over, his hips rocking faster. He felt her motions becoming more violent, and he thrust into her harder and harder. He listened to her moans of pleasure, his own groans of ecstasy escaping his lips. Mikado and Kodakai rocked together faster and harder. Their hips meeting, almost slamming together with their efforts. Both of their bodies were covered in dampness, their faces showing their shared pleasure. The pleasure inside them grew and built, taking them both to the edge. Mikado cried out first, soon followed by Kodakai's cry. Double quote KODA. This exclamation point double quote exclamation point double quote. Mikado's single quote s body shook violently as he thrust into her, and his manhood finally exploded in her, his seed erupting deep inside her. The pleasure tore at his body as his liquid pumped into her. Kodakai shuddered. Her fingers scratched at his shoulders, her nails biting painfully into his skin. She felt a powerful wave of pleasure, almost fainting, and suddenly her honey flowed, rushing over his Isoko. Then they collapsed, their breathing deep and uneven, their hearts racing. Slowly they relaxed, relaxing their tight hold on each other. Their body is drained. Pleasure still flowed through them as they lay there, together. After an eternity of laying against each other, their bodies filled with joy. Mikado moved slightly, starting to caress Kodakai. He winced as he felt the pain in his shoulders, but nothing could block out the pleasure he still felt of having her laying against him. He sighed happily, slowly regaining his lost strength. "I love you," he whispered into her ear. Kodakai felt his hand running over her back, and softly, snuggling gently in his arms, she heard him whisper to her, "Oh, I love you." Double quotes she whispered back, and lifted up her head to kiss him gently. They kissed for a long time, their bodies slowly regaining their lost energy. Even when they had been restored, they just lay together in each other's arms. Eventually, they both fell asleep in the warmth. Both slept, dreaming off to other left square bracket Kunyu single quote s residence. Kodakai's door right square bracket opening Kodakai's door quietly. Nabiki looked in, and blinked in surprise. Less than they had never done asterisk before exclamation point greater than her face colored looking at them. Then she grinned. "Less than well. This is much better than I had hoped for exclamation point greater than. She took out the camera, and took a few pictures. Then she silently shut the door, and went back to Kunyu's room. Seeing that he was still asleep, She smiled. Then she set up the developer. Taking the film from the camera, she started to develop the pictures she had taken. She shivered in the cool air. She took the developed photos, and looked at them. Less than yes, this is fine. Now to hide the pictures from Tatewaki. Greater than she put pictures away, inside a shopping bag, then sneaked back into the warm futon, in Kunu's arms. She snuggled against him, and slowly fell asleep. Left square bracket Kunu residence, Kunu's room. Morning right square bracket Kunu woke up, and felt the warm, soft body of Nabiki sleeping in his arms. He gently kissed her, and watched her slowly wake up. Nabiki looked up into his eyes and smiled. Good morning, Takai, my innocent. She snuggled against him for a while, enjoying his warmth. Then she saw time. Less than Mikado will be leaving. I must go and confront Kodakai. Greater than Okama-kunu-chan. I must go to the bathroom for a while. I'll be back soon. He nodded and reluctantly let her go. Hurry back to me, my sweet betrothed. He sighed to himself, feeling her slip out of his arms. She nodded as she dressed, then walked to the door, picking up the photos as she walked. I'll be back soon, Kunu-chan. She blew him a kiss, then slipped out of the room. Left square bracket Kunu residence, Kodakai's room. Morning right square bracket Kodakai woke up and smiled. Mikado was still holding her gently, even thought I was asleep. Less than now why wasn't I making love to him? Right from the beginning? I will have to make up for all that lost time. Why didn't we do this? Right from the time about secret marriage? Greater than she grinned to herself. Less than not even my factor or that elder brother of mine knows. But then, they are both too stupid to even realize that Mikado sleeps in my room! Greater than she gave a laugh that rang out through the house. Mikado woke to the sounds of Kodakai's laughter. He smiled, and gently ran his fingers along her cheek, then kissed her gently. Oh, you Kodakai. Did you sleep well? He smiled and winked at her. She nodded, and hugged him to her. Hi, my Mikado. Holding her in his arms, he sighed happily. Less than how long has it been since they performed that secret ceremony? Maybe I should have asked her to make love a long time ago. Greater than he smiled at his wife. Maybe it's time we told everyone about our marriage? She nodded. Maybe. I'm sure that I can handle my stupid family and their fans. She grinned deviously. I can get rid of them for good, if you want! Mikado smiled. I think that I can deal with those hordes of screaming girls. Although your help will be appreciated. Just don't kill them. It's not their fault that they are in love with me, is it? How can they help falling for me? Charm and good looks? Kodakai laughed again. Yes, how can they help it? But I will have to fight any girl that comes near you. You know. Mikado ran his fingers to her lips, and smiled as she kissed them. Well, my beloved, no one is going to take me away from you. Ever. Before long, they got up, and dressed in new sets of clothes. They walked out of her room, and down to the front door. It's such a shame that I can't stay with you all the time. But I have a skating match to attend to. I shall be back soon, my wife. Mikado drew her into his arms, and kissed her deeply. Left square bracket Kunu residence, front door right square bracket Kodakai held him tightly to her, kissing him back. I shall see you soon, husband. Then Mikado left. Pulling on his rollerblades, he skated off down the street of the rink. Kodakai closed the door, and turned around. Nabiki was standing there. Left square bracket Kunu residence, front door right square bracket. Nabiki stood silently, and watched Mikado leave. Kodakai closed the door, and turned around. Nabiki watched the startled look of her face with satisfaction. Less than she never even knew I was here! Greater than she smiled cunningly, and stepped forward. I have some photos you may be interested in. She lifted up a photograph, and showed it to Kodakai. It was a picture of Kodakai and Mikado, laying in bed, obviously making love. She held up another few pictures of similar shots. If we can make a deal, you get the photos and the negatives. If not, they go into the local newspaper. I'm sure that your father and brother would be interested. Kodakai glared at her. You obviously don't know that we are married. Booty could still handle my foolish family. Anyway. Nabiki blinked a little in surprise at this information. But she managed to keep her cool. Not to mention Azusa and Mikado's fans. Less than this should never. It would be interesting to watch as hundreds of hysterical, screaming women trampled Kodakai. And that was only the start. I dread to think what that Ditsuzusu would do to Kodakai after seeing a photo like that of her getting partner in that position. Mikado probably get stomped on. But I'm sure he's used to Azusa's violence by now. It'll ruin both of their careers. Greater than this caused Kodakai some consternation. Less than I D rather not have them seeing those photos. And it would totally destroy my Mikado's martial skating career. And my own martial arts gymnastic career. Well, let's see the deal she has to offer. Greater than, what do you want? If you leave me alone, and not interfere with my relationship with Tatewaki, I shall let you have these photos and negatives. But I will keep a copy, just to make sure you stay faithful to our deal. Is that a deal? Less than this girl is not stupid. It looks like she has me. For now. But as soon as I can break out of this deal, I shall get that money-grabbing girl away from my brother! Greater than she nodded. Yes, It's a deal. Double quote. Nabiki handed over the photos and the negatives, then walked out of the room. Less than well. That went smoothly. But I still don't trust her. I'll have to keep an eye on that girl. She could still be trouble. Greater than Kodak. I watched her go, then went and hid the photos. Left square bracket Kunu residence, Kunu's room right square bracket. Nabiki walked back to Takewaki's room, and into his welcoming arms. She snuggled against him. They held each other, loving being so close. But before long, they were kissing tenderly, and caressing each other's body. Both of them had found a new love. Kunu had found Nabiki, placing her on a pedestal above his Osage no Hana. Nabiki had found that Kunu was worth more to her than money, and he'd give her whatever she wanted, anyway. The newly engaged couple held on to each other, their love growing. Left square bracket Mikado's single quote ice skating rink, changing rooms, late morning right square bracket Mikado changed for his match, thinking of his beloved Kodakai. Less than oh, she is the only woman for me. Greater than he ran a hand through his hair. Less than only she deserves a man such as me. Greater than looking in the mirror, he looked at himself smiling. His ego inflated beyond normal limits, caused him to see himself as a god. It didn't help that his large number of fans thought in the same terms. Less than but I shall endeavor to keep my fans and my wife. Greater than while studying himself in the mirror, perfecting his hairstyle, Azusa burst in. San-chan, we're late. She grabbed hold of his arm and dragged him towards the door. Double quote. Stop it, you idiot. I'm not ready yet. How could I let my fans see me in less than prefect state? He looked about in panic, trying to grab onto anything, to stop him from being dragged out of the door by his diminutive, but insane, skating partner. He grabbed onto things, but only succeeded in knocking down furniture. Then he saw something. He reached out and took hold of it, then shoved it into Azusa's face. Double quote. Way kawaii. Azusa glomped onto the cute stuffed animal, almost hugging the stuffings out of it. Mikado sighed in relief, and quickly fixed up his hair, then snuck out to the rink, ready for the match. Less than I dread to tell that it's about my marriage to Kodakai. She almost kills me every day. I wonder what will happen if she thinks that I'm being taken away from her. Greater than he shuddered, looking behind him nervously. Double quote. San-chan. Wait up. Azusa ran out after him, as she saw him leave, still snuggling the stuffed toy. Left square bracket Kunu residence, Kodakai's room, early afternoon right square bracket Mikado slipped into Kodakai's room, and sat down on the bed next to her. She smiled as she leaned forward, and kissed him. They snuggled together for a while, happy to see each other again. Then Kodakai pulled out some more ribbon, and grinned. Mikado kissed her soft lips, then smiled. Let's tell everyone about our marriage first ? Double quote. Even though your fans and that Azusa girl will find out, Less than at least the fans and the Zeus won't see those pictures. That will make them 1,000 times worse. And I don't think I'll tell Mikado about them, either. I wouldn't want to ruin his day. Would I? Question mark greater than he nodded. But would you please be able to deal with Azusa? I know that she'll kill me. Otherwise double quote she nodded and stood up, walking to the door. Of course. I have a number of ways of dealing with stubborn women. Mikado followed her to the door. They walked to the door together, ready to ride out the storms that would follow. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo. Late afternoon right square bracket Kasumi sat next to Dr. Tafuono, and smiled at him. Thank you for helping with Akane, Doctor. It must have been difficult breaking the news to her. Double quote drive. Tafu nodded, gazing at the woman he was in love with. It was, but thank goodness I was the one to break the news. I managed to use some pressure point techniques on Akane to keep her anger down to a minimum level. Akane just thought I had my hand on her shoulder to steady her from the shock. I think that Ranma was too busy to notice. Double quote Kasumi nodded, and poured him some tea. They are a lovely couple when they don't fight, aren't they? Question mark double quote he nodded and smiled at Kasumi. She is so beautiful and womanly. Less than I wish. I wish. Well, I guess now is as good a time as any. Greater than Kasumi question mark double quote hi. Doctor question mark double quote you can call me Tafu. Double quote hi. Tafu question mark double quote he smiled. Less than she is so sweet. Greater than would you like to go out for dinner with me? He looked nervously at her, and gulped. Kasumi nodded happily. Thank you, Tafu. I would be delighted! Exclamation point double quote Tafu smiled with relief. Less than oh, Kasumi. I love you. Greater than he sipped at his tea. Double quote where would you like to go? Question mark double quote well, I've heard that Yukaisu's okonomiyaki is nice. And there is always shampoos make for hand and double quote if you like French food. I could take you to Love Parisian. Double quote oh. Love Parisian? That sounds wonderful. I think I have just the dress here. She smiled at him happily. He smiled back. I could meet you at 7 tonight. How does that sound? Question mark double quote that sounds perfect. I can make dinner for everyone, and still have time to get ready. Double quote Tafu nodded, and stood up. I must go now, Kasumi, but I will see you tonight. Double quote she stood up, and walked with him to the door. Hi, I will be ready. Double quote they waved goodbye. And the doctor walked back down the road to his clinic. Kasumi went back in the house to finish her housework. As she cleaned, she watched Nabiki come home. Less than Nabiki single quote as always at the Kunu residence. I do wish thought she and that sweet Kunu boy would marry soon. But Nabiki will be as Nabiki is. I guess. If she gets into trouble, I will still be here to help for dot greater than. She waved a little absently at Nabiki, who waved back, wandering up to her room. Dot left square bracket drive dot to Fu's clinic. Early evening right square bracket. The doctor looked at himself in the mirror. He was dressed in a black dinner suit with a white shirt. Less than HMM. Not too dressy, but passable. Kasumi will like it. I hope greater than. He go as he looked at himself. He took off his glasses and polished them. They seemed to have been getting steamed up, due to his nervousness. He took a deep breath, and put on his glasses again. Then he walked over to his skeleton, baby, and picked up the bunch of red roses she was holding. He moved slowly out of the room. As he walked to the dojo, he thought of his love. Less than Kasumi. I love you. He hoped that tonight, on our first date, I can tell you that I love you. Used to never even be able to speak to you when I saw you. But now that I can, I must tell you greater than. He moved slowly down the road, to the dojo. Left square bracket Tendu dojo, Kasumi's room. Early evening right square bracket. Kasumi, having prepared dinner for everyone, was in her room, getting ready. She slipped on the dress, and smiled, looking at herself. She was dressed in a pretty blue dress, with a flowing skirt that reached her knees. The bodice of the dress fitted her torso snugly. The décolletage was rather daring for Kasumi, but the overall effect of the dress was of a sweet innocence, like a young teen on her very first date. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail, and it trailed over her right shoulder. She smiled, excited to be going out on a date. Less than. And with that sweet doctor, to exclamation point greater than. She thought. Then she centered her thoughts on him. Less than. I single quote am sure that he likes me. He is such a nice man. I would like it if this date turns out to be the first of many. Greater than. Then she looked at her clock. Less than. Oh my. It's 7 p.m. I must go and see if he share exclamation point greater than. She left her room, and went down to the front door. On opening the door, she saw that the doctor was just about to knock. She smiled brightly, double quote that was good timing. To Fu exclamation point double quote. To Fu handed her the bunch of roses, a blush coloring his face. These are for you double quote. Kasumi smiled happily. Oh, thank you to Fu. You are so sweet. She took the roses, and held them to her. He blushed and smiled, still rather nervous. Shall we go? He held out his elbow for her to take. He watched her nod, and felt her take his proffered hand. A shot of electricity tingled through his body from her gentle touch. He almost pulled away, but he managed to relax. Then he led her from the dojo, down the street, towards Love Parisienne restaurant. Left square bracket Love Parisienne, evening right square bracket. To Fu and Kasumi sat at one of the tables in the restaurant. White linen cloth covered the tables, silver cutlery and wine glasses set on it. They both took the menu, and looked at it. The choices were endless. Double quote to Fu. Would you mind choosing for me? Kasumi asked, with a smile. It all sounds so good. Double quote. He nodded, and smiled across the table at her. Hi. He looked at the menu and and finally he picked a chicken fillet and cheese for both of them, and white wine. For dessert, he picked some cheesecake. He sat there calmly smiling at her, watching her smile back at him, until the waiter came. Tofu gave their order, and the waiter left. While they wait for the meal to arrive, they talked about Akane and Ranma, the future child that the couple would have, the fights that they will always save. But before long, Tofu just sat gazing into her eyes, listening to her sweet voice. The meal finally arrived, and they started to eat. During their meal, they did not talk much, but Tofu gazed into Kasumi's eyes. Kasumi smiled back, enjoying his attentions. Less than it is nice to have someone care for you. Greater than she smiled to herself, watching him. Less than, but the poor man is rather nervous. I hope he can relax soon. I don't want to make him nervous! Greater than. The doctor just gazed at her, trying to build up his courage to tell her father loved her. Less than. She is so beautiful. I want her to know how I feel. What will I do if she doesn't love me back? Greater than dessert was brought to the table. They ate it, much in the same manner as they ate the main course. Kasumi enjoying Tofu's company, and he thinking of her nervously. After they finished, Tofu got up, and helped Kasumi up from her chair, unsmelled. He paid for the meal, and then they left together, Kasumi's hand holding onto his arm. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo, night right square bracket. Kasumi and the doctor walked slowly back to the dojo, enjoying the night air. Every so often, she caught him looking at her. Less than. He is so sweet. I think he may even be falling in love with him. Greater than. She smiled at him. Tofu looked at her nervously, looking back at the road every time he thought she may see him watching her. He walked slowly, enjoying the feeling of her arm on his. When they reached the dojo, Tofu stood there, looking faintly confused, wondering how he would proceed. Kasumi stood there watching him, hoping father would tell her what was on his mind. He took a deep breath, and turned to look her in the eye. Kasumi, I just want you to know that I love you. A blush spread across his face, but he continued to gaze into her eyes. Kasumi gasped a little in surprise at hearing those words. Less than. I didn't think that he would be able to say them to me so soon. Greater than. A smile, full of joy, crossed her face. She gazed back into his eyes. Oh, Tofu, I think he loved you. Double quote. His whole face brightened as he heard her, and he almost thought that this was too good to be true. But looking into her eyes, he saw the joy in her smile reflected there. Her eyes were just as full of love as he believed the Soun to be. They stood together, gazing into each other's eyes for an eternity. Then they slowly drifted into an embrace. Tofu gasped inwardly at how warm and soft her body was. He held her close to him, and closed his eyes. Less than oh, Kasumi. Never did I dream that you would love me back. I love you so much. Greater than Kasumi sighed happily in his arms, feeling his firm, warm body against her. Less than oh, Tofu. I really do love you. Greater than Kasumi looked up into Tofu's face, and saw him looking down into hers. Slowly, their faces moved closer. Then their lips touched. Shivers ran through both of their bodies. Pleasant shivers. They kissed each other gently, holding the other close. Finally the kiss ended, and they held on to each other. Koizumi, Kasumi. My love. Tofu whispered. Koizumi, Tofu. Will I see you again soon? Drive. Tofu nodded, and smiled. Yes, Kasumi. I shall visit again tomorrow. Kasumi smiled back happily, and kissed him on the cheek. Slowly, reluctantly, she moved from his embrace, and walked to the entrance of the dojo. She waved to him, and watched him wave back. Then he walked off, down the road. Both smiled to themselves, treasuring the embrace and the kiss, thinking of the other, thinking of their love. Left square bracket somewhere in Hokkaido, evening right square bracket Konatsu and Akurai shared a sleeping bag, both sound asleep, Akurai's giant big kitsune shiki, sitting protectively over them. They slept in innocence. Akira still in pain from Ryuga's love for Yukayu. Konatsu just wanting to protect her. Katsune Shiki just sat and watched, waiting for them to awaken, waiting for another day's travel. Well, there is the next lot of my fanfics. I wonder if I'll write any more? If you want more. All you have to do is reply to this one, and tell me. And you'll see what I can do. If you have any requests for stories, I'll see if I can take them on board, and write them. Well, we'll see what happens. Northeast ? Mata http://www.acro.mu.mu.mu.mu.mu.kcabrakunikai left parenthesis hyphen ani / half right parenthesis anani muslim at Ranma at spirit makaroli not really hyphen Ranma Nibun no Ichi 5 forget me not, warning, lemon fanfic ! Right square bracket all characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated, etc., etc., etc. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo, afternoon right square bracket Ranma, back at the dojo, sat on the veranda, waiting. Less than geez, she's been in there for so long. What on earth are those women talking about? ? Greater than he looked up towards their room. Less than I ! Do like to get back to our place before sunset! ! Greater than his eyed, and looked in the direction of the university, where he and Akane had set up residence. Ranma turned, hearing a sound behind him, and watched Genma walk onto the veranda with the shogi board. Soon followed ... K. Oiji. What's with them? Ranma indicated Akane's bedroom window with a flick of his head. Genma put down the shogi board, and held up a sign. They are talking about our future child. You should be interested in what's going on! Double quote. They've been there for hours. Double quote. Soon put a hand on his son-in-law's shoulder. I think it's time you learn about women. Double quote. Ranma sighed. I know that women love children, and that's what they are talking about. But why for so long? I've been waiting for hours. Women loved children. That was the start of his problems. Women talking to other women was the next problem. He closed his eyes, remembering left square bracket Tendu Dojo. 7 months ago right square bracket Akane had visited the dojo, delivering an order of okonomiyaki to Nabiki. Akane had been there, talking to Kasumi and Nodoka about her and Ranma's future child. Double quote. Akane, are you and Ranjin having a baby? Yukayu looked at Akane, excitedly thought, congratulations! Double quote. Akane smiled and nodded. Double quote. Shugoi. What will you call your child? Double quote. Akane looked a little surprised. Call it. We haven't discussed a name. Double quote. Kasumi smiled. You two will have to talk it over! Double quote. Nodoka nodded. A name for the child is very important. Maybe you should think of some names first, then ask my son what he thinks. Men aren't usually very good at naming children! Double quote. Akane. I'll help you find a name. Maybe we can get Shampoo to help, too. Oh you are so lucky! Double quote. Akane blushed and smiled. Thank you. Yukayu. Double quote. Yukayu waved. I'll see you later. She waved outside, leaving the dojo. Left square bracket the Neko and right square bracket double quote. Shampoo. Guess what? Akane and Ranjin are having a baby. Called Yukayu. Shampoo looked up then smiled. A baby? Oh, that is very good. Ranma and Akane have strong child. Moose, did you hear? Double quote. Moose looked at a statue, wiping his glasses. A child? That's good news. Now the old ghoul can't get Ranma to marry you. He put on his glasses and noticed the statue. Less than not again, greater than he thought. He turned to Shampoo and smiled. Double quote. They also need to think up a name for the child. Do you know any good names? Double quote. Yukayu, Shampoo and Moose started to think up some names for Ranma and Akane's future child. Behind them, at the door, Cologne frowned, listening to their conversation. Left square bracket Yukayu single quote Sokonomiyaki hyphen ya right square bracket Yukayu entered her restaurant and hugged Ryuga, who was serving a customer. Double quote. Oh, Ryuga-kun. Ranma and Akane are having a baby! Double quote. Ryuga almost dropped the okonomiyaki in surprise. What? Ranma has gotten Akane-san pregnant. That beast. What has he done to her? He has sentenced her to 9 months of pain. All because of his animal lusts. He double quote. Yukayu kissed him, stopping his flow of words. When she eventually broke the kiss she smiled. Ryuga-kun, it's good that Akane is going to have a child! John single quote. Do you like children? Double quote. Ryuga blinked, never having thought about it before. I don't see anything wrong with them. Double quote. But you don't think that it's good that Akane will have a child? Don't even to have children? Double quote. Oh, I do. But he trailed off. Yukayu smiled and kissed him again. Then she started serving the customers. Left square bracket outside Kunyu's residence right square bracket double quote. Oh, so Ranma-sama is to be a father. I wonder if my brother knows. And that could be an interesting development. Less than and maybe this will find a way to keep that money grabbing Nabiki out of my brother's life. Greater than Kodakai smelly that shampoo and mousse. I'll have to see if Mikado-sama knows any names thought might be suitable for the child. Double quote. Kodakai watched mousse and shampoo walk off down the road. Then she entered her house, thinking up a plan. Ho 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 exclamation point double quote left square bracket Tendu Dojo right square bracket Nabiki read the letter then was attached to a black rose. She raised an eyebrow. Then she picked up a pen and wrote a reply. Kodakai, your feeble threats had no effect on me. Tell your brother of Akane's pregnancy. You will only succeed in hurting Ranma. Nabiki left square bracket Tendu Dojo right square bracket Kunyu burst into the dojo, his Mokuto at the ready. Ranma showed him. You animal. Prepare to meet your doom exclamation point double quote. Ranma blinked up at Kunyu, and now what's this? The Kunyu ran at Ranma. Strike. 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 Strike exclamation point double quote. Ranma easily dodged Kunyu's sword thrusts. What's this about? He asked and jumped over Kunyu's head. Kunyu turned around, anger in his eyes. Animal. How can you ask such things exclamation point. What you had done to the delicate Akane. Die monstrosity exclamation point double quote. Ranma jumped over Kunyu again. Then, when Kunyu turned, Ranma performed a fleeing kick, right into Kunyu's face. Kunyu fell to the floor, then staggered to his feet. You think you have stopped me? Clear question mark double quote no. But Ranma was cut off by Ryuga entering the dojo, with Ikarugo Sankuji. With seeming calmness, Ryuga leaned against the wall. So, you finally had let your lust overrule you. You had made the beautiful Akane pregnant. She is still too young. You are not worthy to be called her husband. Ryuga tensed, then leapt at Ranma, sending his bandanas flying. Gosankuji pulled out a voodoo doll and a nail, and started to hammer it into the wall. Die, showed him. Die, showed him. Die. Showed him. He started chanting unfortunately, one of Ryuga's stray bandanas knocked the hammer out of his hand, sending it flying across the room. Ranma blocked, not backing away. Why you exclamation point double quote. Kunyu reached Ranma, and his Mokuto hit. Ranma flew backwards, Ryuga's bandanas striking him, along with Gojokuji's errand hammer. Stunned, Ron ended up with his back to the wall. Then Kunyu and Ryuga roared on him. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo, present right square bracket double quote. Stupid idiots, hanging up on me like that. He muttered, thinking back. He looked around, hearing the door open behind him. Less than finally we can go. Not greater than he stood up and smiled at Akane. Even though her stomach was filled by a baby, she was still pretty. Her face seemed much more peaceful and she smiled more. She had continued to keep herself in shape, only her thin waist had disappeared, but that was sure to come back after the birth. He took her in his arms and kissed her. Akane smiled, holding on to Ranma. She felt like a beached whale and was sure she looked like it too. But her husband didn't seem to mind. There had been times when she had dreaded being alone with him, knowing her body was misshapen, but he had always been tender with her and had never made snide comments about her size. Well, maybe a few she smiled to herself. Less than and we never fight as often now. I guess there are some advantages to being pregnant. After all exclamation point greater than she kissed him back. Double quote let's single quote go home. Akane. I've been stuck here for way too long. What were you women talking about, anyway? He lifted her off the ground and started carrying her to the street. Akane shook her head, about to protest yet again that she was quite capable of walking. She sighed a little and gave up. We were discussing motherhood and childbirth. Nothing that would interest you. She stuck her tongue out at him. Ranma smirked to himself. Less than women single quote stop exclamation point greater than he kissed her, his tongue meeting hers. He softly, feeling her tongue respond to his, each kissing the other passionately. Less than oh, Akane, how I miss making love to you. But soon, we will have our child. Greater than he broke the kiss, smiling at her, hiding his longing for her. Carried her home. Left square bracket Ranma and Akane's room. Morning right square bracket Ranma was woken by an incessant tapping. He rolled over, protesting slightly. The tapping continued, becoming more insistent. Then a voice drifted into his half-wakened brain. Ranma, wake up. Ranma. He rolled over again, covering his head with a pillow. The next thing he knew, he was unceremoniously pushed off the futon and dumped onto the floor. He sat up, blinking. Was going on? Akane glared at him. Wake up, you buck. She broke off, wincing as a contraction swept through her body. She took a deep breath then continued. Into see Dr. Tofu exclamation point double quote. Ranma blinked and stared at her blankly. What's wrong? He scratched his head, wondering what was happening. Double quote jerk. I've got to see Dr. Tofu. He told me to go see him when I felt my contractions starting exclamation point double quote. How am I supposed to know they've started? You pushed me out of bed and yell at me. It's first thing in the morning, you macho chick. How am I supposed to know exclamation point question mark double quote. If you'd actually woken up properly, I'd have told you. But asterisk no asterisk you have to keep sleeping. Now take me to the doctor's before I walk exclamation point double quote. Ranma got dressed then moved over to Akane. He picked her up off the futon, still grumbling. Akane glared at him, but put an arm around his neck for support. Ranma carried her to the door, and left, muttering about Kokune Kamairogani wives. Left square bracket drive. Tofu's clinic. Morning right square bracket drive. Tofu looked up as Ranma entered carrying Akane into the examination room. She winced once as Ranma gently lowered her onto the patient's table. He smiled seeing the tenderness the couple displayed, even through their anger. Akane, have your contractions started question mark double quote. Akane nodded. Double quote HMMMM. We'll get a bed for you, and I'll give you some medication to help with the pain. Don't worry though, nothing will happen until the contractions come a few minutes apart. HMMMM. I'd like to have someone watch over you for a while. Double quote. A short ghoul-like old woman hopped into the room on a cane, clinging to the top of it. Dr. Tofu, I can look after Akane for a while. Double quote. Cologne, thank you. You will be her midwife? Said the doctor. Cologne nodded. Dr. Tofu smiled at Akane. It looks like everything is ready. But your contractions could last anything from half to a couple of days. Double quote. Ranma single quote. His eyes widened as he finally realized what was happening. You mean Akane's going to have the baby? Soon? He stared at his wife, shocked. Booty. Are we ready? I mean. He started to babble, his gaze moving from the doctor to Akane to Cologne then back to Akane. Cologne shook her head. Doctor, you look after Ranma, I'll take care of Akane. Shall she go in the bed in the back room question mark double quote. The doctor nodded. Aye. I'll take Ranma to the dojo, and inform the rest of the family. He took the still babbling Ranma and led him out of the room. Cologne led Akane to the back room. What's wrong with Ranma? Akane asked, having seen him suddenly go strange. He's a male. Akane, about to become a father. Oh, Akane sat on the bed. Will he be alright? Yes, he'll calm down. Cologne turned away from Akane and found the medicine the doctor had prescribed for the pregnant young woman. She pulled a small bottle from the sleeve of her robe and poured a little into the medicine. She turned back and said, "Take this and get some rest." Akane nodded, drinking the liquid. She lay back on the bed and rested her hands on her stomach, feeling her child move a little. Soon she fell asleep. Cologne laughed evilly. Ranma will be Shampoo's groom yet. She popped out of the room. Tendu Dojo. Morning right square bracket . Oh, I've got to do something for her. Doctor, what can I do? She needs me! ! Ranma was jumping around agitatedly, his mouth continuing to jabber, having apparently escaped from his brain's control. Akane's going to have the baby. I'm going to be a father. Oh! Drive. Tofu smiled, watching Ranma bounce into the dojo. Less than I need to find something for him to do. He can't be at the birth if he's going to be like this. Greater than he looked up as Kasumi came to the door. His heart jumped, but his mouth. Kasumi. Akane. Baby. Ranma said urgently to Kasumi, his mouth still out of control. He stared at her, unable to say anything else in his anxiety to explain. Oh, Akane's gone into labor. I must go and see to her. Kasumi smiled. The doctor scratched his head, wondering how she had interpreted all of that, but he shrugged and nodded to her. Oh, how wonderful. Kasumi invited them in and wandered off to find the rest of the family. Left square bracket Tendu Dojo. Late morning, Soon sat at the table, crying. Oh, my daughter will be a mother. We must go to her! Genma nodded and patted Soon on the shoulder, to have a grandchild. What a wonderful occasion! Nodoka nodded, but we must go and visit her. She will need our support. But will be a grandmother. She sighed and smiled happily. Kasumi held up a knitted baby outfit. I hope the baby will like this! Nabiki smiled. I'm sure the baby will wear it, regardless. She stood up. You go and see to Akane. I'll meet you there after I tell everyone. She left the room, grinning. Soon blinked. Less than Nabiki acting like this. Maybe Akane having her baby has conned her. She didn't even ask to be paid. Greater than he shrugged, his emotions getting the better of him, and began to cry again. Eventually everyone followed the hyperactive Ranma back to Dr. Tofu's clinic. Left square bracket drive. Tofu's clinic. Afternoon right square bracket Yukayu. Ryuga. Shampoo. Muse. Kodakai. Mikado. Azusa. Gosankuji. Kapazai Kamakunu and Nabiki entered the clinic, Nabiki holding a clipboard of names and numbers. She smiled, thinking of the vast sums of yen she stood to make. Less than whichever sex that kid is, I'm guaranteed to make a fortune. Kunyu-chan is so gullible, everyone's betting on a girl. But if it isn't a boy, I'll collect from him big time. And as he's my love slave, It's not like I'll give him anything much. If he collects exclamation point greater than the doctor came out of the back room and said, Akane's asleep still. But you can see her if you are quiet. He looked sternly at the group. The Tendus, Shodoms and everyone else filed into the room. Ranma was sitting next to the bed, looking anxiously at Akane. The room was extraordinarily quiet for so many people. Ranma. Cologne's voice broke the silence. Akane has drank of the forgetfulness potion. I challenge you if, by the time the baby is born, you have not restored her memory, you will dissolve your marriage to Akane and marry Shampoo! Ranma looked at her suddenly, an ice cold rage in his eyes. What have you done to her, Bakemono? You orbs mummy. Ranma stood up, his aura flaring as he built up his ki. No! Shouted Moose and Shampoo. Together. Dr. Tofu stood up. Ranma, stop. Not in here. Ranma was beyond all reason. Hiorium-sho-10. But before he could throw the blast, Dr. Tofu's calm voice pierced his fevered rage. Stop, Ranma. For Akane! This seemed to snap him out of his rage. He staggered as the unreleased power surged through him. He continued to stare at Cologne, death in his eyes. How dare you make a woman about to give birth forget her past? Shout Mikado indignantly. If you have harmed her, I will kill you, said Bosankuzi quietly, glaring at Cologne. Azusa grabbed Cologne's bottle, then danced around the room. Morris. Oh, Morris is so kawaii. She showed the bottle to the doctor. He quickly swapped the bottle for another, similar bottle, sliding it up his sleeve. Cologne snatched the bottle back from Azusa, secreting it back in her robe. Do you accept? If not, she will never remember you. Azusa started hitting Cologne until Apozai threw a cute peach-and toy at her. Azusa grabbed the toy, bouncing around the room again. Ranma glared coldly at Cologne. Alright, egg, I accept. But will make you pay for this! Cologne laughed, hopping out of the room. Ranma, preparing to follow, was stopped by the doctor. Wait, Ranma. If you want me to find the antidote, you will have to give me some time to study this. He held up the bottle. Ranma looked quickly at the door Cologne had exited from. You'll have it. Soon started crying again. Oh, my poor daughter. Who will help Ranma to find a cure? He bowled over by the positive replies. Oh, how good it is to know my daughter has so many friends. He wandered about the room, crying and loud, and got a pair of rising sun fans. Eventually Dr. Tofu ushered everyone out, leaving Ranma alone with his sleeping wife. He took her hand in his, gazing into her face. Oh, Akane. I will find the cure for that potion she gave you. I swear it. He leaned over and gently kissed her soft lips, then left the room. Dr. Tofu entered the room and sat down watching Akane awaken. He put down the bottle and moved over to the bed. Slowly she opened her eyes, looking at them blankly. Akane, I am a doctor. You have somehow contracted amnesia, but I am here to help. His quiet bedside manner seemed to reassure her. Then he saw her wince in pain, putting her hands to her stomach. You are also going into labor. There are women here who will help you. Akane listened to the doctor as he spoke. Less than where am I? Obviously a hospital. And he's a doctor. But what happened before? Labor. What's happened? Exclamation point greater than. Then the door opened and two women entered. A pretty young woman and an older woman with a kind face. She shrank back from them a little, but steeled herself. Less than they must be the doctor's assistants. Oh, why can't I remember? Exclamation point greater than left square bracket Tendu Dojo. Late afternoon right square bracket. Kasumi entered the room, carrying a list from the doctor. Every single resident of Nirima seemed to be there. She smiled at everyone as she was bombarded by questions about Akane's condition. Akane is in perfect health, apart from her lack of memory. She smiled sweetly, and walked outside to see Ranma, who was sitting on the veranda, soaking wet. Ranma, I have the list of ingredients you need to find for Akane's cure. Ranma took her top off, hanging it out to dry. Stupid, Gosankuji, she muttered, shoving me into the pond like it's all my fault. Still, at least he didn't see me turn into a girl. She sighed and looked at the list. Do we have any of this stuff here? Kasumi nodded, ticking some items off the list. You only need to find these others. I can start preparing the antidote now if you want. Hi, that would be good. But where on earth do I get this _to stuff from ? Kasumi shrugged. Maybe Happos I will know. It came from an ancient scroll Fu was studying. Ranma stood up, putting a towel around her neck, and entered the dojo. She acted as Kunio threw his arms around her, and as Happy glomped onto her breasts. I am not in the mood for this. Get off me, she yelled, punching Kunio into the pond, then removing Happy from her chest and kicking him through the roof. She stood there panting, her breasts bouncing from the sudden movement. She looked around. Everyone was staring at her. What? Nabiki threw a dry Chinese shirt at her. Ranko, you shouldn't run around the house half naked, you know. Less than males! Exclamation point greater than she thought, sighing as Ranma put the shirt on. I've got a list here of the things we need to make the antidote. Does anyone know where we can get any of these things? She read out pheromone items on the list. Mandrake powder. I've got some of that, somewhere. Oh, give me the list. Kodakai snatched the list from Ranma's hand and went through it. Yes. 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 She ticked off most of the remaining items. The only ones you need to look for are this _to and _case_. I can acquire the rest. If Nabiki can help with some funds. She has enough of my dear brother's money as it is, and I'm sure she'll give some to help her little sister. Double quote. Hey! Nabiki started to protest. Then hearing her father crying and seeing Ranma's pleading gaze, she grudgingly agreed. So did the fact that if Akane didn't get her memory back, the bets on the sex of the child might be off, and she had more to lose there anyway. Oh, alright, she said sulkily. Double quote. To Soun case. Yes, I know how to find them. But it will be a dangerous journey into the deepest forest in Japan. Into the cave of an ancient sorcerer. I can lead you there, but you young ones will have to defeat him to take the ingredients you need. Happy stood at the door, gazing solemnly at the crowd within. Double quote. Hey, Ichi. What this fairy tale about a sorcerer? Asked Ryuga scornfully. Double quote. He is old. Even older than me. A low whistle went through the crowd, but Happy ignored it. His magic is dark and powerful. You must defeat him and steal the 2 ingredients you need. Double quote. Ranma stood up. I'm ready. Let's go. She started to walk out the door. Double quote. You single quote Ray, not going without me. I must help Akane. Gosankuji stood up, brandishing the voodoo doll, a look of determination on his face. Azusa single quote's eyes opened wide as she saw the voodoo doll. Weaba. Kawaii. Bridget. She tried to grab it, but Gosankuji snatched it away from her. I'm not going until you give me Bridget! Double quote. Mikado watched Azusa in action and sighed. I must go and save that young man from my ditzy skating partner. He kissed Kodakai, then stood up. I shall go. To double quote. Weaba. San-chan. Make this man give Bridget back to me! Double quote. I will go too, if only to foil the old Kron's plans. Mithus moved over to stand by Ranma. Double quote. I no can stay behind. Hiba-chan no can get away with this. Champa stood up with Mithus. Yukai nodded. No, she can't get away with it. I'll go and help Ran-chan too. And poor Akane-san. How empty she must be with no memories. Ryuga gazed vaguely in the direction of Dr. Tofu's clinic. Clenching his fist, Kunyu suddenly appeared, looking rather damp. We march now to save the beauteous Akane! Double quote. Kasumi smiled. But first you must all have dinner. They all looked at her smiling and face faltered, falling in a heap. Crunch left square bracket Tendu dojo. After dinner right square bracket Appa's eyelid Ranma-kun, Yukayu, Ryuga, Shampoo, Mithus, Mikado, Azusa, Gosankuji and Kunyu outside to start their trek. Soon was at the door crying and waving goodbye. Genma held up a sign, good luck. It said, then waved it for a pause. Nabiki sighed, counting out a large sum of money, handing it to Kodakai. Kodakai leapt away laughing maniacally to herself. Kasumi smiled. Hurry back soon! Double quote. Left square bracket drive. Tofu's clinic. Morning right square bracket. The Tendus and Genma, who had turned human along the way, entered the clinic. Nodoka smiled at them and waved for them to come in. Akane, this is your family. She introduced each in turn. The man over there with the mustache is your father. Kasumi is your older sister whom you've already met. This is your other sister, Nabiki, and Genma, your father-in-law and your husband. Akane looked up at this. Oh, where is Ranma? Asked Nodoka lamely. Akane gazed at the people around her, feeling strange and out of place. Less than this is my family? I don't remember. Ranma? Ranma. That sounds familiar. Ranma ... Greater than. She blinked and sighed. Less than. No, it is gone. Greater than. He's gone to look for the missing ingredients for Akane's cure, said Genma. Nodoka nodded. He is being a good husband, like I always wanted. She smiled, looking at Akane, who winced again. Your contractions are much closer together now. I'd say the baby will be in the birth canal by midnight. Just relax now and save your energy for tonight. Double quote. Drive. Tofu nodded, handing Akane some medicine. Her said, drink this and rest. Akane sipped the mixture and laid back, closing her eyes. Left square bracket mountains, midday right square bracket double quote boys. Ichi, where is this cave? Ranma glared at Akane. He was hot and tired and wanted to be with his wife. Walking all night and day wasn't his idea of what an expectant father ought to be doing. Double quote. Be patient, my student. We are almost there. Look, there is the cave entrance. Pipe wand. Halfway up a nearly cliff face was a large opening. Double quote. Lot. Everyone yelled. They looked up the cliff. Double quote. I can hardly see it. He turned to that pipe, double quote. How the hell do we get up there? Pipe continued towards the cliff, the rest having no choice but to follow. At the base of the cliff, Pipe stopped. This is where you have to take over. Be brave and never falter. If you do, Akane will never be cured and will be left in her memoryless void forever. Double quote. Moose looked up the cliff and laughed. Climbing this thing will be easier than it looks. He flicked his arms upwards and sent two chains with grapnels on them up into the fog. There was a crunch as they hit the rock of the cave roof. He gave the chains a tug. Convinced they were secure, he flicked his wrists and was carried up, the chains rolling back into his sleeves. He reached the top and detached the chains. Ryuga watched Moose disappear over the ledge, double quote. Well, that's one of us up. He was cut off as one of the grapnels landed uncomfortably near his foot. Wow. He looked up and saw Moose signaling for someone to climb up. Ryuga grasped the chain, preparing to climb, when something heavy landed on his head. He fell to the ground and saw Ranma rapidly moving up the chain. He got up and shouted, "Ranma, how dare you step on?" He was cut off again by another set of feet landing on his head as Gosenkuji began to climb the chain. Double quote. Gosenkuji, how dare, he was stood on again as Azusa leapt onto the chain. Give me back my Bridget. Ryuga sat dizzily on the ground, watching as Yusa moved nimbly up the chain after Bosankuji. Mikado slowly shook his head and sighed. She may be a ditz, but you have to admire her persistence. He started climbing the chain after his skating partner Kunio walked up to the chain and saw Yukayu and Shampoo. He bowed to them and said, "I shall go after you in case you fall, fair maidens." He smiled charmingly and stepped away from the chain. Yukayu bent and helped a rather battered Ryugi up. She smiled at Kunio, then started to climb. She heard Shampoo begin to climb behind her. They moved swiftly up the chain. Appai stood at the bottom of the chain, watching Ryugi and Kunio climb, be brave and defeat the sorcerer. He looked up, watching them disappear into the cave. He sat down and took out his pipe. Suddenly he noticed someone waving something at him from the cave entrance. Less than it can't be, but it is exclamation point greater than. He jumped up and bounded up the chain. Sweet panties exclamation point, double quote. Ranma grinned to himself, then slipped Akane's panties away in his top. Less than I single quote. Glad I stole those from her exclamation point greater than. He thought as he watched Appai climb the chain. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. A few months earlier right square bracket Ranma sat down on the futon and shrugged off his Chinese top. He dumped it on the floor, near the futon. He watched Akane as she neared him, scowling. Double quote. Ranma, you should be more tidy. You want to still be like this when the baby comes question mark. Double quote. The baby's not due for a long time, yet. And you think it'll worry about where I leave my clothes question mark. Double quote. Ranma. Akane glared at him, her hands on her hips. Even with her growing waistline, due to the child, she still looked ready to pound Ranma into tiny pieces. Double quote. Boys, I'll clean up, okay. Ranma would have backed off, but he was sitting on the futon. He stood up and picked up the top, then flung it at the laundry basket in the bathroom. Are you happy? Ma question mark. Double quote. Akane humphed at him, and sat down on the edge of the bed, starting to undress. You are such a slob, Ranma exclamation point. Double quote. He looked at her sideways, his eyes narrowed. You didn't seem to mind where we dumped our clothing the other night, did you? He reached out and helped her with the zipper on her dress. Double quote. Well, She trailed off and slipped out of her dress, then got up and folded it, laying it on a nearby chair. Ranma sat and watched her, gazing at his wife in her lingerie. Less than She is so pretty. Sexy. Greater than. Akane turned around to find him watching her. She blushed, conscious of her growing stomach. She watched him stand up and step out of his black pants, and beckon to her. She moved to him, looking into his eyes. Double quote. Akane. He whispered, sliding his arms around her, pulling her against him. His hands ran up and down her back, stroking her smooth skin. He felt her push against him, trembling a little. His hand slid up her back, finding her bra, undoing the catch. His chest against her breasts held the bra with her. He ran his hands slowly up and down her back. We can still make love, Northeast. Ranma whispered softly into her ear. She pressed gently against him, her hands running over his back, enjoying this closeness. She looked up into his eyes and nodded, her fingertips stroking the muscles in his back. Ranma's single quote's hand slid up, his fingers hooking in her bra straps, then pulled them down, over her shoulders. He leaned back a little, sliding off her bra. Then he looked down at her and smiled. Akane smiled back, then rested her head on his shoulder. She nuzzled against his neck, kissing and nibbling a little, enjoying his scent as she pressed against him. She slid her hands down Ranma's back, reaching the waistband off his boxers. Then she pulled gently down, letting his boxers fall to the floor. Ranma sighed with pleasure, wriggling a little as she removed his clothing. Head pressed against her, leaning back his head, moaning softly as she nuzzled with his neck. "Oh, I can't double quotes." She continued to nibble at his neck, softly whispering his name as she held him against her, feeling his warmth. Ranma took hold of her panties, then slid them down, smiling a little. Then he bent over and picked up his wife, moving down to the futon. He laid her gently down on the bed, then kissed her with passion, his hands moving up to the massage at her shoulders. Akane closed her eyes and continued to hold on to her husband. She sighed happily as she felt him stroking her tense muscles. She leaned her head on his shoulder, gazing up into his eyes, she responding with passion to his kiss. Ranma's single quote's hands moved from her shoulders, down, over her neck a little, then down to her breasts, cupping one as he gently guided Akane's head down to the pillow, his mouth pressing against hers, never leaving her soft lips. He kissed her deeply, his tongue probing into her mouth, his fingertips stroking at her hardening nipple. She softly, leaning back onto the futon, her mouth pressing against Ranma's, her lips parted, her tongue meeting his. She stroked his back, her eyes closed, feeling shy, her stomach filled with the child she'd been carrying for 5 months. Ranma then reluctantly broke the kiss, and smiled down into her face. Then he mopped down, kissing slowly down her neck, then over her breasts. He took in between his lips, licking softly at the hard, pink nub, suckling. Akane groaned and arched her back, pushing her sensitive, swelling breasts up to Ranma's lips. She held him down against her, her hand then reached out to take hold of his. She smiled, feeling his fingers twining with hers. Slowly he moved down, resting his ear against her stomach. He closed his eyes and heard their child's heartbeat, felt a little movement. He smiled to himself, but then moved back up and kisses his wife again. Her hands held his tightly and she kissed her husband back, enjoying how his lips felt against hers. She held him tightly in her arms, stroking his back lightly as she kissed him. She rocked her hips against his, feeling his lengthened manhood against her. "My love." Double quote. Ranma moved a little, Still careful not to press against his wife's stomach. He pressed the tip of his Asoko to her opening, gazing down at her. Then head pushed a little way into her, the tip of his manhood penetrating her a little. He groaned as the feelings ran through his body. Akane, feeling Ranma push a little into her, moaned softly, shivering as her body tingled with pleasure. She slowly started rocking her hips back and forth, slowly, feeling his manhood pushing shallowly into her body. Ranma groaned and slowly started to rock against his wife, moving against hurricane motions, driving himself into her body, but still moving carefully. He groaned softly, working into her, feeling her tight womanhood surrounding him. He shivered and pushed, again and again. Akane moved with him, her hands digging into his back. They moved and rocked, slowly, gently making love to each other. Slowly they both moved together, groaning, filling each other with pleasure. They moved and rocked, their bodies hot and damp. Then, they both found their climax together, both crying out in the ecstasy they gave each other. Then they collapsed, Akane on the bed, Ranma moving to the side. He slid his arms tenderly around his wife. Once she was asleep, Ranma slipped out of bed and grinned, taking her panties and hiding them in his Chinese shirt. A moment of this evening, my beloved Akane. He watched her for a moment, then slipped back into the futon, next to her. Left square bracket and flashback right square bracket. Ranma grinned, watching Hapauzai climb. Left square bracket cave, early afternoon right square bracket double quote. Where are the panties? Hapai reached the top and began searching. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't find them. Ranma grabbed Hapai by the collar. Listen, Jaiji, you are coming into the cave with us. Hapai grumbled and glared at Ranma. So, you tricked me. But I will help you, if you give me those panties. Ranma walked into the cave, followed by the others, still holding Hapauzai's. Having no intention of giving his wife's panties to the Handa, Ranma ignored the old man's protests. Look, you are the one who knows this place, and I are going to help, he said, shaking Hapauzai severely. Double quote. Which way? Demanded Ryuga, looking about the dimly lit cave. There seemed to be a number of tunnels leading off in different directions. Double quote. How would I know? All I know is that the sorcerer lives here, said Hapai, tersely, still dangling helplessly in Ranma's grasp. Double quote. Why are we not split up? Shampoo asked. 5 passages, to go down each. Double quote. That sounds like a good idea to me, said Yukayu. Grabbing Ryuga's hand, she said, we'll take this one. She pointed to the first passage. Shampoo nodded. Goose and Shampoo will go there. She pointed to the second passage. Gosankuji looked glumly at Azusa, who was trying to hit him with a rock and still raving about Bridget. Mikado, you take your partner down there and I'll take this one. He pointed to the third and fourth passages respectively. Double quote. I suppose I will have to go with Ikaru. Gosankuji, stated Kuryu flatly, I'd lie wondering where his Osage no llama had gone since last night. Then it looks like the old man and I are taking this one. He waved at the fifth passage, let's go. With that he ran down the passage, waving at as he ran. Ooh, here. I don't feel so well, moaned Apai, the motion making him sick. Left square bracket drive. To Fu's clinic. Early afternoon right square bracket. Kasumi sat down next to Dr. Tofu just outside the back room. Nodoka was inside, keeping Akane company. Sensei, do you think Ranma will come back and team with the ingredients? He smiled at her and nodded. He will be back in time. But it's the preparation of the antidote that has to be completed in time. Cologne is planning to fill Akane's mind with false memories as soon as the child is born. All she needs to do is touch the right points on Akane's head, and she will never be cured. Is that a side effect of the forgetfulness potion? The doctor nodded. We will have to be ready when she comes. Kasumi sighed. Let's go and tell the others. She and Dr. Tofu stood up and went into the back room. Left square bracket cave of the sorcerer. Fifth passage, mid-afternoon right square bracket. After searching the passageway for a while, Ranma came to a dead end. Kuso! Ranma glared at Appauzai, this is all your fault. You should know where this secret entrance is. I know you've been here before. So don't act like you're lost. Appai looked at the ground, then glared at Ranma. Show respect to your elders. He jumped at Ranma, poking him in the stomach. He landed on the floor, smiling in satisfaction as Ranma was sent crashing into the cave wall. Why, you? Growled Ranma, dragging himself out of the wall and reaching for Appau's eyes. He froze as he heard the wall cave in behind him. Oh no! Left square bracket cave of the sorcerer. First passage. Mid-afternoon right square bracket. Ryuga, you're heading the wrong way. We've just been down there. Yukaiu sighed. She knew they had been down that side passage before, and she wanted to investigate another. We've been down those others too. She had a strange feeling that they had been down the same passage over and over. But I'm sure we went down that one before. It's this one. Ryuga marched over to one passage, walking down it, leaving Yukaiu no choice but to follow or risk getting separated. Even with the world's worst sense of direction, I just we've been going in circles! Yukaiu followed him, too tired to argue. She looked at the passage as she walked. Less than something is different. The other passages were also similar, but this one is. I'm sure we've been down here, but greater than. She looked ahead of her at Ryuga as he went around a bend. Moving faster to catch up, she turned the corner and saw a blinding light. Left square bracket cave of the sorcerer. Second passage, mid-afternoon right square bracket. Moving closer to Moose as the passage narrowed, Shampoo looked about her. Less than we single quote been walking for ages and the passage just keeps getting smaller and narrower. I hope it widens out soon. Greater than she looked up at Moose, who was now having to stoop to avoid hitting his head on the roof. She felt him stop moving and looked ahead. Double quote Kuso. What sort of place is this? The passage is too small to even crawl through. Moose looked at the passage ahead of him. The roof dropped suddenly and the walls narrowed dramatically. Less than their single quote has not even room to swing a cat in here, greater than he thought sourly, then slowly turned to look at Shampoo. Less than a cat ? Greater than hell looked at the small hole, then back to Shampoo. Moose looked at Shampoo, a wry smile on his face. Do you have any water left? She nodded and held up a canteen. Here, you thirsty? He smiled and shook his head. We need to see what's down that passage. Double quote left square bracket cave of the sorcerer, fourth passage, mid-afternoon right square bracket goes Sunkuzi held up a candle and sighed, leading the way down the passage. Kunyu followed, his Mokuto at the ready, almost as if he expected something to leap out at them at any moment. Less than nothing is going to happen. This is boring. But it must keep going. For I can greater than Kunyu watched go Sunkuzi as he walked. Less than what a fool. He has no weapon to protect himself. How can he possibly think of coming on a mission like this when he can't fight? Buffoon. I take Wakiku greater than he was cut off mid-thought. Ash walked face first into a door. Goes Sunkuzi side, standing next to the door. He had felt great magical power emanating from it and had decided not to touch it. Less than now that blundering fool Kunyu has walked into it, probably setting off some magical trap! Greater than he watched as the door slowly opened and Kunyu fell inside. Stepping up to the door he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Left square bracket cave of the sorcerer, third passage, mid-afternoon right square bracket double quotes. Shut up, you dits. Mikado shouted at Azusa, having finally run out of patience. He turned and skated away on his rollerblades. Left parenthesis trademark. Less than how long can she keep this Bridget nonsense up, anyway? Greater than he turned and stared at her angrily. Then he saw her face. She had started to cry. He sighed to himself, his anger evaporating. He turned and continued to skate on down the passage. Azusa sobbed loudly, then noticed Mikado was going without her. San-chan. You're going to get Bridget for me, aren't you? She took no notice of the fact that he was clearly not listening to her. She skipped happily along behind, her rollerblades left parenthesis trademark sliding easily over the flat stone floor. Mikado suddenly stopped and stared. Azusa bumping into his from behind a second later, only distracted him for a moment, then he looked back. Skating down the hall towards him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She was sexy, elegant, and graceful. He watched her as she got closer and closer. She was mouthing something. Mikado blinked as he read her lips, then ran a comb through his hair. Less than oh. Another woman has fallen for me. You must be kind to her. Explain that I have Nodoka. Then kiss her farewell. Greater than Heskaded forward. His arms opened. Left square bracket cave of the sorcerer. Inner cave. Late afternoon right square bracket. Ranma woke up, his head pounding painfully. Less than where is the old man? I'll kill him. Greater than. He opened his eyes and glanced around. He was in a small cul-de-sac that was enclosed by glowing beams of light. He leaned forward and touched one. Yelping in pain, he jumped back, tripping over something. Ryuga groaned and stirred. What the? He glared at Ranma, who was now sprawled over him. Get off me. Ryuga sat up, pushing Ranma off. He glanced around in the half-light. Where are we? He put a hand down next to him. Ash started to stand up. There was an indignant squeal and Ryuga jumped, squinting at the figure next to him. Ryuga, what do you think you are doing? Yukio asked testily, sitting up and frowning at him. Her frown turned into a bit of a smile. Wait until we're alone first. She winked at him and stood up. Where are we? Ran-chan ? Ranma shrugged. Beats me. But it looks like we're prisoners. His eyes, now adjusted to the light, were able to see that all of the others were in the room too. And it looks like we'll all be captured together. He kicked at Appa's eyes. Roy. Jaiji, wake up! Appa stirred in his sleep. You all want to come and live with me? I am so glad. Now let me see your naked bodies. And he woke suddenly, having just been kicked into the wall. Hey! Hey, old man, what is this place? Ryuga looked hard at Appa's eyes, somewhat irritated. In the prison of the sorcerer. You young people are hopeless! Hey, you got caught, too. Ranma want. He then looked around the room, well, at least it looks like Shampoo and Moose didn't get caught. Ran-chan, take a look behind you. Yukio said dryly. Ranma turned and saw a duck wearing Moose's glasses. But where's Shampoo? He turned around just in time for Ryuga to hand Shampoo Neko to him. Ranma, Shampoo Neko in his hands, ran around the cell screaming. Being stepped on by Ranma once too often, Mikado stood up and shoved the kid in Ranma's face. Quit stepping on me! Ranma went pale and stopped moving as Shampoo Neko was shoved in his face. He sank down on his knees, his hands on the floor, steadying himself. Then he yowled. Everyone, including Shampoo Neko, backed away, staring at Ranma. Appa's eyes whispered, Katfu. His voice quavering with fear, and no lock hand to calm him down! Ranma-Neko leapt at the beams, entranced by them. He waved his paw through them, slicing them into slivers of light, sending them bouncing around the room. Watching the light display, Ranma and Akane didn't notice the others diving through the gap in the beams. The beams reconnected and Ranma and Akane's splinter at them again. This time he jumped through the opening, obviously bored with the lights. Left square bracket drive to Fu's clinic. Late-afternoon right square bracket Kasumi stood, mixing the ingredients, over a small stove. Checking the recipe every now and then, she stirred the concoction. Less than Ranma, please come back in time to help Akane. I know you can do it! Exclamation point greater than. She looked at the recipe again. Double quote Ranma, you must be back by midnight. Double quote left square bracket cave of the sorcerer, inner cave. Late afternoon right square bracket. The group stood in a large, man-made cave. It was filled with all sorts of strange objects, including a shelf laden with jars filled with potions, foodstuffs, and other unidentifiable substances. Each jar was labeled. Double quote those ingredients must be here, somewhere. Probably on that shelf. Piped wand. Let's find them and get back to save the beautiful Akane-chan. Double quote before long, everyone was searching the room for the missing ingredients. Everyone except Ranma, who was curled up on the floor by the fireplace. Even Shampoo, Mako and Moose Duck were searching. Double quote wiggle Azusa and I'll find these things. Azusa complained in a cute voice. Azusa-chan, go look somewhere else. With that she bounced off, starting to search another part of the room. She's right, Yukaiu sighed. They aren't here. Well, there are a few bottles missing. Gosankuji pointed to a few empty places on the shelf. Maybe the sorcerer has them. Kappai nodded. We'll just have to search the rest of the cave before he comes back. Double quote a maniacal laugh to rival Kodak eyes filled the room. Everyone jumped and turned to see the source of the sound. Before I get back? But I'm back already. An old man in dark flowing robes stepped into the room. He plunked at the floor near Ranma and Akane and a lightning bolt exploded from his fingertip. The resulting explosion caused Ranma and Akane to awaken. He glared at the sorcerer, getting up on all fours. Double quote Ranma, you can't beat him. Come down. Gosankuji called urgently. Double quote he can't hear you, said Atai. We must help him instead. This may be our only chance! Exclamation point. Double quote. But Sodom is a sorcerer too. He should use his magic. Kunyu said, raising his boku to double quote magic. I can do something if. Gosankuji muttered to himself. Ranma-Akane launched himself at the sorcerer, only to be blasted back by an over lightning bolt. Double quote now, shouted Appauzai. Everyone leapt into the fray. Kappai threw a Hatudaikirin at the sorcerer. Mikado attempted a flying kick at the sorcerer's head. Kunyu initiated his pattern strike. Ryuga leapt forward, throwing bandanas while Yukaiu threw a volley of spatulas at the man. They were thrown back by the resulting blast as the sorcerer raised a magical shield. He laughed as they were scattered over the floor. And now you. He turned to Gosankuji, the cat and the duck. The shield dissipated as he began to cast another spell. Ranma-Neko jumped at the sorcerer again, swiping at his with a paw. He was hit by another blast from the sorcerer, but it only succeeded in causing a minor course deviation in Ranma's flight path. Ranma Neko swiped Kamadantrusly to the sorcerer's head, but missed, a few of the man's hairs falling to the floor. With a sudden burst of speed, Gosankuji leapt forward and picked up the hair, thrusting it into the voodoo doll, binding the sorcerer to the doll. Kawaii. Bridget. Azusa charged across the room to get her Bridget from Gosankuji. Unfortunately for the sorcerer, he stood between them. She barreled into him, knocking him to the floor. Gosankuji completed the spell of binding, wearing 2 lit candles on his shield. He looked down while placing the doll on the table, hammering a nail into it. Staring at Azusa, he almost forgot to intone the words that would break the sorcerer's power. Azusa sat on the floor, going through the items that had fallen out of the sorcerer's robes. He was being hit on the head with one of his own possessions as he tried to get his things back. "These are mine," she cried defensively. Appai sat up and shook his head. Hearing Gosankuji finish his incantation, he nodded in satisfaction. A few jars had fallen out of the sorcerer's robes onto the floor. Appai looked at them, then saw what he wanted. "Aha! Here there!" exclamation point. Kunyu sat up. "You have to sue and case question mark." Appai nodded and took the jars over to Ranma Neko, strapping them to him. "My boy, you must get home straight away. Give them to Dr. Fu. Go to Akane exclamation point. Ranma-Neko batted playfully at Appai's hand as he attached the jars. On hearing Akane's name, the feline-like Ranma's expression became determined. He gave a meow and leapt out of the cave. Although he couldn't understand why, he knew he had to get back to Akane. Yukayu climbed slowly to her feet, helping Ryugi up as well. "Do you think he'll get there in time? He must." Kappazi replied quietly. Left square bracket drive. To Fu's clinic, night right square bracket drive. To Fu sat at Akane's bedside, near Nodoka and Kasumi. Kodakai was stationed at the window, watching for Cologne. Genma and Soun were outside, standing guard. Nabiki was at the front as lookout. Akane laid on the bed, her contractions coming closer and closer together. Then the baby dropped into the birth canal. Akane cried out, holding tightly onto Kasumi's hand. Nodoka talked to her quietly, reassuring her, telling her to breathe slowly, to push with the contractions, and generally comforting her. The doctor checked Akane. "The baby will arrive in maybe an hour. Ranma must come back with the ingredients." Left square bracket drive. To Fu's clinic. An hour later right square bracket. A crashing sound from outside stopped everything but Akane's labored breathing. The door burst open and the room was filled with people. Soon, Genma and a blur. The blur leapt towards Akane and landed at the foot of the bed, curling up. Ranma. Kasumi smiled with relief. He's got the ingredients. She took the jars from him and hurried to finish the potion. Dr. Tofu assisting Dab. A moment later, Nabiki entered the room, closing the door behind her. She's here. The door crashed open behind her, Cologne standing amongst the shattered remnants of the door. She threw her staff at the cup holding the ended top. Then Ranma was laying on the floor, playing with the staff. Having knocked it out of the air, Kasumi rushed over, lifting Akane's head a little, the cup at her lips. Drink this Akane-chan no, shouted Cologne, leaping towards Akane pajama. Soon, Nodoka and Kodakai moved to block her path. Runa stirred, whispering his wife's name. Akane drank the ended Cologne was thrown back. Akane remembered. Then she cried out as another contraction hit her. Ranma went to his wife's side, taking her hand, holding on tightly, finally back to his senses. Drive. Tofu attended to Akane. All right, Akane. Push! This was the longest night of Akane's life. She held on to Ranma's hand, listening to the doctor's soothing voice. Pushing, straining, feeling a new life inside her trying to get out. Then, after one last effort, she felt empty, as Dr. Tofu took the baby from her body. Then something else. Ranma watched, his eyes wide as he saw Dr. Tofu lift the child out, clean it, then cut the cord. The baby cried out to its new world. Ranma's heart melted, gazing at his child. Nodoka carefully wrapped the baby in a blanket as Dr. Tofu washed up. She then gave the infant to its mother, who, though tired out, took the baby in her arms, gazing into its tiny face. Congratulations, Ranma, Akane. You have a beautiful, healthy baby girl, Dr. Tofu said, smiling at their happiness. Ranma stroked the baby's face lovingly, in awe of his newborn daughter. He turned to look at his wife's tired but very happy face. Ranma, she said softly. He smiled looking into her eyes, then he kissed her tenderly. She whispered something in his ear. She smiled as he nodded his head. Ranma looked up, his face showing the pride of a new father. We had chosen a name. Lot. They all asked, eager to know. We had decided to name our daughter Miyabi! Oh, what beautiful name, said Kasumi, smiling. Congratulations! Soun and Genma were crying tears of joy, looking as if they were the father of the little girl. Nodoka moved to join her husband. We are grandparents at last. And we have such a beautiful granddaughter! Nabiki was grinning calm looking at the little baby, counting in her head how much she was going to make from the bets placed. I knew you'd come through for me, sis, she said quietly. Cologne was nowhere to be seen. Dr. Tofu eventually shooed everyone out of the room, to give the new family some time alone together. He took the baby and watched over her while she slept. Akane soon fell asleep too, her husband watching over her, until he too fell asleep at her side. Left square bracket drive to Fu's clinic, midday right square bracket. Akane woke up, her body feeling drained and sore. She looked down and saw Ranma's hand resting on her own, his head lolling forward as he sat in the chair. He looked so peaceful, sleeping. She wondered how long it had been since he had slept. She smiled, then looked up as the door opened. Kasumi entered the room carrying Miyabi in her arms. Akane-chan, your little girl is hungry. Miyabi was crying loudly, loud enough even to wake Ranma. He sat up in surprise, then a big grin spread across his face as he saw his daughter. Ranma, you hold Miyabi until Akane is ready. I've got to go and make breakfast, Kasumi said, handing his daughter to him. She smiled and opened the door. Oh, by the way, your friends are back. With that she left the room. Akane slipped open her loose robe, while watching her husband hold their daughter. He held her tenderly in his arms, his manner protective. Akane giggled softly to herself as she watched him make funny faces and cooing noises at Miyabi. After a while, Akane reached out her arms for the baby. I've got to feed her. Ranma. He nodded and gently handed the crying infant over to Akane. She is so beautiful, he said quietly. Akane held her daughter against her, and soon the child found the milk she needed. Ranma gazed at his wife, feeding their daughter. As his eyes traveled over Akane's body, they were drawn to her enlarged breasts, the baby suckling on one. He started to feel his manhood stirring. It had been so long. But he bit his lip, keeping his feelings under control. Akane would need time to rest and recuperate. He looked up and saw her gazing lovingly at him. Once Miyabi had her fill, Ranma took her, cradling her against him, gently rocking her to sleep. Akane closed the robe back up, lying back unheeded. A knock came at the door. Come in, called Akane. The door opened and Kasumi came in carrying a tray of breakfast for the new parents. She gave the tray to Akane and smiled. You have some visitors! Akane nodded and took the tray. Thanks, Kasumi-Onichan. Kasumi left and the slowly filled with people, all being rather quiet for a sleeping child. Yukayu, Ryuga, Shampoo, Mithus, Kodakai, Mikado, Nabiki, Kundu, Nodoka, Genma, Soun, Hatai, Azusa and Bosankuzi stood about, congratulating the new parents and looking at the baby. Kasumi and Dr. Tofu entered shortly after. Thank you, everyone, for all your help, said Akane, smiling at her family and friends. That's alright, Akane-chan, cried Appa as he jumped towards Akane's breasts, intent on glomping her. He suddenly stopped mid-leap. What? I'm not moving! Leave my wife alone, Handa. Ranma had grabbed Appa by the collar and held him, dangling at arm's length. Double quote. Oh! Ranma, Happy turned to Ranma. The next thing Ranma knew, he was splashed with something cold. Then Happy was all over her, fondling his female body. Double quote. Ichi and Ai. Ranma started pounding on Happy's eyes, while everyone else was intent on Miyabi, holding her and talking to her, all ignoring the squelching and cracking noises as Ranma beat the old man to a pulp. Eventually Yukai handed the little girl back to her mother, managing to keep Yusuf from taking the child. You are very lucky. She sighed. Kasumi frowned a little and wandered over to Ranma and Happy. The old man was a twitching, bloody mess on the floor. Happy's eyes, why are these jars filled with sugar and sake? She held the jars of tissue and case up for him to see. I didn't notice until now. Double quote. Ranma grabbed Happy's eye again and shook him. What question mark exclamation point double quote. Oh, didn't I tell you? He asked innocently. Double quote. Lot, shouted everyone, turning to look angrily at Happy's eye. Double quote. The sorcerer often gets things mixed up like that. He must have misspelled sake and say to single quote. Double quote. Everyone face faulted and fell over, leaving Kasumi standing there, holding the jars. In that case I think I'll cook something with them tonight. She smiled and walked out of the room. Double quote. Why you? Yelled Ryuga, getting up. All that trouble for sake and sugar question mark exclamation point double quote. Everyone else got up, glaring furiously at Happy. Double quote. Oops, said Happy as everyone closed and Ranma sarcastically said, yeah, well, I suppose you'd call this double quote good training, yelled everyone, as they kicked Happy into the stratosphere. Akane sat, holding her child and watching the others punish Happy's eyes. She turned to Dr. Tofu and smiled. Thank you, Sensei. It looks like everything is back to normal. Double quote. Dr. Tofu nodded and smiled. Yes. Things underscore back to normal. Double quote. Ranma Nibun no Ichi forget me not. Epilogue right square bracket underscore left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. A night later right square bracket Akane laid on the futon as Miyabi slept in her bassinet, Ranma sleeping at her side. She looked over at her husband, his sleeping face looking blissful. She gave a sigh and looked up at the roof. Less than I single quote am a mother. Already. Miyabi so precious. But greater than. She looked at Ranma again, then ran a hand over her stomach. Less than my body. Ranma will never want me anymore. I'm too beyond a mother. Greater than. She sighed and closed her eyes, trying to get to sleep. Her dreams were filled with Ranma, acting like he used to act when they were younger. Tears ran down her sleeping face as she tossed and turned. Left square bracket Tendu K. The next morning right square bracket Akane, subdued, held the sleeping Miyabi against her. She sat with Kasumi and Nabiki, in the other room, who were both rather interested in their new Nisei. Ranma stood in the kitchen with his mother, nervously twisting his pigtail. Double quote. Ranma, that is not a very manly thing to be doing exclamation point double quote. Ranma yelped and stopped playing with his hair, sweating a little. Nodoka smiled. Don't worry, Ranma, You proved your manliness to me already. Tell me what's bothering you. Double quote Ranma, after getting over the shock, looked down. It's Akane. She seems so so distant, like she doesn't want to be near me today. She was fine before but this morning double quote Nodoka nodded slowly. I noticed that Akane looked a little upset today. I didn't say anything to her. Did you double quote Ranma shook his head. Not at all double quote Nodoka placed a hand on Ranma's shoulder. Son, you should know that new mothers, especially Akane, don't feel very attractive anymore. The whole body feels horrible to her, and she feels that she looks the same way. Double quote Ranma scratched his head. But I love her. It's not like I'm going to leave her for not looking exactly the same as she used to double quote I know, Ranma. But she doesn't. She's very vulnerable right now. She needs our support more than ever. And no insults, even in jest. Double quote Ranma frowned and looked out the kitchen door to the living room where his wife and daughter were. Nodoka smiled. Just do your best, son. You have to make her feel like the most attractive woman in the world while she gets her shape back. Double quote Ranma nodded slowly. Less than doesn't she know how much I love her. Or how pretty she is, even after all this time. Nor how much I want her. Greater than left square bracket Ranma and Akane's room. At night Ranma gently put Miyabi into her bassinet for the night. His mother's words continuously circled around in his head. Though he still couldn't understand how Akane could feel the way she did. Akane curled up at the table, her legs under the blanket that was under the table. She huddled as close as she could to the table, almost wishing that she wasn't with Ranma right now. Less than I need to get my shape back. Those movements that Tofu-sensei told me about haven't done anything yet. Greater than Ranma sat down next to her and placed a hand gently on her back, and started to massage her tense muscles. He felt her tense up for a moment more, then slowly relaxed as his hands worked over her back. Akane, I love you. He whispered into her ear. She closed her eyes, starting to enjoy the massage. And I love you, Ranma. Less than but he can't like me looking like this. Greater than her eyes flew open as his arms slowly wrapped around her stomach and he rested his chin on her shoulder. Ranma double quote he kissed her ear gently. Oh, Akane. You are still my beautiful wife. Double quote Akane frowned a little to herself. Less than is he trying to make me feel better? I shouldn't lie like that. Greater than Ranma pulled her gently back against him and just held her for a while, his hands lightly caressing her. He didn't know if he should mention to her how much he wanted her, in case she took it the wrong way. Nor did he know what else to say. The best he could do for tonight was to be close to her and to show her that he did want to be with her. He would make sure that he worked on this over the next few days. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. The next night Ranma slowly coaxed Akane. During the day, doing the best he could to show her how beautiful he thought that she was. He managed to build her confidence enough so that he could give her another massage. Akane laid on her stomach, on the futon, only wearing her lingerie. She tried not to think about things as her husband worked over her back. Slowly she started to enjoy his hands touching her. Her body started to respond to the pleasurable stimulation. She did her best to ignore things, wondering if Ranma would ever want her as much as she wanted him. Ranma stroked her skin, his hands working over her back and arms. He couldn't help but feel himself go hard as he touched her soft skin. did his best to ignore the sensations as he continued to try to relax his wife. Akane soon started to doze. She felt Ranma snuggling up to her, covering both of them with the futon cover. As he held her against him, she felt his erection. She was too tired to think, and soon fell asleep. His sleepy mind sorted Ranma's gentleness, all his physical contact, the soft words that he spoke about his love and her beauty, and his desire out in her mind, giving her hope. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. Some days later right square bracket Akane put Miyabi in her bassinet, smiling at her baby as she slept. Ranma leaned over and kissed his sleeping daughter, then turned and wrapped his arms around his wife, kissing her. "How do you feel, Akane-chan?" She smiled, holding him close, enjoying the feeling of his body so close to hers. She felt his excitement and passion as she pressed against him. All of Ranma's coaxing had worked. "I'm fine. And Tofu-sensei said I've had enough time to recover." She trailed off, kissing him passionately. Although she was a little afraid that he could reject her, she couldn't help her actions, especially after how he acted. He hadn't been the only one to miss their love-making. Ranma pressed her gently down onto the futon, pulling her onto him as they kissed, their tongues twining, searching each other's mouths, his hands running up and down her back, feeling her soft body pressing against him. Hardly able to contain himself, he trembled, pulling at her top. He finally realized Fabi's work for her self-confidence had paid off. Akane felt his hands pulling at her clothing. She sat up and pulled her top off, then reached behind her, undoing her bra and throwing it on her top. Then his hands were on her enlarged breasts, his lips on her neck. She stifled a groan of pleasure as she worked at her skirt, then her panties. Ranma watched her, seeing her naked body, and groaned, needing her. He stripped himself, pulling her down on him again, his hands once more stroking her breasts. "Akane." His voice was filled with love and need. "Oh, Akane." Double quotes. She felt his hard manhood against her sex, his hips pushing up to her, his hands stroking her tender breasts. She sighed and shivered with passion, then, reaching down, she took hold of his Isoko. She then thrust herself down on him, crying out as he pushed into her, filling her cry joined by her husband's single quote. Ranma felt himself being surrounded by her wet opening, and almost lost control after such a long time, but he held on, concentrating on her. "Hey Akane, you are so tight, even after." "Oh, yes, the baby," he gasped. She pulled her hips back up and thrust down on him again, then again, loving the pleasure as it flowed through her like electricity, leaving her trembling, her body hot and flushed. "I found us some exercises. Double quote. He slid his hands down to her hips and helped her rock on him, his hips thrusting to her rhythm, feeling himself plunging again and again into her wetness, feeling her juices running down his manhood, over his kendama. He knew he could not hold on much longer. He ran a hand from her hips down to her sex, where his fingertips started to work on her clitoris. Akane groaned, riding on her husband, her moans getting louder, her body shuddering as he touched her clit. She threw her head back, moaning as waves of ecstasy rushed through her body again, getting higher and higher as Ranma pushed into her body again and again. Ranma, through half-open eyes, watched his wife writhing, throwing her head back in pleasure. He moved a little, his hips bulking against hers, and captured one of her nipples in his mouth, suckling. And his mouth was filled with her milk. He swallowed, his mind now on her breasts, starting to suckle again. Akane cried out as Ranma sucked at her breasts. She groaned, pushing her hips down to him, harder and faster, wanting more pleasure. Finally she could not hold on any longer and let herself go, crying out his name as she orgasmed, her muscles tensing, her body shuddering as her nectar flowed. Ranma, feeling Akane's inner muscles clamp around his manhood, was suddenly brought to climax, his head falling back from her breast as he cried out, his seed exploding into her body, his lips forming her mane. Akane trembled, feeling him come deep inside her, the pleasure of her orgasm warming her. Then she collapsed against him, feeling him collapse back onto the futon under her, both worn out from love-making. After a while, Akane felt Ranma's arms wrapping around her waist. She snuggled against him, in his warm embrace, feeling like a woman again, not a mother. Soon Akane fell asleep, but Ranma continued to stare at the ceiling, thinking he heard Miyabi stir and then returned to sleep. He smiled, kissing his sleeping wife. Then, closing his eyes, began to dream of the new life they had begun. They were now family. To be continued. Check out any updates and corrections of my fanfics and other things at http://www.ekra.mu.oz/tilde Mata exclamation point kunoi iagani makunoi I left parenthesis hyphen ani slash half right parenthesis egani mushlam at Ranma and Akane at spirit makaroli not really hyphen Ranma Nibun no Ichi 6 too much wedded bliss. Warning. Lemon fanfic right square bracket all characters portrayed in this fanfic are copyrighted Rumiko Takahashi and Shogakukan Incorporated etc. etc. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room right square bracket Akane sat on the bed, nursing Miyabi. The little baby girl had grown extremely quickly in the last year, and she was already attempting to walk. She was also remarkably strong for her age, which did not help when combined with her mobility and curiosity. Ranma and Akane had learned to keep a lot of things out of her way. At least they didn't own anything breakable, as anything that Miyabi would be able to break had already been broken by Akane, mostly over Ranma's head. Miyabi cooed in her mother's arms, tugging at her clothing. "Mama," she gurgled in baby talk. Akane smiled down and kissed the top of her daughter's head. "Papa will be here soon. Media-chan. Double quotes. She smiled as Miyabi called out, "Papa!" exclamation point. Double quotes. She stroked Miyabi's soft, dark hair. "Then we can see your grandparents!" exclamation point. Double quote. Less than thank goodness that we've finally finished university. Soon we have to think about taking over the dojo. But for now, it's holidays! Exclamation point. Greater than Miyabi gurgled happily, starting to bounce in Akane's lap and playing with the tassels on her jumper. The door opened. Ranma walked in and dumped his books on the table, smiling at his wife and daughter, Tadaima. As Akane got up, Ranma took Miyabi from her, swung her around, then hugged her to him. "How's my little Media-chan question mark?" Double quote. Miyabi giggled, loving having her father play games with her. She wrapped her small arms around his neck, grabbing his pigtail with one hand. "Papa!" She tugged at his hair. Ranma tickled her with a hand, wincing a little. "Ichi! She's got your brute strength!" Akane exclamation point. Double quote. Akane stuck her tongue out at Ranma, At least she doesn't have your brains! Ranma made a face back at Akane, causing Miyabi to giggle more. Let's get going. Everyone'll be waiting for us. Ranma nodded and, taking Akane's hand with his free hand and, still carrying Miyabi with the other, left their rooms. Left square bracket the Tenryuju, right square bracket. Everyone was gathered in the dojo for Miyabi's first birthday. There was a table laden with food, and it was obvious that Kasumi and Nodoka had been busy all day, preparing for the party. Yukayu, Ryuga, Shampoo, Mithus, Kodakai, Mikado, Nabiki, Kunu, Azusa, Nodoka, Genma, Kasumi, Tofu-sensei, Soun, Gosankuji and Chibai-Hinako-sensei were all there, mingling eating the overabundance of food on the table. Ranma and Akane soon entered, carrying their little girl. Miyabi was soon the center of attention, just about everyone wanting to hold her or play with her. Azusa was kept well clear of her. Only Ryuga hung back from playing with Miyabi. That's wrong, Ryuga-kun? Akane asked, sitting down beside him. Wrong? Nothing, Akane-san! Well, I've noticed you here, all alone, while everyone else is playing with Miya-chan. Ryuga blushed a little, twiddling his fingers and looking at the floor. I'm just no good with children, Akane-san. I'd drop her or something. Ranma suddenly appeared next to Akane. If Akane, the biggest klutz in all of Japan, can hold her without dropping her, you should be able to manage! Akane growled and elbowed Ranma in the face, without even looking. You and Yukayu will have children of your own one day. You'll be a great father. Ryuga blushed even deeper. Ranma sat up, twitching. If he can find his kid! Akane ground her foot into Ranma's sternum and he shut up. Ryuga-kun, called Miyabi, called Yukayu, joining the small group. She held out Miyabi to Ryuga, smiling lovingly at her fiancé. Ryuga reached out, fearfully taking the beautiful baby girl in his arms, scared that he might hurt her. She's so beautiful. She looks just like her mother. Roy, stop flirting with my wife. Oof, came from the floor. Akane's foot had landed solidly in Ranma's stomach again. Miyabi looked up and giggled as she reached up to tug at Ryuga. Stop cooing something in baby talk. Ryuga smiled at her, loving the little girl already. He pulled a face at her, sending her into more peals of laughter. Before long, the two were playing happily, Miyabi talking to him in baby talk. Yukayu smiled at Ryuga and Miyabi as she watched them. He's so good with children, Northeast Akane-chan. She smiled happily. He's so sweet. Akane looked at Yukayu. You two would make great parents, you know. Ryuga's so protective. He'd look after you and your family very well. Yukayu nodded. I'd love to have a child. seeing you and Ran-chan with Miyabi. But Ryuga won't make love to me until we're married. No matter how much I try. She giggled softly. Akane giggled too, blushing slightly. Have you set a date yet? Double quote. At the end of spring, Yukayu replied, with a happy sigh. Double quote. You think Ryuga'd find the wedding hall by then? Came a disembodied voice from the floor. This time it was stopped by a large spatula. Akane smiled, then stooped down and helped Ranma the doormat up. She dusted down his clothes, then poked him in the ribs. You have to learn to keep your mouth shut. But don't get too jealous of Ryuga-kun. You're the one who looks after our family. And you're a much better father than I thought you ever could be. She giggled as Ranma blushed and frowned, not knowing how to take Ikan's compliment. Ranma grumbled, but watched Ryuga and Miyabi. You know, for a guy who never saw his family for more than a day a year, if that, he's not too bad with kids. Akane and Yukayu both smiled. Then Ranma piped up again. Hey Miyabi, it's Uncle P-chan. Okay. Call him Uncle P-chan. Ranma was floored again by the aforementioned spatula. Ryuga continued swinging Miyabi around as she gurgled happily. Yukayu, Akane and Ranma eventually rejoined the party, leaving Miyabi with Ryuga. Left square bracket the Tenryuju, later right square bracket. Most of the party had died down. Genma and Soun were playing shogi. Nodoka was nursing Miyabi in her lap. Gosunkuji was trying to explain magic to Hinako-sensei, who wanted him to do tricks for her. Tafu and Kasumi sat with Nabiki and Kunzu. Kasumi was resting her head on the doctor's shoulder, while Nabiki sat stroking Kunzu's hair as he lay with his head in her lap. Shampoo and Moose sat at the door, gazing up at the starry sky. Ryuga and Yukayu sat, talking with Akane and Ranma. Occasionally one of the girls hit Ranma or Ryuga as they started to argue. All in all, it was a very quiet conversation for them. Kodakai and Mikado were kissing, while Azusa thumped Mikado, again and again, mainly trying to gain his attention. Suddenly Azusa spied a very cute stuffed pig moving silently into the dojo, past Shampoo and Moose. She stared at it through large, blue, clueless eyes. Wee! Kana Buddha wa Totomo Kawaii. Angelic. She jumped up and downside over to the stuffed toy, clomping onto it, hard. Mikado, relieved to have Azusa gone, took Kodakai in his arms and started kissing her in earnest. A muffled yelp came from the toy as Azusa literally squeezed the stuffings out of it. A head popped out from where the pig's head was. Ichi. Not so hard! Double quote. Azusa blinked at the face. Angelic kawaii girl's face. Double quote. The girl and the tattered remnants of the stuffed pig jumped out. She had long, light brown hair, large sparkling eyes, and a bowing her hair. She was dressed in a pink dress of such kawaii proportions that it matched Azusa's dress. Shitsure shimasu. Have you seen Yukayu-sama? Double quote. At her name, Yukayu froze. Less than that voice. No, it couldn't be exclamation point greater than. She looked up. Damn. It's that freak. Tsubasa exclamation point double quote. Everyone except Mikado and Kodakai looked up and stared at the strange girl. Tsubasa spotted Yukayu and jumped over towards her. Yukayu-sama. I found you exclamation point double quote. Tsubasa was about to have a meeting with Yukai's fighting spatula when Azusa grabbed her, pulling her back. Angelique, stay with Azusa exclamation point double quote. The strange girl blinked and looked at Azusa. Less than kawaii comma greater than. She thought. Okay. But my name's Tsubasa double quote. Azusa pouted. Angelique double quote a new Tsubasa Kurane double quote Angelique double quote. Tsubasa gave up and downside kawaii. Will you go on a date with me? She asked, trying to look her cutest. Ranma gaped. Don't tell me Tsubasa's hitting on Azusa now double quote. Akane and Yukaiu stared. Double quote. Everyone else just stared in shock at the two as Azusa nodded and started bouncing around with Tsubasa. Suddenly Tsubasa noticed people staring at her. She smiled even more cutely. It's okay. I'm a guy exclamation point double quote. Half the room face hyphen folded left square bracket the tendu evening right square bracket. Tsubasa, crossdresser extraordinaire, was giggling happily with Azusa as they chattered inanely. By this time, people had started drifting home. Only the family, Mikado, the Kunyu siblings, Yukaiu, Ryuga, Shampoo and Mousse were still there. Nodoka had put Miyabi to bed in the cot in the guest room, where she and Genma were sleeping. She wanted to give Ranma and Akane some time alone together. Besides, she also wanted to spend some time with her granddaughter. Shampoo tugged at Mousse's sleeve. Mousse, we leave now. She gave a wink. He had that chance still away. So Shampoo gave something special to groom. Double quote. Mousse grinned. I guess I'm going now. He managed to take Shampoo's hand even without his glasses on. But as he let her out, he walked straight into the pond. A very wet duck and cat clambered out the other side, and raced towards the Neko and eventually Kodakai and Mikado joined everyone who was left. Double quote. Oni-sama, let us depart. Double quote. Kunyu nodded and looked at Nabiki. 'Tis indeed a source of great sorrow that I must leave your side, even for a minute, my princess again. Double quote. Nabiki gave a lopsided smile. Just get home, Takai. I'll see you before too long. Double quote. What you see in that money-grabbing creature I will never know. Oni-sama, sighed Kodakai. She turned and left, taking Mikado with her. Kunyu had no choice but to follow them. Kasumi smiled at Nabiki. You should marry that sweet boy soon. Nabiki. Double quote. Nabiki nodded a little. Yeah, I know. But traditional weddings are ** expensive. And I sort of do want to buy the wedding kimono with my own money. Since it's so special. Double quote. Kasumi smiled at her. Everything will work out. Double quote. Yukaku slid an arm around Ryuga's waist. Let's get going as well. Ryuga-kun. Double quote. Ryuga blushed, still shy of expressing his affections in public. Hi. Yukaku-chan. Double quote. They wandered outside together, Ryuga sliding his arm around Yukaku to shield her from the cool night air. Genma and soon continued playing shogi, both cheating at every opportunity. Sensei kissed Kasumi lightly. I'll see you again tomorrow, Kasumi. Then, he too took his leave. By now, only the family was left. Nodoka smiled at Ranma and Akane. Go home, you two. You can have the place to yourselves for a few nights. Double quote. Akane smiled at her mother-in-law. Thank you so much. We really appreciate this. Double quote. Ranma nodded in agreement. Nodoka smiled understandingly. Go see Miyabi again, then get home. Double quote. Akane nodded. Then she and Ranma made their way from the dojo to the house, then upstairs and into Ranma's old room. Miyabi was asleep in the old cot set up in the corner. Her parents stood close by, and Akane kissed her gently. Mama and Papa will see you in a little while, Miyabi. She smiled tenderly as Ranma kissed their child's forehead. Be a good girl, Miya-chan, he said in a whisper, then placed a small stuffed panda next to her. Happy birthday, little one. Double quote. Eventually, they left their daughter, walking back to their university rooms. Left square bracket Akane and Ranma's room. Night right square bracket. Ranma stretched, smiling at Akane, who was reclining on their futon. His top muscles flexed as he moved his arms back, attracting his wife's gaze to his firm body. He watched her eyes slide down his form, taking in every detail of his body. As she looked back up to his face, he flicked his pigtail back, then slipped down onto the futon. Next to her. She reached up to him, running her fingertips along his cheek. Ranma, our first night alone in such a long time. Double quote. He kissed her softly, running a hand down the soft skin of her torso, over the rise of her breasts. We'll have to take each moment of this time as if it were our last. Then double quote. She shivered a little, sighing happily. Her hands ran down to his shoulders, pulling him down against her. His naked body felt wonderful against hers. She started to slowly rock herself under him, enjoying how he felt. Ranma moved his knees between her thighs, slowly parting her long, smooth legs so he rested between her. He closed his eyes, loving her gentle rocking motions under him. He gasped ever so softly as her skin sent tingles through his body. He pressed his lips against hers, harder, kissing her with more and more passion. His lips parting, his tongue flicking around her lips, then into her sweet mouth where her tongue met his. Akane tightened her grip around his shoulders, moaning into his mouth as she moved, feeling his throbbing manhood pressed against her stomach. She knew how turned on he was, and the feeling was affecting her. Her cheeks began to tingle, her need working through her. Before long, Ranma started rocking against her, his arms wrapping around her waist. As his length rubbed against the soft skin of her stomach, shivers of pleasure flooded through him. He opened his eyes to stare into her face. She was flushed with pleasure, her lips parted to pant softly. Her eyes met his, shining with happiness. Double quote, I can. He moaned, I need you so much. Double quote, Ranma. She whispered, running her hands down his back, stroking his skin as she touched him. He slid a hand down, stroking her velvety skin, under her well-rounded rear. Then he slipped his hand around to her hip, running a fingertip down her thigh, and slowly slid it over to her inner thigh. She trembled as stroked her tender skin, parting her legs a little further so he could run his finger past his hips, then slowly up to the soft, dark hair of her sex. Akane arched her back, trapping Ranma's length against her skin as Ranma ran his finger down, between them, stroking his way down to her pink floor. Ever so gently he parted her petals, a finger dipping into the sweet, warm, wet opening he found there. As she groaned that familiar moan, he let go of her petals, stroking a finger to her clit. He kissed her deeply, letting her cry of pleasure vibrate in his mouth. Her lips held his as she cried out, her body growing much hotter from his gentle touch. She couldn't help but butt her hips against his as his fingers probed her. She could feel his need to oh, so do. She moaned. Ranma's single quote s heartbeat fast, matching the speed of Akane's heartbeat, as their chests pressed together, her breasts pushing up against him. Her hard pink nipples pressing into his chest. He gritted his teeth as his need grew stronger, wanting to pleasure his wife totally before he gave in. Double quote Akane double quote Akane leaned her head back into the pillow, pushing herself up against him. Her hands tightened around his shoulders, rocking her hips faster. She let out a soft whimper as his finger plunged into her yet again. Ranma I need you. Double quote he shivered, and nodded, maneuvering himself till the tip of his Ahsoka pressed up against her opening, his fingers, covered in her honey, moved and gauzied, and thrust up into her, not being able to hold off anymore. A loud groan escaped his lips, their kiss broken. Double quote Akane cried as he pushed deep into her with a single thrust. She held him tighter yet, pushing her hips up against him, grinding them to him as they met. Ranma's single quote s weight almost pinned Akane to the futon as he rocked on her womanly form, plunging deep into her tight opening, again and again, pushing into her as her tight, velvet-like warmth sent him into ecstasy. He pushed hard into her, her inner walls squeezing around his length as they rocked together. He shuddered, not minding her honey splashing out against him as he pushed into her tight sex, making soft squelching sounds. Akane groaned, throwing her head to the side as they rocked, their bodies mothing together faster, harder, feeling her juices flowing out. She gasped louder, the warm juices sending tingles through her. Their bodies moved together, faster, their hips almost slamming together as the passion and need took over. As their bodies swayed, they started rocking side to side. Eventually Akane pushing up too hard, rolling Ranma over. But still they rocked together, captured in their passionate love-making. Rolling around the futon, taking no notice of anything but their feelings. Akane and Ranma continued rocking against each other, their bodies pressing hard against the others, moving, swaying, both of them dripping with sweat. Ranma rolled back on top of Akane as he thrust in, their momentum continuing the roll, and they fell off the futon onto the floor. Landing on his back, still holding Akane, Ranma took no notice of the hard floor, not being able to tear himself away from this love-making. They continued kissing, Ranma's manhood thrusting deeply into her sex, feeling her inner walls tightening around him. Then Akane shuddered. Ranma's single quote eyes opened as he felt her vaginal walls clamping around his Isoko, the feeling of her walls fluctuating around him, pushing him right to his limitations as he tried to hold on. Akane cried out, the pleasure overwhelming her as she started to orgasm. She thrust her hips forward, wanting Ranma as deep into her as she could as she climaxed. Double quote. Waves of pleasure crashed over her, running through her, shaking her small feminine form. Ranma groaned, feeling her coming around him, desperate to hold on. Buffy was drawn along with her, pushed over the edge by the sensations she gave him. Exclamation point. Double quote. They came together, holding each other tightly, each caught up in pure ecstasy. Ranma's seed shooting into her as she orgasmed. But before long, they both collapsed to the floor. Ranma, holding Akane against him, lay with his back on the floor. Eventually, he started feeling uncomfortable, but stroked her back slowly. At last, so wonderful. Akane. Double quote. Akane gave a soft, happy sigh. She smiled up at him, her short hair unfringed plastered around her face. Then she noticed where they were. Ranma. Let's get back to bed. I'm sure that was where we started! Exclamation point. Double quote. Ranma laughed softly, and nodded, rolling on his side, gently lowering Akane to the floor. He pulled out of her with a soft moan, echoed by her, then sat up, taking her gently in his arms. He lifted her as he stood, walking back to their futon. Akane smiled, her arms around his neck, continuing to hold on to him as he lowered her to the futon, then snuggled up against her. They kissed again, tenderly. She sighed happily, closing her eyes. I love you, Ranma. Double quote. Ranma, holding her close, resting against her familiar curves, sighed happily, double quote. And I love you, My can double quote. Eventually they fell asleep together, holding each other in a loving and intimate embrace. Left square bracket the river. Morning right square bracket. A giant sumo pig trotted down the street, near the river. A stunningly beautiful girl with her black hair tied in a long ponytail sat behind a cute brunette with two stripes of pink in her hair. The first girl was wearing the dogi of a ninja while the other wore a large jumper and a small tartan skirt. Double quote. Well, said the kunoikai, we're back. Hikarai-chan. Double quote. The other girl nodded. Sue, Northeast, Kenzan-chan. I wonder if things had changed. Question mark. Double quote. Konatsu Kenzan shook her head. We won't know until we find them, will we? But that's not what we're here for. Double quote. Hikarai nodded. Let's find my grandfather. Double quote. The big Katsune City continued on. Left square bracket ukan single quote sokonomiyaki hyphen right square bracket Yukayu opened the door at an incessant scratching sound. She looked out, then down. There, outside the restaurant, was a large black and white dog. It was strange in that one side of the dog was completely black, and the other side completely white. It sat, panting up at her. Double quote. Oh, Ryuga-kun. Shirokuro's here. She called. Ryuga poked his head out of the door and blinked. What are you doing here, girl? Question mark. Double quote. The dog barked as a number of very cute puppies, and another black and white dog, appeared behind her. All the puppies looked just like balls of fur, each black and white on each side respectively. Double quote. Oh, Shirokuro's puppy, Kuroshiro, hashtag puppies. Ryuga looked very pleased with himself. He knelt down and picked up the little fluffy creatures. He held one out to Yukayu as he grinned like a maniac, his cute little fangs peeking out. Yukayu took a puppy, giggling, kawaii-o. Less than no, I had no idea how he tells the difference between all his dogs. They all look the same to me! Exclamation point. Greater than. They entered the restaurant, then went upstairs to Yukayu's bedroom, the dogs following. They both played with the little creatures, Yukayu recognizing the same gentleness in Ryuga that he displayed when he was holding Miyabi. Less than. Oh Ryuga, you will be a wonderful father, and I will make sure that our family always stays together. You asked Shirokuro to lead you home. Unlike the rest of your family, you were practically an orphan. Greater than. She reached out and ran a finger down Ryuga's cheek. I love you, she whispered. She sighed happily as he smiled back. Double quote. I love you too, Yukayu-chan. Double quote. Left square bracket Unryu residence right square bracket. Hikarai knelt down next to her grandfather's futon. I'm back, grandfather. Please forgive me for leaving you for so long. But double quote. Her grandfather nodded his head slightly. I've had to look after the pigs for you, Hikarai. Please take back your life here. I will not live much longer. Double quote. Hikarai nodded, shamefaced. I single quote. I'm sorry, grandfather. Double quote. He looked over at Hikarai. Now, what's this about you wanting to marry? You found a stronger man than this Ryuga single quote question mark double quote. I have found someone that I love, and who is strong. Kenzan-chan has looked after me while I've been away double quote. Her grandfather nodded. Will he help you look after the pigs question mark double quote. She nodded. Kenzan-chan's been very good, helping me with Katsu-Niseki double quote. The old man smiled. Please introduce me to him, so that I may give you both my approval for marriage double quote. Konatsu appeared, next to Hikurai, in a cloud of smoke. Judging mashlight, Konatsu Kenzan desu. Tuzo Yoroshiku. She knelt down next to Hikurai. As the smoke dissipated, kiss marks, in the same shade as Konatsu's lipstick, covered both Hikurai and her grandfather. Konatsu blushed deeply. Gomen's eyes. Smoke usually means a kiss attack, so double quote. Hikurai single quote. As grandfather looked at Konatsu in shock. I remember something from my younger days. A group of women in a tea shop, whose specialty attack was that one. Do you, perhaps, come from that place? The secret training ground of the Kunoikai question mark double quote. Konatsu nodded. Maybe you met my mother, if you went there. She died just after I was born, then my ugly stepmother and stepsisters took over. Or so my father said once double quote. Hikurai single quote. As grandfather nodded. There was a beautiful girl there, who looked just like you. Although it turned out that she was a man double quote. Oh, my grandfather. Konatsu smiled happily. Eyed at his looks. Exactly exclamation point double quote. Those were enjoyable times. Hikurai's grandfather relaxed on the bed. But still, I can't allow my only grandchild to marry a girl double quote. Hikurai smiled. But Kenzan-chan is a man exclamation point double quote. Konatsu pulled open her top, revealing the torso of a male martial artist, just like my grandfather exclamation point double quote. HMMM.